Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU. This is going to be the first fight night after the new patch. We got some new cards to experiment with and some fantastic players lined up for the bracket this week.
I think this is the most exciting type of tournament where, there's a big balance patch. Everything gets shifted. A new champion comes out. A lot of new cards were added as well, to the surprise of many people. And now some of the best players in the world are going to tell you what is good and what is not good and what they've, experimented with and decided on. So if you're looking to net deck, this is the place to be. If you're looking to watch a great tournament, this is also the place to be this afternoon.
And speaking of the tournament that we have today, I'm going to go over the format very quickly. As you all might remember, Fight Night EU is a double elimination bracket where we invite 8 of the best players across the entire EU shard. The matches are going to be best of 3. The players will bring 2 decks, but they cannot overlap regionally, so there's going to add a little bit of diversity there. And in order to win that best of 3, the player has to get a win with each of the decks that they brought. And of course, it is a double elimination tournament. And as we saw last week, if a player from the losers bracket manages to make it all the way to the grand finals and gets that win, the bracket will reset for another best of 3 in that final match. And of course, we have that sweet $200 prize pool that the players are going to be dividing up amongst themselves for the top 4 placing players. And remember, the top 2 players will be invited back for next week.
That's exactly it. Looking at the bracket for this tournament today, this Friday, we have Rico Rex coming back as the champion, the Overwhelm Master coming back to Fight Night. And we have Key facing off in that top bracket match, top quarterfinal match. We have Pepsicola, a very, very, just a great player. He's proven it with the EU Masters win with Portugal. And he hasn't been in tournaments, I think. I haven't seen him in any Fight Night tournaments recently, but I think he's a contender to win this one for sure, a favorite. Owie, much of the same, a finalist in EU Masters with France. Very, very strong player. Cassus, Dina, Beaver, and Faul from Spain. So we're keeping with the tradition, at least one Spanish player every single tournament for me to root for.
And the bracket's just amazing. As you said, Pepsicola is a fan favorite, and despite not having a long streak of tournament participation, I think in the last couple weeks has still been very active in scrimming with players and helping them come up with lineups and just giving advice to the other members of TLG. So really excited to see them step out from the shadows and actually show us how it's done.
And he did climb the top 10 on ladder, I believe, in the EU ladder in recent last week or two. So he's definitely on fire right now. Maybe not in tournaments, but on ladder for sure. And he can definitely transfer that performance onto this tournament as well.
So when it comes to the ladder performance, this is something that you really want to see for your players. We have seen it time and time again where suddenly these players who have had really strong ladder performances, you get so much practice against a wide variety of decks. Especially in Europe, it's known for being a very hardcore shard, to be honest. Once you get to that top ladder and with the seasonal tournament on its way, once again, a lot of players are going really hard, trying to get that LP, climb to the higher slots in the master tier, and camp it out for the seasonal tournament. So I know that a player to get top 10 means you're going up against a lot of meta decks, you're going up against still consistently the best players, so the practice is there, the experience is still there, and of course, having the practice against the metagame and then basically inventing the metagame with your own influence is a major factor here, I think, for Fight Night Legends EU.
And moving on to Owie, one of the most veteran players in the scene, I think, at 33, not the usual age for, most esport pros or most competitors in CCGs, but he's proven that you can do it at any age because he has performed really, really well in the EU Masters with a French team. 3 great players, and Owie here playing individually, I think, going to be just as great. And like you said, I think the biggest thing for this tournament especially is the meta and deciding what decks are the ones to play when so many things have changed and a new champion's been added. Aphelios, I think we'll be seeing a lot of him today. A very complex design, the most complex till now. I'm going to have a cheat sheet, on my second monitor ready to go because there's a lot of different things happening with the weapons, but hopefully we'll make it through this tournament and hopefully the players will also manage to get the right weapon at the right time.
And getting the right weapon at the right time is going to be key. It's very similar to Invoke, which we see here in this list brought by Peps. Now, it's trying to plan for the future, right? 2 or 3 turns ahead. There's going to be some, as we've seen with Invokes, there's certain cards like Falling Comet or Golden Sister or Crescent Strike where their value is very apparent for the specific matchup. And then you get into the flex of trying to manipulate the game in your favor. This style of deck, the heavy invokes, the atrocity at the top, was something that was very popularized and experimented with by Kuvira, and now you can see that starting to catch on further. I love the black spear inclusion as well. You can tell that Pepsicola was probably anticipating a lot more Aphelios to be brought to this tournament, and Black Spear is a fantastic answer to line up against that champion to just get it off the board in a pretty convenient way.
Like you mentioned, Kavira brought a deck similar to this one, and it's been, nicknamed Aphelios waiting room for the past month or two because it had Diana before, but Diana wasn't necessarily the best performing champion, and nothing else really fit. So now that Aphelios was out, he's taken that spot, of course, and the deck could perform really well this tournament. We'll find out in just a bit. But right now, we're seeing not Aphelios, actually. It's going to be a always Puffcap deck, which I'm a huge fan of. I love this, Sejuani, Ezreal, Teemo deck with Puffcaps. I would have played Starlight Seer personally, but he's going for the Veteran Investigator instead, going for more card draw. And we see a classic Fiora Shen on the bottom here for Pepsicola.
Yeah, the Starlit Seer was a card that I think a lot of players really loved the high roll potential that it offered, right? Getting the extra stat lines, pulling out a crazy Teemo, or just a huge Puffcat peddler that your opponent can't deny anymore or remove was so game-winning. But Veteran Investigator, as you know, in a tournament setting, having that little bit of extra card draw to make the deck more consistent and get the power cards that you need, might just pay dividends. So we've got the Teemo on turn 1 into Ballistic Bot, and so this is a great opening for the list. You've got all the fuel you need, and if we get some defensive spells coming off the top of the deck, then we'll be just fine for Aoi.
That's the biggest issue now. The fact that Fiora is coming down on turn 3, she has challengers. She's going to challenge this Teemo potentially, which is, one of the scarier units to deal with. If you just leave it on the board, it's going to get pretty dangerous. There's no Sharp Sight in hand either, so there's no chance to block that when it does attack, possibly the next turn. There's a challenge on Teemo, and there's no defensive spells. That's what you kind of want, a mix of key units that you want to help survive, like Ballistic Bot, like Teemo, and then some defense to help them survive very cheaply with things like Elixir of Iron and Troll Chant, for example, two great defensive spells in Freljord. In this case, it's all attack. There's 3 Mystic Shots, there's a Thermo Beam, and you can, of course, try and go for, a Mystic Shot here to try and trade the Fiora at least. But, I mean, it is going to work to some degree here, actually. There's no defensive spells for Fiora Shen either.
The risk here is really important. You can tell, usually with Fiora, you're trying to bluff the Sharp Sight, or you're just going to float the mana, try to set up for riposte or things like that. And to hit this Teemo, you know that Pepsicola knows the implications of this matchup. If you get burned down too much, suddenly you get locked out. It's really important, too, that OE has brought the specific champion spread that they have. We've seen some versions of this list with just Teemo and Ezreal, but OE is sticking with the classic Sejuani as well. Once that AoE Frostbite starts to hit, it's going to lock this deck out of the game.
And with the mushrooms and Ballistic Bot, it's so easy to level up Sejuani in this game. Once you draw a mushroom, then she just by herself automatically gets that effect as well. That's a huge effect, frostbiting every single unit. So I think it's a deck that I've played a lot on ladder, and I love playing it. It's a different take without Starlit Seer, but I think it can potentially be, I think it's quite underrated actually in the meta right now, and it can perform very well. And Pesicola's hand is not looking too great. We were talking about OE missing defensive spells, but it's the same for Pepsicola, and he doesn't have a great curve either. He doesn't have a Shen. His Fiora has died already. He has the Screeching Dragon here, but no defense for it. You have the Spirit's Refuge, but you don't have 4 mana right now, so it's going to be vulnerable here to a Thermo Beam.
And of course, OE is going to recognize that right from the Fiora turn. You kind of have that hand read now that there's no defensive spells, and the Thermo Beam seems like a really good chance here to cast. I mean, the after a couple draws, you can't be absolutely sure, but this is going to be one of the best chances I think you have to answer the Screeching Dragon. But it's just going to cycle some of these spells. It looks like.
I think this is fine as well.
Shot.
If this happens, then you can still Thermo Beam now for 2 later on, or for 3 rather with a Fury, so you still have a chance to do it, and you get to see what your opponent does. You play a bit more reactively and still get a few spells under the belt for this Puffcap Peddler as well. Instead, going for the iterative improvement on the Puffcap, and I like this quite a bit.
So this is a fantastic reaction here. The Mystic Shot again, trying to use the Mystic Shot, of course, before combat happens, so the Fury doesn't heal it out of range once that trade happens, and so single combat prevents that 3 damage from going through. The Screeching Dragon stays alive, but now at 3 HP, it's going to be vulnerable to this Brittle Steel, and this is pretty much still a fantastic outcome for Aoi, because as you mentioned, putting those spells in the stack, you're getting tons of value out of the Puffcat Peddler. This damage adds up so quickly, right? Suddenly, you think you're, safe at 12. This deck doesn't have a lot of burst, but it's just this slow, consistent burn is so much to deal with. It's difficult to get things to stick to the board, and now Spirit's Refuge needs to connect here in order to stabilize the board.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing. The fact that Spirit's Refuge is in hand and is in the deck for Pepsicola, it's not a card that everyone runs in Pure Shen, but in this case, it will be quite helpful. I think there's not really much that Owie can do to stop that Spirit's Refuge from coming in. A block here with Cithria is necessary, I believe, and there's no mana to protect it, so that's just a very good trade, of course, for Owie. But Spirit's Refuge can still be a problem, unless something like a Flash Freeze is found, and I don't believe it might not even be running this list for Owie. It actually is, yeah, there's 3 of them. Okay, there is, so that would be one answer, but it isn't found right now. There's a Brittle Steel, which could work on the Screeching Dragon, but not on Shen.
So we'll see if Pepsicola anticipates this, because again, it is open deck lists. Pepsicola can look and say, okay, there's a triple Brittle Steel, and isn't going to commit the Spirit's Refuge right away to this, of course. Just wants to put this on the stack, see if the attack goes through, and right now, maybe OE accepts. Nope, Brittle Steel.
It was a helpful draw for Pepsicola, finding that Sharp Sight and finding a bit of that, a spell to use the mana with, effectively to try and counter the Brittle Steel, but in this case wouldn't do too much because of the Brittle Steel still connecting before it's used. You can't, it doesn't really make sense to play it proactively. So in this case, I mean, he's down to 9. He's wasted his attack token turn. He has Relentless Pursuit. That is an option if OE overcommits here. Something could potentially be done with that, but it's looking a bit tough here for Pepsicola.
Hexcore Foundry. This is so confident from OE, in my opinion. Fiora Shen's one of those decks that you really don't want to give the extra cards to. It's one of the decks that lives or dies by getting like the right combination of spells and units, right? No River Shapers have come out of the deck yet, so all of the top end with these Bright Steels and the Cythrias have come down, and the early mid game just completely bypassed. But by playing Hexcore Foundry, OE is saying, I know that I'm in the final stretch of the game. I don't care that you're drawing extra cards because these mushrooms are going to finish you off.
And Harsh Winds is a great draw as well to try and finish this out without giving Spirit's Refuge any real value. We'll see once Pepsicola goes into the next attack token turn with a lot of spell mana to back up his plays, if he has enough attack buffs to kind of play around that. But right now, it looks like it's going to just be a setup of another Puffcat Peddler and another Hexcore Foundry, and it's going to be Shroom time. And you still have 2 mana left over to play Mystic Shot this turn as well to get those Shrooms in the deck before the turn goes over.
What's also fantastic about the Hexcore Foundry, of course, is ups the chances of Sejuani coming out of the deck. And as we talked about before, Sejuani's leveled up. Just AoE Frostbite is going to completely lock Pepsicola out of this game. They can potentially level up Shen with the Bright Steel formation, but it comes down to the timing of the mushrooms there, whether or not it will be able to even threaten with any damage. And with the Harsh Winds, it's going to be, again, so difficult for Pepsicola to close this one out from this position.
But OE might have to really just waste a lot of mana this turn to respect the chance of a Relentless Pursuit. If he plays into, he plays anything really, he can't play Harsh Winds, and then it becomes a problem because it gives Pepsicola a chance to play Pursuit. And he has 2 challengers now. He has a chance to play Spirit's Refuge still after playing Pursuit as well. And there might be quite a bit of life still happening here for Pepsicola and cleaning up the board as well with Shen's Barrier.
It's so risky, though, to take this Relentless Pursuit because of Flash Freeze, I think.
Looks like it's going to be a pass there, so OE manages to sneak in a second Peddler and still not waste too much of that mana. But this is going to be obviously the key turn here with Bright Steel formation coming down, giving everyone Barrier and Shen leveling up as well. We'll see. I mean, you did just waste a lot of mana to do this. You only have 3 spell mana now to back you up if you're Pepsicola.
And while some of these the challengers are going to go through, hit your puff caps, as you already mentioned, you could protect one of the puff caps at least, and then then you harsh winds the Bright Steel formation, right? Take a little bit of damage. And then now with Get Excited and Mystic Shot in hand and Ezreal, the burn is there. Pepsicola doesn't have the mana to play the Spirit's Refuge. Both are in hand, but the tempo just wasn't there to cast them. Whenever the units were in play, whenever the attack token was there, the mana wasn't there, or the trades weren't good, or it was just simply too risky because of the frostbite. So the Spirit's Refuge is normally what you would love to see in order for Fiora Shen to stabilize from this position, but it can't happen.
And the biggest thing here will be that harsh winds, if pursuit is thought about for Pepsicola, it's going to get double the value, because obviously you're going to be frostbiting to units, and those units will not have any attack buffs going forward into the rest of this round. So we'll see exactly what Owe decides to go for. He has to survive first of all, and then once pursuit is used, he can decide how to commit his mana. But harsh winds should be coming out here to try and save the puff cap peddlers, I believe.
Yep, keeps them both alive. Jump blocks the Bright Steel formation. What's interesting, however, is with Relentless Pursuit, you would still be able to give some attack power and at least threaten one more of these Puff Cat Peddlers. I don't believe it's enough bodies in play, however, to actually punch through with enough damage now.
Looks like Ezreal is coming down from what we're seeing there in the cards. So Ezreal comes down, levels up as well with that Harsh Winds. I believe it was the last two triggers necessary for Ezreal to level up. And one more extra, I think, just a body to block with here, because OE is now at 10 HP, and there are, there's a 15 attack Bright Steel formation trying to hit your Nexus. So you need to have at least some blockers.
This is pretty close, I think, right? Because Bright Steel formation is going to re-proc the AoE barrier, so it's going to still get damage. This damage buff from leveled up Shen. The Mystic Shot, I think, is going to seal the deal. However, getting that body off of the board before it gets barrier, before it gets that attack buff, means that you have enough blockers for this. And with Ezreal potentially surviving... Oh no, it looks like they do have to block with all.
I think that's fine, considering there's, a bajillion mushrooms in the deck. There's a Hex Core Foundry as well, and there's going to be 2 draw turns, this one and the next, without a Pursuit in hand, another Pursuit in hand for Pepsicola. So I think it's going to be pretty okay for OE here. We'll see exactly what the draws are and how much mushroom hits Pepsicola gets in the next draw. But yeah, I think also was get excited in hand as well. And no, well, there's a deny actually, so there's a chance to stop it.
This is going to be very... Oh my goodness!
Never mind.
The double draw off of Hexcore. I thought he survived for a second there. So troll. The mushrooms come through at the end. It was... that was the moment. That was the moment. Just open attack with the Spirit's Refuge and try to get, just heal all the way back up to full Nexus health off of the Bright Steel formation. Oh, man, it definitely came down to the end there. Holding the Mystic Shot ended up being so important to take out that Screeching Dragon.
And that is, you can deny, get excited, but you cannot deny the mushrooms coming into your deck at the start of the turn. Hexcore Foundry was there as well for the double draw, 4 and then 2. And that will be game 1 for Owe, so he takes the lead here in this best-of-3 series. And Pepsicola has to find a way to come back into it. We'll see if he decides to stay on Fiora Shen, which is kind of the classic tournament deck that we've seen perform so well in so many different matchups, or decides to go for the Zoe Aphelios deck, which we talked about earlier, and I'm very excited to see as well.
That one I hope we can see in this first match actually does stick with Fiora Shen. So if Owe is able to take the second game with Soraka Tahm Kench, then it will just be a 2-0. We'll have to wait and see about that Aphelios list. Now, the Soraka Tahm Kench into Fiora matchup is a little bit tricky, because Relentless Pursuit is an ever-present threat if you fall behind on board, but at the same time, Tahm Kench can be a really strong card for removing key threats off of the board, things like River Shaper, especially to deny that card draw.
And there's no way to stop the landmark from coming down. So that's one thing as well. There's no denial for the landmark, which is obviously the win condition in most cases for this deck from Owe. So that's definitely a good thing for him looking to this matchup. And there's a lot of protection spells. And this deck, with Challengers and Fiora and Shen, they want to try and kill off units, but it's very hard to do so when you have Soraka, when you have Astral Protection, Bastion, etc. And
with this setup here, Owe is thinking, okay, I need to probably just sacrifice this Boxtopus. You can burn 1 mana. The only way that the trade goes through here is if Pepsicola wants to give up a Sharp Sight, and of course doesn't go for it. This deck still runs 3 copies of Hush despite the nerf, and that's going to be another card that's so important to play around. The same way Pepsicola is going to be trying to keep 4 mana open all the time to threaten Spirit's Refuge and Deny and Riposte. Owie just needs to keep 3 mana open all the time to threaten Hush against that.
There's a Soraka Hover coming in. The Star Spring was just drawn as well. We mentioned obviously the win condition in most cases for this deck, so very important to find that card. If you don't find it, kind of like with Lee Sin in Zoe Lee, it becomes a problem because your win condition is suddenly under attack and you don't really have one in the mid to late game. So important draw here as well. Going to do just double Boxtopus it looks like and see what the Fiora Shen player will respond with on his attack token turn the next turn.
Shen seems like a pretty decent option here. Getting Shen and Fiora in play just lets you mow down any smaller units that Soraka Tahm Kench might need to develop. The issue becomes here that the Star Spring will eventually heal up these Boxtopuses, and you'll have to find some way to get them injured again so that the Star Spring can continue to tick. And if Fiora Shen just doesn't participate in combat, they're perfectly fine with floating mana, drawing cards, setting up their board, waiting for the perfect time to just swing in on you, trade the board, and maybe Relentless Pursuit for a lethal, or eventually get into that Bright Steel formation. So it seems like the matchup, I think, would be in Soraka Tahm Kench's favor initially, but you run into this bottleneck pretty quickly, it looks like.
And the Shen could have been played, but then would have left Fiora a bit vulnerable, considering there's 2 challenger units attacking as well. So instead, it was a Bright Steel Protector. It was the barrier going on Fiora instead. The curve is a bit affected, obviously, for Pepsicola. Loses some mana there as well. And always pretty happy to just play it slow, get the heals on his Boxtopuses, and start getting counters on that Star Spring landmark.
Getting the Soraka set up here is great. It's just a huge blocker. It's something that you, even with Riposte now, you don't really need to worry about too much. And sometimes what you do is you just sacrifice the first Soraka, get the Riposte out of the way. It's one of those cards, I think, where you basically have to give your opponent at least one good trade in order to open up some breathing room for yourself to participate in combat for the rest of the match.
An Astral Protection here could be massive to save off this Boxtopus. It was just top deck this turn. There is 5 mana up for Owie. We'll see what he decides to commit to and what counters there could be to making this play, but I don't think there are much because you get the heal and you get the +4, so it gets, pretty much out of range of anything, including Riposte. So, and you get the heals as well on the landmark. So everything's looking pretty good for Owie. This is a deck that just wants to stabilize the board and just continue playing its own little interactive game, which is getting the counters on this landmark and trying to survive and not, let the opponent do what they want to do with their deck.
Absolutely devastating outcome here. Owie takes the risk against Riposte to put the Soraka into combat there. And now you have these 2 damaged units, and Soraka can just fully heal up this Boxtopus. You probably take something a little bit less risky to kill the Bright Steel Protector. And now with Soraka leveled up, we're going to see a lot more card draw coming out. So now things get more awkward for Pepsicola because the threat of Pale Cascade, the threat of Hush, the threat of another Astral Protection, it just becomes more and more and more likely.
And now with all this health to work with, now it's Owie's turn to start asking the questions and asking Pepsicola, how are you going to keep your units alive when I have challengers? I have Soraka leveled up already. I have 7 spell mana to back up my plays as well. So a lot of different plays to make here, and we'll see what Pepsicola can respond with and if he can keep his units alive, especially Shen and Fiora.
Ooh, I love this. I love this shakedown as well. Get 1 more damage onto the Boxtopus. Get that vulnerable setup as well. Ooh, Owie is getting very, very greedy here. Wants all the damage to come through onto the units.
He still has both the Guiding Touch and Double Pale Cascade, which was, of course, nerfed, but I think in this deck, it's still so valuable to have the cycling, to have the heals as well, that it's still worth running. Same with Hush, like you mentioned before.
So we've got the Sharp Sight on Fiora now to set up to deal 5 damage to the Boxtopus, and this really telegraphs a lot, doesn't it?
And of course, Owie is going to play reactively here, I believe. He doesn't really have to make, once he has the heals ready to go, basically, now he can react to what his opponent wants to do, committing 5 mana on the Concerted Strike, and we'll see what options OE goes for here.
Guiding Touch can boost Rocka up to 6, and decides not to go for it. You have the Wish in hand. You can see there's another Soraka already ready to go, so just let the Concerted Strike go through. Set up some other units. Keep the Star Spring ticking. I think it's very acceptable here.
And the Soraka, like you mentioned, comes down. We get a lot of damage units on the board, and the counter is still ticking on this landmark. So as long as Owi can survive and maybe not play into Fiora's win condition for the most part, he has the units to protect his health total. He has a Broadback Protector as well in hand to play if he does get some damage onto his Nexus. Cythria has always been a problem for this deck because, and as well as Fearsome, because you don't normally have 3 attack units to help block. But in this case, we have the double box to push very early on, and they both survive. So you have quite a few Fearsome blockers here as well.
And now, with Soraka being a 2/7, you still get something that's in play that can block Cythria pretty handily. And again, the threat of Astral Protection or something like that is still so threatening here.
And if you damage a unit quite a bit but don't kill it, then it's even worse than not damaging it at all, because you have a chance to just get a ton of heals off for your Star Spring with something like a Soraka's Wish, for example, or Astral Protection, like you mentioned. So it's always tricky playing against this deck in the attack token turns. You have to know exactly what you're doing and what to play around and what you're playing into, because if not, you could just instantly lose a game with just a single swing.
And unfortunately, with this Star Spring at 14 out of 22, Pepsicola has to take this risk. Only 3 mana to back this up. No single combat.
Place, yeah, no place to make without 3 mana anyway. So it's like he has 0, and now this kind of gives Owi the chance to play anything he wants. He can play Pale Cascade for the plus attack on Soraka. He can play Bastion as well. In this case, it's going to be, I think, the least committal option here, which will be Pale Cascade. You get the kill on Shen as well if you challenge him, and I think that will be the case here. And you're happy with this outcome if you're Owi.
And yeah, taking damage from Cythria is also fine, because if you wanted to, you can set up Broadback Protector here. But again, just letting the Star Spring tick. So now, Guiding Touch, that sets up, and yep, that is going to be the end. Soraka Tahm Kench also performing quite well against Fiora Shen. The double box to push start is exactly what you need in that instance. You have the fearsome blockers for Cythria. You have a little bit more interaction against the board. You stop your opponent from setting up the River Shapers. Really unfortunate for Pepsicola. No Screeching Dragon or anything really powerful there in the mid game to keep things equalized.
I think the biggest thing is, once as a Tahm Kench Soraka player, you get your setup with the Star Spring, with maybe a Soraka that's leveled up, with a few units that have survived the initial few turns, and then you have the spell mana to back up what you have on the board at the moment, then it becomes very, very difficult to claw back into it for some decks. And it was the case here for Fiora Shen. Once they're forced to play proactively and you're able to play reactively with a lot of mana and crazy spells like Astral Protection, like Bastion, it becomes very difficult. So we saw why this deck has been maybe not the most popular deck in recent tournaments, but still a staple and definitely a choice that you can definitely bring to tournaments. And it's a very competitive option with a very unique win condition compared to most decks.
The Soraka Tahm Kench, we didn't even see Tahm Kench either, is the crazy thing. Once you get Tahm Kench down and he starts to eat your units and capture them, there's a lot of decks too that can't deal with Tahm Kench very effectively. And we can see that even without that champion being drawn in the right matchups with the correct draws, Soraka and Starspring just do exactly what she needs to do to win these games. Aoi, really smart lineup for this tournament. Soraka Tahm Kench, as you mentioned, isn't overly popular, but it has that silver bullet effect on the tournament metagame, where if you're predicting that certain things are being brought, then Soraka Tahm Kench is a fantastic option as well. We're seeing a lot of very slow value-based decks coming out, and potentially now with players rotating away from Draven Ezreal, which was very, very, very popular for a long time. There's going to be less Scorched Earth, less landmark removal. And, after seeing that game, I've got high hopes for Soraka Tahm Kench to make a really heavy dent in this bracket today.
And of course, that win was a 2-0 win for Owi over Pepsicola, getting revenge for that EU Masters final loss that France endured against Portugal. So maybe all is right in the world with that win for Owi. He moves on, of course, to the semifinals of this tournament. And Pepsicola is not out yet. There is, of course, double elimination. So there is a loser's bracket, and Pepsicola will try and fight his way through that loser's bracket and try and make it back for the grand final at the end of this tournament. But it's a tough road. Not everyone can do it. It's definitely, mentally taxing as well.
Mm-hmm.
But if someone can do it, I think Pepsicola is a proven, great player. So I think he has a chance as well. I think we're going to hop into a different game as well. One of the quarterfinals is still concluding just a bit. We'll see what games are still available and try and bring you some more Runeterra action.
And when it comes to Fiora Shen, I think we've seen it time and time again. It's a deck that if it draws what it needs, the pressure is just immense. I think we saw a pretty tame showing from Fiora Shen, right? No, I don't think a single River Shaper was seen in both of those games. And again, that's another really important card for kind of getting the train up and running. The right seal formations really came out in force, but you don't want to draw them that early. And as you get to play more games, that variance will even out, and we'll see how things go from there. The other deck, again, in Pepsicola's lineup, the Aphelios Zoe, I think is going to cover a lot more matchups as well as we move through the bracket. Aphelios is a new champion that has been putting in so much work in so many different decks. And again, just taking that great card, putting it in a deck archetype that's already seen very consistent tournament play and players really respect is, just a solid call. And it looks like we do have the next match locked in. It's going to be Cassus and Dina. Cassus is currently up 1-0. So we'll see how that goes from here.
And Cassus is, of course, a player that we've seen before on Fight Nights. We've seen as well in the EU Masters with Romania, a very strong player as well. And has a chance. Playing Fiora Shen definitely has a chance to win here because he's 1-0 up and he's playing a pretty strong deck. We're going to see a lot of Fiora Shen this tournament. We're also going to see a lot of Aphelios. We haven't seen it last match because Pepsicola stuck to Fiora Shen, but a few players have brought it. So fingers crossed we will be able to at least showcase Aphelios and what he can do in a competitive setting as well throughout this tournament.
Now, Dina again has brought a Moonlight Fearsomes list. And this one has been really, really, really strong. Fearsomes in general is another one of these decks that in specific weeks of tournaments, it can just do so much work. This is going to be one of the natural predators of Soraka Tahm Kench. And now here, using the Moonlight Affliction defensively in order to save the board here, we can tell, Fiora, Shen, Screeching Dragon, the curve has happened for Cassus, and Dina is now fighting from behind.
And Dina, for those who may not know, he's from Finland, and he just actually qualified for the now non-existent Duels of Runeterra Shurima tournament, which now, for reasons, has ceased to exist. But he made it to the qualifiers and made it as the top 6 from Eurasia. So showing he has the level to be here, of course, which is why he was invited. And someone that, maybe not a lot of people are familiar with him just yet, but he has a chance here to make a name for himself in this tournament.
And we saw it last week with Rico Rex, these players that come out of nowhere to make a really big splash, start manipulating the metagame, and just become better known. And so Fight Night EU is, of course, not just a contention, a contending ground for these high-level players that are already known. It's also a crucible for these new players to come out and make a name for themselves. So now, when you're staring down this board with Fiora Shen, what do you do?
It's difficult. I think that the same way I mentioned that with the Tom Soraka list, once they get the initial setup and then you go into when you have 9-10 mana per turn, you have all these spells to back it up. If you have a River Shaper as well to draw you cards, it becomes very difficult because they have so many ways to protect and buff and just outplay you when it comes to the stack with spells. So looking at the board state right now, it's clearly a big disparity between the current board states, and it's going to be pretty tough for Dina to come back into it. And still, Cassus is at 12 HP, so still fairly healthy as well. I'm not entirely sure why Dina's cards are in, I believe it's Japanese, considering he's from Finland, but I guess I have some research to do throughout this tournament to find out what that mystery is all about.
And Frenzied Skitterer, at this point, you're just getting bodies in play, trying to survive to the harrowing, I imagine. If you look at the board right now, there's 8, 11, 12 damage potentially coming through if you only have one unit in play. And it's so early in the game, the Harrowing cannot come down yet. If
And the
you
biggest,
float this mana, you can play it next round, yeah, but then you're worried about deny.
yeah, the biggest thing in this matchup is that, I mean, you're playing Harrowing for 9 mana, and your opponent has a 4 mana answer in Deny that can just shut you down entirely. So it's not currently in hand for Cassus, and there's no River Shaper to draw into it or to help draw into it, but it's something that obviously we have full information, we can make these calls, but Dina has no idea. And it's a bad moment when you have to think, I have to play Harrowing into possibility of Deny, and I might just lose the game on the spot once that mana swing occurs.
And again, it's a huge risk to take. Frenzied Skitterer, just to get a body in play against your opponent's open attack, is just going to buy you potentially another turn. And now the board is now completely full. And this is going to be just the damage coming around the sides. Double Greenglade Caretaker. These are going to get buffed up as soon as Shen attacks. And here's the Relentless Pursuit to finish things off here.
And you're at 16 HP if you're Dina, but yeah, there's a lot coming at you on this attack, so it's going to be pretty scary here. And we mentioned Harrowing, but you're not even close to even playing Harrowing next turn either, and you have to survive this turn to start things off. So it's going to get pretty difficult here in this matchup. He's obviously 1-0 down, so losing this match would mean he loses the best of 3, and he would have to drop down to the loser's bracket like Pepsicola and try and fight his way back up to the grand finals.
This, again, the Fearsome lineup has been one that's had such success in certain weeks, and then in other weeks not so much. It's just, it comes down to, unfortunately, as a very meta-dependent deck. And right now, Fiora Shen, with a curve like this, most decks would crumple to this, not just Fearsomes. And as you move up to the loser's bracket, potentially, you're going to be hitting perhaps some of the better matchups that are favored for your deck. And you have to remember, Dina's other list that was brought today, not just the Fearsome one, is again the Bannerman. It's a Bannerman deck. So this sort of board-based tempo that we really haven't seen brought in other forms to the tournament yet today. Against anything that's not Fiora Shen, which basically specializes in beating other board-based decks, might see some success.
And Dina survives on 1 HP, but I don't think he will be surviving this attack. Looks like it's going to be, a minus 37 there, possibly for Dina. So he loses this match. He loses the best of 3. He drops down, like you mentioned, to the loser's bracket, but he has a chance to try and make it back in and fight for that, the glory and the prize pool, of course, in this Fight Night tournament.
And we'll see if Pepsicola and Dina can keep up their success here in the loser's bracket to fight their way back up. And we will get back after we take a check-in with the bracket now. Pepsicola again and Dina knocked down to the bottom, but Aoi and Cassus moving up through. We're still waiting on the victor between Rico Rex and Key, and then First Pink Beaver and Faul.
I think we will be going to a break, and we'll check that out after this break, see what the results are, and move on to the semifinals of this tournament as well.
Hello, everyone, and just to give you a quick summation, we are jumping into the third match of Rico Rex versus Key. Rico Rex, our champion from last week, taking it all the way to Game 3 here in the first stage of the bracket.
And this is still the quarterfinal match, so we had, two very quick matches we were casting, so we're going to jump into the third one, not the usual case with these Fight Night tournaments, but just worked out this way for this tournament. So we'll check out who is able to take the win here and who will end up dropping down to the losers bracket to start things off. Rico Rex apparently found out that there is a bit of overwhelm in target, so he's like, all right, it's time to go in. He threw, what he told us last time, he searches in the keyword, puts in overwhelm, and just adds every card in the deck that has it. So with the addition of some new overwhelm fighters and Grandfather Rome as well, he's able to find a target overwhelm deck.
Oh my goodness, the Cloven Way. Now this card again has Nightfall, where it stuns a unit, and if that unit is a follower, it will be stunned again at the beginning of the next round. We can see from Key's board there are no stuns currently, so these probably have been in play for several rounds already, but now with the boost from Ramul, the gems coming through, we see Rising Spell Force in hand. The swing is going to be immense here next round, and I'm looking forward to it.
There is lifesteal on this Eclipse Dragon though, so there's a chance to, one, help it survive with this Pill Cascade being played on it as well, and get a very juicy 9 attack lifesteal there, going back up to 19, which is pretty important against a deck that is somewhat aggressive with Overwhelm as the main keyword here for Rico Rex.
So the question becomes here, right? We see the Scryer, we can see that Sister has already been played. Rico Rex, we saw last week, was developing and did not care about any punishment happening. And so at this point, you're like, do they have Falling Comet? Like, what's going on here? If you look at Key's deck, this is, again, the Shadow Isles, Targon sort of specialty, but it doesn't have Vengeance or Ruination. It's just Atrocity here.
Yeah, it's very similar to what Pepsicola was bringing as well, just the similar shell with the Invoke package and mostly Targon cards, plus a splash of Atrocities, and in some cases Black Spear. In this case, it's only Atrocity that's being splashed here from Shadow Isles for Key. We don't have his hand right now, so we're kind of, unusually in the dark here as casters, but we're at 11 mana available, so you definitely normally have a lot of options from invoked spells, etc., especially at slow speed. Or a Mountain Scry here to make things even cheaper going forward and get some extra value for the Allegiance Invoke deck.
And looking at Key's board, while it is wide, the HP is low, and that's exactly what you want to see with, an Overwhelm list. I suppose the only card you have to be very worried about, of course, is Hush. With 7 mana open, that means that Key is potentially on double Hush to survive. We've got 23 Overwhelm damage, I believe, coming through here, and with Calibrum taking out a body, that is going to be tons of damage still finding its way through to the Nexus.
There could be still potential for an Atrocity lethal here for Key. There's a gem we see there in hand. It's the only card we do actually see in hand, which would be 1 mana to get the Eclipse Dragon up to 8, and then you could Atrocity for 6 mana. And
is that a gem? I thought it was Dusk Petal Dust. Oh man, this is so exciting.
It could be, actually. You're right. It might not be a gem, actually. I think that might make more sense, to be honest. So we don't even have. So we have 1 card available, and even then, I mess it up. I can't even.
No, we only see a little bit of text in the Targon symbol.
My eyesight is not what it used to be. I am, struggling here. I cannot see that small amount of text that's available.
But several I'm gonna come through here. With this connecting, it will grant lifesteal now to Rico Rex. We're gonna see another huge swing coming through for life totals here. And again, with this connecting, Spell Shield is on Grandfather Ramul, so no Hush being able to take this away potentially. This is exactly what Rico Rex needs to buy another couple rounds. Aphelios, when you're low on cards, just levels up and starts to carry.
And we don't really know what answers Key does have for 6 mana, so we'll see what kind of answers he might have, what kind of damage he can deny here from these overwhelmed units. He maybe has a Hush. He can't use it on Grandfather Raloom, as you mentioned, but he does have other targets that he can hit. So, I mean, we're used to seeing Rico Rex never get punished. We'll see if at this point he does get punished, and we'll find out all together, because Key has, a mysterious hand here that we don't know anything about.
And Rico Rex being very particular about which unit to buff here with Mentor of the Stones. Putting the buff onto Grandfather Ramul is probably the best outcome, again, because you're just getting extra attack power on top of the lifesteal. But I like this spread. 3 huge units now knocking on Key's door.
Look at the options that there might be here for Key, looking at the spells he has. Atrocity can still be used for 6 mana as a defensive spell instead of going face. You can't get lethal with it at the moment, but you can at least try and kill off one of these units. And there's really nothing that Rico can do in terms of helping protect his units. There could be a Moonlight Affliction.
The one of Moonlight Affliction coming through to stop this. Rising Spell Force still available to push through. 8 damage at the very least is going to come through, and it clears the Eclipse Dragon.
And you are getting at least good trades here, but you're denying, obviously, the chance at lethal here for Rico Rex. 19 HP for Key. He's still very healthy. You're going to get lifesteal back as well with the Raloom. So that's definitely a good situation here for Rico Rex, but not quite game-winning and not quite lethal just yet.
So, again, the trades going through here is really important. You're sidestepping the damage, but you need to get these out of the way. Now, Grandfather Ramul is the big unit that is the only big unit left that Key really needs to worry about. If there's some other spell potentially that can pop this spell shield, you can just hit it with a Sunburst or something. But when you look at these invoke lists, everything they have that targets is extremely expensive. And Rico Rex is not going to let up the pressure from this point and is not going to give Key a chance to spend 12 mana or 11 mana just to clear this big unit.
That being said, Rico Rex is running out of fuel at the moment. His hand, obviously, Aphelios is going to try and help with that, but there's some life still coming in now here as well. There's an elusive unit that he cannot block, and his hand is a bit limited. He has Beam, which could be, great value, but not in this current board state or situation. And he's missing out on some of that card advantage that he might need to close out the game. So we'll see what ends up happening here for Rico Rex and if he can do it next turn.
So now we've got the double gem in order to phase into Gravitum. And Rico Rex familiarizing himself, of course, with the moon weapons. It's really important to pick the right phase in order to get the next weapon you might need. You have the option here between Crescendum and Infernum. Infernum grants Overwhelm and extra stats, so Rico Rex, of course, needs to take that one. Crescendum is just going to summon a 2-drop.
But the stun here is, of course, very important because you're stunning the lifesteal unit, which means that Key is still going to be now at 7 HP, and you have a chance to get a lethal next turn because it's a stun that stuns for 2 turns, not just this turn.
And Aphelios levels up, so now the moon weapons are going to be starting to get freely generated, and this is going to give so many more stuns and so much more utility to Rico Rex's pretty empty hand. Crescendum, again, has potential to pull a Mountain Goat, Shield Bearer, and Startled Stomper, it looks like, based on the deck list. But with the lifesteal unit being stunned, Grandfather Ramul might just be able to swing in with the Rising Spell Force and the gems for just an open attack lethal.
And the Spell Shield, of course, coming in very clutch for Ramul. It's kind of, the protection it has, and one of the big reasons why I think it's being played for Rico Rex. To get the value from protecting your big threat that your opponent has to deal with is immeasurable in this case. And it might just be enough to really, do a lot of damage and maybe just win the game for Rico Rex, just riding on this single unit, which I would have never thought in a million years that you would ever say, the game's gonna, be decided by Grandfather Ramul of all cards.
So again, stacking the gem, going for the Thermo Beam here to generate another moon weapon. And what this does, right, is it clears the Aphelios, and this is going to allow Rico Rex to potentially develop, right? You don't have to worry about Aphelios generating an extra moon weapon. Those are the cheap targets that this deck really needs in order to pop Spell Shield and threaten Ramul. And with this now 11 overwhelm damage threatening, it puts Key on what? Star Shaping to survive?
And even then, there's going to be, Rising Spell Force is going to be a few things in hand that Rico Rex can use to get even more damage as well. And with the Spell Shield, you have the guarantee that you're not playing into something like a Hush, for example. You feel a bit safer. You have to, have a few more answers if you are Key. So we'll see what ends up happening. This attack token turn won't matter too much, I believe, for Key. He can get some damage in, but he'd be giving bad trades to Rico Rex. He can attack with the elusive units, of course.
Getting in with a Zoe would be really important too, because then you're generating maybe Equinox or Crescent Strike, another cheap unit that can a cheap card to pop the Spell Shield and set up to potentially answer their Grandfather Removal. Again, there's 3 copies of Hush. The 1 copy of Moonlight Affliction has already been used to prevent lethal from a couple rounds ago, and so now with Severum being cast onto the Silver Sister, that lifesteal has gone through, and now both players are once again extremely healthy.
But there is a stun still occurring on the Golden Sister. It's a double stun because it is a follower, so you don't have that lifesteal. The lifesteal was only for that round on the Silver Sister, so Rico still has a chance to go for a big swing here and potentially win the game with these Overwhelm units. He has drawn into the Cloven Way, so another Overwhelm unit that he can play and will sneak in at least a little bit of damage on these fairly low health followers that Key doesn't have on the board right now. And his board's full, so anything he wants to play to maybe get a better block in, he has to kind of overwrite value, which isn't usually great in this late game.
And it is important to note that you have to make sure to cast that Moon Weapon for Aphelios to generate the other one on the phase. And so Severum into Calibrum looks like was the selection there for Rico Rex.
And sometimes with the Moon Weapons, it's just that complex, not only remembering, what does what and how to navigate through the weapons, but also just maybe not even thinking about the transition to the next weapon, but the one after that, chaining off of the one you're picking there. Maybe in the defense turn last turn, he's going for a certain weapon to play it now and then go into another weapon this turn as well. So it's pretty complex. I haven't been playing much of Helios yet, so I'm still, in the spectator seat, watching and learning as we go. But for the players to really, get a grasp on it in just a few days, it's quite difficult. And we'll see if there's a lot of Aphelios in this tournament. So we'll see what player has managed to really get a very good grasp of the mechanics that are quite new and pretty complex.
With the board state the way it is, for sure, Rico Rex is taking their time to read up on these cards, calculate the different Moon Weapon paths to result in victory here. Getting the Calibrum gives you a little bit of removal. Gravitum has proven to be extremely potent, and maybe Aphelios starts phasing into Crescendum, where you're going to be pulling 2 drops out of the deck and maybe try to go wide against this board. Key does still have this Mountain Scryer sitting there, generating a ton of value. There's the ever-present threat of Zoe potentially leveling up from this position. Even when you think she can't, your opponent just builds up and builds up and builds up. Now with Moonglow, this is going to protect the Silver Sister from getting stunned, and now the elusive damage is going to put Rico Rex on a clock here.
And with Zoe, when she's played it, very first turn of the game, you normally think, okay, have 5 or 6 turns before she has any chance of leveling up. But when it comes to the late game and you're suddenly seeing these chains of cards with Invoke and Aphelios now being played as well, she can level up in 2 turns. So you have to be very wary, because once she does level up, things get pretty hairy if you're facing that and seeing a full board of elusives or units with lifesteal, for example.
So here's the Infernum now connecting, going to give Aphelios Overwhelm alongside his quick attack, and Calibrum now waiting too. Rising Spell Force is still a really potent buff. Key now is just keeping mana open, probably for Hush, probably for Star Shaping. The Cloven Way, again, the Silver Sister cannot be stunned, but the Cloven Way is also going to stop this Mountain Goat.
He's going to stun the unit with the most health, of course, here, the Mountain Goat, and the fact that it can get another gem as well, but goes for the stun here. Now, 2 units on the board here for Key are useless, and we'll see if he decides to overwrite, or if he wants to use this last remaining 7 spell mana to just try and go for some counterplay on the stack with some spells.
Yeah, Rising Spell Force is so strong here, again, not just for the damage potential, but just for saving your unit due to the quick attack and keeping the Overwhelm units alive, so they're constantly threatening your opponent on potentially an open attack. It has been something that Rico Rex has done beautifully over the course of the game. So there is the overwrite like you predicted, and the attack is finally coming through.
And we'll see with only 5 mana, what Key can do here to stop a lethal from coming through. He has 12 HP and the Spell Force is still in hand and can add another +4 to one of these Overwhelm units to try and push even more damage once a response comes in from Key. And looks like it's only Star Shaping, so no Hush is going to do it here. I think it's going to be enough with Rising Spell Force here. No Lifesteal, of course. Ramu already hitting 410 all by himself. Another 4 there is going to pretty much almost seal the deal. Going to be 1 HP off. And I think there will be enough Overwhelm on both the Cloven Way and Aphelios to seal the deal here for Rico Rex.
So really important again, Silver Sister going to block the highest Overwhelm. So that's going to be 7, 11 damage, 15, I think, coming through. So with Rising Spell Force, this should be lethal through these blocks. Rico Rex taking the time to check the math. Now, it's important to remember that the Oracle's Eye apparently is currently a little bit bugged, because with the new cards in play, it doesn't know how to do math. It can't function correctly. And there it is.
It's going to be lethal for Rico Rex. He wins this 3rd game of his best of 3 series, and he takes the series win here and moves on to semifinal. So Rico Rex still on his same warpath with the same strategy. You know, everyone could have just prepared for Rico Rex. He's going to bring Overwhelm no matter what. He brings it, and he still manages to win with yet another new deck. We talked about it in the interview last week when he won the tournament. You know, if he had any new ideas, anything spicy he was trying to conjure or mess around with, and it looks like he does have something pretty spicy and manages to find a win with it as well, while including Aphelios. So big props to Rico Rex and a big win for him.
Yeah, the new cards coming through heavy there, and another new card, Grandfather Rabul, played live for you on stream. So the best of 3 coming through there. Rico Rex stays in the winner's bracket, and we'll see if he can continue this run to be a 2-time champion. We'll find out after this break. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU. We just had a really explosive third match with the last week's winner, Rico Rex, and we're going to be moving on to the next stage of the bracket. We have the players locked in for you already. It's going to be Cassus versus CDS Faul.
And yeah, it's going to be an exciting match for sure. Cassus, someone we saw last week, someone that has been in EU matches as well. A great player, very young player as well. So one of these young prodigies really making a name for themselves on the esports scene here in EU. And he has two very strong and I guess veteran decks as well, because it's Fiorashen and it's Fuel the Rush, which are decks that we've been seeing for a long time in tournament settings that have proven to be great in so many different matchups. And yeah, a very solid lineup, I think. Consistent, solid lineup. No crazy removals, no crazy new cards, just the good old proven decks. And Faul also in the EU Masters tournament for Spain. They had a pretty fantastic run. I think people really underrated them going into it. And I'm going to be a bit biased here, but Spain in the past month has been really, a lot of players have been really proving they have what it takes to also be, a top country in EU. And Faul moving on to semifinals and has a chance here against Cassus to try and move on to the winners final, which would be, I think, a great accomplishment for him as well.
The Spanish scene in general, I think, has had a reputation for not just overcoming expectations, especially, just competing in the really strong overall scene of Europe in general, but also being very innovative, bringing a lot of really spicy lists, not afraid to experiment. And Foal has really shown us, especially with his lineup that's been brought today with like Fizz TF, right? A list that everybody has been sort of clamoring about and talking about, saying that it's quite strong. We did see uh, Marcus actually bring this list to some mild success last week. And this list, as we know, has, despite its straightforward, elusive aggro appearance, does have a pretty high learning curve.
And it has its really bad matchups. Anivia has found a bit of a resurgence as well, especially now with Gluttony added as a new card. Could give it even more of a boost in play rate, but online especially, it's a deck that is very, very strong. Some players found a lot of success. JR01, Japanese player or Asian player playing an EU ladder, he got to the top one with it, and kind of really popularized it quite a bit. And I think it was all you could see for a little while, a week or so ago. And it's still very strong, of course, TF is, but it has its big counters, anything that can board clear and really deal with all these elusive Burble Fishes and Spray Fins and Twisted Fate that all have very little health. Something like an Avalanche, for example, can be a disaster. So I think Foul definitely wants to dodge the Feel the Rush matchup with this TF Fizz.
And that is, again, one angle that the players do consider with their lineups. It's not just about what are you bringing overall, but the individual games. What deck are you going to lead off with? I do like seeing this stress testing. This is one of the new cards that we just got in the Aphelios expansion, and it removes fleeting from cards. So this will make pick a card a lot more usable and make Pool Shark potentially a lot more usable as well.
And I like this version of TFS quite a bit as well. There's about 5 or 6 cards you can kind of switch around a little bit with Pool Sharks and Jury Rig and get excited and suit ups or gotchas, for example. So there's some open slots, and stress testing, because it's essentially a cycling card that most times they're going to discard and just cycle to the next card. It allows TF to have a bit more explosive level up opportunity,
Hmm.
and it gives you a chance to maybe play less cards than you would need to in a deck, because it's just a cycling card. It's not like a cantrip. It's not really there. And you can just play better or just less cards, which means you're going to have more consistent results as well. But I like the one of. I think one of or two of is okay. Three of might be a bit too clunky.
And we'll see how this goes through, right? The good thing about the deck is, just because of the fleeting and the rummages, if you're getting some of these clunkier draws, it's pretty easy to fix your hand. And hopefully, the players will recognize that, as you talked about, the deck has a lot of angles, a lot of lines of play that you can adapt to. And yeah, it's a really great deck, again, when you find the right matchups and you're confident in your ability to pilot it.
And the biggest kind of not really, a very clear buff to the deck with the new cards that were released is the fact that stress testing is a 1 mana card. So you
Hmm.
can get it from Burblefish as well. So that immediately makes that pool a little bit better, a little bit spicier, and it's a bit of an added, consistency bonus where you can, get some better options like stress testing, like counterfeit copies, like, just overall a little bit better consistency and better results for Burblefish, which is already a very strong card and now even stronger. But we're looking here right away. It's going to be Feel the Rush for Cassus, and it's going to be Lee Zoe for Faul.
So again, as you mentioned, you want to avoid this Feel the Rush matchup with the Fizz deck, and so getting Lee Sin, a combo deck into this control deck is going to be immense. The Feel the Rush, it's going to be so difficult to set it up against a deck that potentially threaten you with Deny. Eye of the Dragon on turn 2, just to get this up and running, get a little bit of chip damage here in the early mid game is fantastic for Faul. And Cassus, no ramp in hand currently.
No ramp, but does have the single copy of Flash Freeze he has in the deck, which is very, very important in this matchup against Lee Sin. Once you get that huge lethal combo turn that Faul wants to try and find in a few turns. That's a pretty early deep man. Obviously, he knows he's not going to be in any kind of threat early on. No pressure really from Feel the Rush. Both decks that want to ramp up to these huge threats later on, and goes for a very costly deep man instead. Tries to get some more options going to the next few turns here, but he does have Lee Sin in hand, which is something that can be sometimes the problem as well with this deck. That is one little mini objective out of the way.
Yeah, going for the deep meditation there I think is fine. You know that the matchup is going to be pretty slow, and you just want to cycle through your deck as quickly as possible to get that Deny. Wow, Grasp of the Undying being used on the Zoe here. Doesn't want the threat, I think, I would imagine, of Crescent Strike popping up later on in the game to stifle the Feel Rush. You can tell that Cassus is really confident in that win condition.
And usually we see here both players kind of playing very expensive plays and not getting the ideal value out of things like the Grasp, like the Deep Med. But because the early game is usually so slow for both of these decks and there's not really that much pressure, I think you're able to really play under the usual value and not get too punished for it.
And Double Tavern Keeper is fantastic here, right? It's one of the few early game units in the deck, and it's great for just threatening this Eye of the Dragon, getting some damage through. And because you're playing against an OTK deck, the HP doesn't matter. It doesn't hurt as bad when you're missing out on that healing. So swinging in here, just going to get some damage on the Lee Sin, and getting a little bit of Nexus damage. What it does matter is chipping away at potentially Lee Sin's health now, so that Tryndamere maybe can come through, or just something really big to finish off with this Overwhelm.
There's a Guiding Touch coming out right away. Of course, Faul had the 3 spell mana to back up the Lee Sin last turn anyway, so he had the chance to protect it, which is why he went for that block there. And that kind of gave Cassus some information as well about his hand. You don't want to kind of risk Lee Sin dying at all in the mid game. It would be pretty detrimental to your game plan. So in the end, I think pretty healthy here for Faul. Going for more card draw, getting a few heals here with Guiding Touch, just cycling through his deck, and getting the barrier now on Lee Sin to challenge this 3-3.
And this is great, I think. Like, here it is, Withering Wail to pop the barrier, healing up a little bit. Doesn't really matter, of course. It's all about removal at this point. You don't care that you're missing out on the healing. You're just doing chip damage to this Lee Sin. And what this does is it forces your opponent to keep using spells over and over and over again to keep Lee Sin barriered up to protect against another Withering Wail or Avalanche or Icequake. And I think what Cassus is doing here is trying to just run Faul out of resources in hand.
But I mean, he has a pretty full hand, so I'm not sure that's going to be happening anytime soon. Forced to use Concussive Palm here, though, to stop this damage from hitting Lee Sin, because Withering Wail takes off the barrier. You have Nobifies, but you cannot Nobify Withering Wail or Avalanche. And the Avalanche threat after that hit would have, potentially threatened the Lee Sin with a kill there. So had to use Concussive Palm instead, and now going to lose most of his board because of it.
Protecting Lee Sin is the be-all, end-all, but overall, using a Concussive Palm to do so is such a pretty good outcome, I think, for Cassus. Even though Feel the Rush isn't really going to be an option to get your big units into play all at once, just playing them out naturally, playing the Tryndamere on 8, and swinging in with an Overwhelm unit, Concussive Palm was potentially one of the big threats against getting those attacks to connect.
And this is a very dangerous Zenith play here for Faul. He did not have Deny last turn to stop the Withering Wail or the Avalanche. There's a lot of information for Cassus. Now the Vengeance is a threat, still 5 mana up for Faul, so he can at least bluff that he has. Now he can't. Well, he gets the attune now, so he still can bluff. He has Deny, but he doesn't have it in hand. So we'll see if, Cassus respects it. He thinks the Deny might still be there, doesn't want to play into it, doesn't want to, overspend too much mana on the Vengeance, and Faul gets away with the bluff there.
Gets away with it. The attune coming in so clutch there to put Faul back up to 4 mana. Cassus, very cautious player, of course. This is only the this is the only copy of Vengeance in the list and needs to wait for the perfect moment. I think it's basically going to come down to, when the chips are all down, you're probably going to be forced into the Vengeance. And also, by floating the mana there, you're setting up for some stronger plays further down the road. Tryndamere looking like a decent play, but you have to worry about this Lee Sin now.
And of course, we were on, turn 7, and there has been, a deep med, 2 guiding touches. So there's been a lot of cycling and a big, a lot of chance that deny could be in hand. You just didn't want to deny Withering Whale or Avalanche because they weren't killing your Lee Sin. It's not that important, even if most of your board is clear. So it could definitely still be in hand there for Foul. It isn't right now. We definitely know that, but Cassus is not. And that's kind of the key piece of information that both of these players are playing with.
I love the pass there, right? You're still building up your Lee Sin. You're still fishing for spells. And there's the Bastion, which is phenomenal. Fortunately, Vile Feast is going to be able to pop that. And I imagine that late in the game, some sort of Vile Feast Vengeance thing could be a really clutch play for Cassus to prevent a lethal, especially with the Zenith Blades stacking up this Lee Sin, giving him more HP to live against the removal.
The Hush will be pretty massive here on the Tryndamere for this attack here. There's no Concussive Palm to try and just stop the attack outright. There is a Vile Feast to pop a barrier from Lee Sin if he ends up going in as a blocker, so we'll see what Foul ends up going for here. It gives a Zenith Blade to Mountain Goat instead to try and, not play all into that Vengeance, which he doesn't have a deny. He knows it's a threat, but he wants to be careful about putting too many buffs on Lee Sin, let's say, or too much value onto that Lee Sin by itself.
Yeah, and so what this allows you to do is, because it buffs the Mountain Goat up to a 4/4, you just can threaten this value trade, get gems. This is something that, again, this Lee Sin deck is starting to struggle with, running out of spells potentially to continuously give Lee Sin the keywords that he needs and to buff him up. The Nopifies are very reactive.
I would have been, I think, happy blocking with Lee Sin on Tryndamere because it gives you the chance to use those Nopifies, use your mana efficiently, and get some value out of the Nopifies, which are very reactive cards, like you mentioned. So you can't really get the value out of them proactively. You have to kind of react to your opponent's plays, and I think it would have been a fine trade getting the Vile Feast for the Nopify, but ends up going for the safer play instead, possibly. Goes for that Lee Sin. Survive. Tryndamere, of course, gets hushed and dies. So huge swing there in favor of Foul.
Yeah, the Hush, so that it negates Tryndamere's level up and he fully dies. Really important. Still no Feel the Rush for Cassus. He's been playing around Deny this whole time. The arguments to be made that maybe forcing with the Vengeance earlier, if they had Deny, maybe you get them to cash in 1, and would have been an opportunity to clear the Lee Sin. Really unfortunate that, again, it's with such an expensive spell, the risk is just compounded when you want to go for that. Does my opponent have Deny? And
Deny has been found now with the deep med. It was found this turn. It was top deck, so there is that Deny now available. But the Flash Freeze, we see it all the way on the left part of the hand for Cassus. It's been waiting for its moment to shine for 17 turns, and this is the chance it has now to pretty much completely deny the attack bust from Lee Sin if Foul tries to go for some kind of a lethal turn here.
And Ice Quake now being played. This is, again, 3 damage AoE and also drains 3 attack from every enemy.
Foul trying to keep the Eye of the Dragon alive here. It's kind of the lifesteal engine unit that can really get a lot of value if it sticks to the board. So trying to make Cassus, play a little bit more into trying to kill this Eye of the Dragon, maybe commit a bit more mana, and that way Lee Sin can, guarantee survive and maybe hit for considerable amount of damage here.
So again, Withering Whale to pop the barrier on Lee Sin, make sure it takes the damage from this Ice Quake, but this is going to be all of Cassus's mana.
Now, I'm not sure what the best option here would be for Foul with 8 mana still up. He can, of course, deny either of these spells, but I think he wants to save the deny for a do or die moment where Lee Sin is being threatened to get killed, obviously. Here with now 0 mana for Cassus, that means that that's all he has. This is his entire hand. And yeah, I think Foul is sticking to the game plan of only using deny when he really needs to save this Lee Sin from dying.
Yeah, save the deny for Vengeance or even Feel the Rush now that you have the Bastion to protect Lee Sin. Again, you're worried about Vile Feast and you have the Nopify. Everything, looking at the tools in Foul's hand, the pieces are all in place to keep this Lee Sin alive, almost guaranteed. And again, with the deny to stop Cassus's win condition. And just going to pass back here. Notably, Lee Sin if you don't have any units in play, he can't dragon kick you. So there's just 6 damage being threatened right now.
The big brain play by Cassus, he does have the Field of Rush that he has just drawn into, so he has a chance to create a pretty threatening lethal of his own in a few turns, or on the next attack token turn, not this one, because he's only at 10 mana now, so he has to wait a little bit more. But both players playing very passively. Obviously, at this mana range, you can do a lot in both of these decks. There's some very powerful swings, and you have to be very careful what you're walking into.
So Deep Mad drawing even more tools, even more reactivity. Now we've got double Bastion, double Deny. The Lee Sin, yeah, it's there. The protection is there. The combo is there. But Cassus is just not going to summon any units. Now that the attack token is already going through, go ahead and throw the Deny on the Vengeance on the stack, right? Bait out the Deny. And now, what's the next move from here? You have to put something in play to stop this Lee Sin deck eventually.
A Bastion here is the easy choice. Going to be a Vile Feast to try and take off both, or just a Spell Shield rather, but Noblify comes in to answer, and still 2 mana up now for Faul, so cannot use any more Denies, but doesn't really need to because Flash Freeze is burst speed. Takes off that's the Spell Shield now, and it's going to be, it's going to be the Vengeance going through. It's the triple stack, and he finds the way to kill this Lee Sin, so yeah, that was a tough one for Faul.
Now, with Lee Sin down, Cassus, all he needs to do is just keep on drawing, looking for this Ledros. There is a 1 of Ledros in the deck as well. So I think that might be the condition that Cassus is looking for. Ledros Atrocity, Avalanche, very well timed here. Just again to take out another Deny potentially. I don't think Faul really values this Zoe too much. We did see Faul go out of the way to protect Zoe last time.
And not using Deny last turn over the Bastion, I think was maybe greedy going for the extra attack on Lee Sin as well. But in the end of the day, there was a way for Cassus to break through that entire spell stack and still get the Vengeance to connect. And you had 2 Denies as well, so you had the chance to deny both Field of Rush and the Vengeance. So maybe a big greedy from Faul. Definitely punish in this case. Doesn't have a Lee Sin in hand. I talked about it at the beginning of the game. You kind of need Lee Sin to win these games, and when the first one's gone, you don't have the second one in hand, it can become very problematic.
Usually the other win condition in these lists without the Lee Sin is getting some sort of early game setup with Zoe, Sparklefly, Mentor of the Stones. You sort of get that snowball up and running. But the only early game unit we really saw was Eye of the Dragon. The Mountain Goat, Mentor of the Stones, nowhere to be seen. So Faul is locked specifically, I think, into this Lee Sin OTK. Has to get another one out of the deck somehow.
At this point, has to keep the Deny mana up at any time that his opponent has the 12 mana available, or else that could be, I mean, he still has Hush to maybe answer maybe the Tryndamere, but it would be, very a detriment, of course, to let that spell go through. So at this point, it's going to be a lot of stalling, I think, until something like a Ledros is found, something like a Lee Sin is found, where it can kind of accelerate the pace of this game.
And there it is, the Ledros finally coming through. It's important to remember that Faul does have 2 copies of Hush. One was spent earlier on the Tryndamere. So in order to keep this Ledros from cycling continuously, is going to have to find that second Hush. Concussive Palm to stop the attack here. Zoe can't block Fearsome.
There's going to be the easy trade here, a little bit of cycling here as well off the Abyros and Sentry death for Cassus. Tries to find a few more options going to the late game. He has a lot of great, powerful spells, but they all get countered by Deny, other than Catalyst. But Catalyst, of course, not too useful now. Heals for 3, but the ramping isn't really too relevant once you're at 10 mana. And Trundle is at least an option here. A unit you can be played here. But now the big threat is maybe even Zoe. If she sticks to the board, we talked about her leveling up very quickly. When you're in the late game, you can play so many spells every single round. It could be a problem if there isn't a clear answer here from Cassus.
Zoe potentially with an open attack here to get the star chart. Could get an Equinox as well to cleanse this Ledros. That way you don't get that repeatable damage. The big body is still in play for this Atrocity. And this is going to force Faul to keep 4 mana up for Deny against it. Refreshing my memory on this deck, there is 2 copies of Atrocity, so we're in that familiar scenario of late game double Atrocity versus double Deny. I love the Avalanche here. Clears the Zoe potentially, wipes the Mentor of the Stones. Faul's deck hand is already very full, and actually baits out one of the Denies. Faul has completely switched the win condition over to this Zoe in order to get the elusive and the keyword sharing to carry through this game.
But now at this point, you still have 9 mana. If you're Cassus, you have a chance to play Icequake to potentially, bait out a second deny, and then there's no answer for the Field of Rush, or yeah, just the Atrocity as well would be an option. But still 6 mana up for Foul. Still has obviously things like deny. So we saw Foul being very greedy a few turns ago, and now we'll see if Cassus does the same and maybe is too greedy for his own good.
And you saw the drag out there. Definitely gives away that information, but the block here is very nice. I think committing to the Icequake, I think, is perfectly acceptable. You can jam down Trundle, and then you can just set up the Ice Pillar in order to get the pull and the vulnerable in order to swing through to get the lethal. And by baiting out the deny here with the Atrocity, this is going to open up Cassus to maybe just feel the rush now. Only 2 copies of deny in this list.
Exactly. I mean, Cassus, I think, was pretty in the clear that this Atrocity would not be going through. It wasn't his all-in play because he has other plays in hand. It was, like you said, I think a calculated bait where he's able to get the second deny off because it has to come through or else Foul loses the game. And now at this point, he has a chance with the 3 spell mana to play out the Field of Rush next turn on the attack token.
Yeah, so Field of Rush, again, the Trundle won't be leveled up yet, but you still get the Tryndamere. And Ledros, the only thing that can block it is Zoe. 2 Concussive Palms, I believe, have already been played over the course of this game, so you don't have to worry about this getting punished. There is a Star Chart in hand, so Star Chart into a Crescent Strike could also stifle this. And so now Cassus has to ask the odds of Crescent Strike. It's like 30-something% chance, I think, of getting it offered to you.
You also have gems to provide fearsome blockers on both the Eye of the Dragon and the Dragonling as well, so there's a few options here for Foul to have some counterplay. Field of Rush is now on the stack. All the mana has been committed to this play. There are, like you mentioned, Crescent Strike, Hush, Spell Thief into Flash Freeze, for example. There's quite a few different things that Foul has a chance to play here.
And we see no Crescent Strike being offered, just the Moonglow, Charger, and the Serpent. So very fortunate there. Again, there's still a lot of options here. The Hush is going to be great because you just Hush Tryndamere again. The other Trundle doesn't have Overwhelm yet, so you're just still protecting your Nexus total. And you have to find a way to get this Ledros to die so you can cycle it once more.
Finds a Mountain Goat. Not sure what exactly he was searching for with the Guiding Touch, but it is 2 less mana now available for whatever plays he has to make here to try and survive. So 7 mana total for Foul to try and survive this pretty much all in attack from Cassus. There's a Spell Thief looking for a Flash Freeze. I believe that would be the best option here. You can Flash Freeze and Hush.
And yep, there is the Flash Freeze. Out of all the spells that have been cast this turn, Icequake, this game, Flash Freeze, Icequake, and Avalanche being offered there. So now, a Frostbite gives Zoe another utility, and there's the level up.
But now you can only play 1 of Flash Freeze and Hush.
This is going to be really problematic now. With Zoe leveled up, that means when the Dragonling spawns next round, it's going to grant AoE lifesteal to this board. And with Foul sustaining, potentially, no threat of Atrocity anymore, sustaining through this onslaught could result in Foul just buying enough time for Lee Sin to finally come back out.
And of course, Trundle does not have Overwhelm yet because the pillar hasn't been played yet. It was just created in hand, which means that a Hush can come in on the Tryndamere. Atrocity was used last turn, so you don't have that chance to try and get lethal next turn with no denies available, and you have the Flash Freeze anyway to play around that because there are at least, there's 2 Atrocities in the deck for Cassus. But this turn, it looks like it will be Foul will be surviving here. Only 1 mana left for Cassus to do anything, so he has no options to any more counterplay here.
And it looks like the Hush will come through on this Tryndamere. Doesn't trade in Zoe, wants to keep that big elusive unit in play. With the gems, with the Sonic Wave, there is a lot of potential damage coming through. Cassus got the Catalysts late, but it is, some burst healing to buy yourself another turn. Now that Tryndamere and Trundle have gotten into play, that Overwhelm damage is going to be a consistent threat against Foul's life total.
Looks like we have a pretty important top deck, though. If you are Foul, he does find the Lee Sin just in time in hand there. It's being hovered, and I think it will be played this turn. And of course, he has leveled up. 8 spells have been played long ago. We're nearing, I don't know how many turns have gone by, but it's been a pretty long game already.
Mm-hmm. And again, the Ice Quake going to come down right now. What this does is it takes attack power away from Zoe. It takes some attack power away from Lee Sin so that the Dragon Kick doesn't do a lot of damage. Right now, Faul has to calculate here. You have to put Zenith Blade on Lee Sin, so that's 3 mana down, and then you only have 3 mana left over. So that's going to be 8 plus 8 is 16. So if you go for Catalyst now, you can heal out of lethal range potentially. What about Zoe? No, that's actually going to be 21 specifically, if my math is correct.
The pillars played first as just a priority pass really, and also getting the level up on Trundle, so it is a threat that's threatening lethal next turn as well, of course. Looks like this might be a Zenith Blade hover here, which means that there's going to be a chance for Ice Quake to be played still because it is a slow speed spell.
Mm-hmm.
Or you can just go burst with the gems and see what you can do with that option, but I'm not sure if you have lethal with just the burst speed plays here. Maybe you do. Into Catalyst even, or double Catalyst rather.
Yeah, goes for Sonic Wave. It's really important to note that you it looks like Faul just wants to kick one of these units back to hand. You got to remember that with Dragon Kick, even if the unit survives, they still just get kicked back to the hand. So just looking to bounce this Trundle looks like.
And there's the acceptance from Cassus, still 11 mana to play with this turn. He survives the attack on 1 HP.
1 HP. So if Faul had put a gem down, it would have forced the Catalyst at the very least. But again, just saving these burst speed spells to continuously cycle off of Zoe. With Behold Infinite, this gives you a chance to get something like, Immortal Fire or the Destroyer or Great Beyond. Something with Spell Shield, and then granting AoE Spell Shield or AoE Elusive to this board would result in lethal. But this might be it. Cassus still has so many stats in play. Returning Trundle to the hand at the very least cleanses the Feel the Rush buff.
I'm not entirely sure why he didn't at least present lethal to see what options Cassus had and to drain him of some of the mana if he's forced to play a Catalyst, for example, which is not usually the card you expect that your opponent would have in hand so late into the game. And if he does, then it's maybe fine because it's not the best card to have. Quite interesting play there from Faul. He doesn't have another Spell Thief to try and maybe get an Atrocity in his own hand, but he only has 1 in the deck and he's already played it. So not sure what the play there was for Faul. Might just have been a misplay possibly.
And let's see here. Now with the second Ice Pillar in play, that's going to be 2 units with Vulnerable that get dragged down. And the Overwhelm is here. Trundle's still going to get an attack boost thanks to his Behold mechanic. And look at all of this Overwhelm. There's only 1 Flash Freeze in hand. No Hush to stop this. I think Cassus has done it. The control deck actually beating a combo deck through 2 Lee Sins and a leveled up Zoe.
He cannot block the Fearsome either at this point on Ledros with the units that are left. So that being said, obviously Cassus' hand has nothing else to do. I mean, he can Catalyst, but the rest of it is just Ice Quakes for days and days. So that's the end of his counterplay. But I think you don't really need anything else past just committing this attack here if you are Cassus.
And it is locked in, ladies and gentlemen. The block shouldn't come through and do what little they can. But yeah, the damage is there. Cassus, wow. Honestly, this game really came down to that first Lee Sin, right? The stack was there. It had the Overwhelm on it, and that the way that Cassus just put that Vengeance on the stack, right? Baited out that the rest of the spells to react. The Bastion had the Vile Feast for the Bastion. The one of Flash Freeze came in so clutch to pop that Spell Shield and let the Vengeance go through. Game 1 going to Cassus there.
And it seems like we finished the series already with how long that game 1 was. But very, very complex game. Lots of back and forth. I think a lot of different plays, a lot of avenue to make mistakes and to make, outplays. So a pretty complicated game for both players. I think, like you said, the biggest point was that Vengeance, not denying it instead of, using Bastion, was a bit risky, a bit greedy. Ended up, once that Lee Sin died, then for the next 5, 6, 7 turns, there was really no lethal threat from the Lee Sin Zoe player, and it gave the chance for the baiting out of 2 denies, and then the chance for Field Rush to actually go through, which is not usually the case against Lee Sin Zoe because there are denies available usually. So yeah, pretty complicated game, but the game 1 does go in favor of the Field Rush player, goes in favor of Cassus. I'm going into game 2. Faul sticks to this Lee Sin Zoe, and of course there's a switch up with Cassus moving on to Fiora Shen.
And now, when you talk about this list, right? Fiora Shen, Lee Sin, the early game belongs to Fiora Shen. You have the challenger units now to threaten the Zoe from getting set up. You have to worry about sharp sight constantly when you're attacking. Lee Sin getting on board. You have to save so many resources to protect Lee Sin from Screeching Dragon and the likes. It's really important, however, that Faul is running a variant with Concussive Palm. Some versions have begun to cut it, and I do like that he has that extra defensive utility.
This time around, we see double Lee Sin in hand, so he does have the win condition in hand. Now he has to try and develop enough, spells, etc., to try and get to that win condition and get it online and make it, an actual lethal threat in the next few turns. And Cassus as well has the Fiora now down, and there are going to be a lot of cheap units on the board for Faul, so the Fiora win condition is a possibility, but there's so many ways to protect and to buff and to make sure you're going to survive that I'm not sure how big of a threat it really is.
And that's already 1 kill on Fiora. This is a win condition that you don't really expect to go through, of course, but again, a lot of these small early game units, Eye of the Dragon, etc., just feed into Fiora so heavily. Draws another Fiora, so there's double riposte in hand to just make these attacks go through. There is no interaction with the barriers in this deck, of course. There's no pings, so if you can just keep drawing barriers over and over again, you are just going to potentially just win with Fiora, right?
And again, I talked about earlier with Tom Soraka and similarly with Fiora Shen. Once you have Fiora, once you have a certain setup on the board and you have 7 spell mana to back it up, it's hard to know exactly what to do and what the best play is and what to play around and what to play into, because one little misstep where you end up losing out on that spell stack battle, you can be in big trouble where Fiora has 2 or 3 counters and you might just lose the game to the win condition.
And the board setup is coming through. Now we have the Greenglade Caretaker threatening, free barrier coming from Brightsteel Protector, and this forces Lee Sin, it looks like, from Faul. You need something big. You need something that's going to be able to get barrier and challenger to start evening out this board.
But you don't really have the spells to get the barrier on Lee Sin this turn. You only have 3 spell mana up.
Yeah, with 3 spell mana, if Cassus maybe analyzed the line a bit deeper, there maybe is a way to threaten, like riposte, to kill the Lee Sin. But again, just going for the safe play, because you can kill the Serpent, you can just use Spirit's Refuge or riposte to protect Fiora from Lee Sin challenging her next round, and then maybe into a Relentless Pursuit. And it's honestly, taking the safer line here to just get another kill on Fiora is pretty fine.
And the hand here for Cassus, I mean, he has all the spells he needs to back up his units. He has support for days with both Spirit Refuge for lifesteal and the riposte for attack, both getting barrier. He has deny as well, and he has a Relentless Pursuit to try and punish if there's lack of development from foe in the next few turns. And yeah, a riposte here, and now it requires an answer from Faul.
Yeah, so you get Sonic Wave, Resonating Strike. So that is the 3 mana to give barrier to Lee Sin.
And there was an answer, so I think at these points you may think your opponent's going to have the answer, but you have to at least ask the question, hey, do you have an answer here? If not, I just maybe straight up win because you don't have, the barrier for Lee Sin. In this case, there is an answer from Faul, so he has the chance to let Lee Sin survive. And like you said, now Lee Sin's going to try and threaten Fiora on the next turn.
Now, what Foul is really looking for is probably like a concussive palm or something. You have to try to protect your units now from this Fiora. Getting her off of the board is going to be immensely difficult, again, with this backup. The Spirit's Refuge, the Riposte, and you don't even care about getting the counter kill necessarily with Fiora. You just want to protect her. So you could just whiff a Spirit's Refuge here and save the other Riposte for when you might need to swing up into something. Or again, like we saw previously, using a smaller unit to threaten Lee Sin, and you're asking your opponent over and over and over again, do you have the spells? Do you have the resources to give barrier? And by having such an immense threat down in the early game like this, it means that Lee Sin Zoe can't play the passive game they want, trying to get a bunch of mana floated and get a bunch of units set up. Right now, the Zoe cannot be played into this Fiora until it is answered.
Not just that, but the fact that sharp sight could be a thing. And it's just, you can play into it. You obviously can't play around everything in the deck all the time. You can't just play fully respecting your opponent, or else you just don't play anything and you just lose the game at some point. So Zoe not being able to be developed there is because sharp sight would be just a huge answer to it, of course, with any of the blockers. So it's difficult here, I think, for both players, because with so much spell mana, there's so many different plays your opponent can make to counter what you're trying to do that it becomes a game that's very passive until someone makes that one mistake.
You eventually your hand is going to hit critical mass, at the very least with River Shaper in play. This is going to just keep drawing, and it's not looking like it, again, it's just both players not wanting to commit just yet. So there is the Zenith Blade, most likely getting denied here. Ooh, lets it go through. The Lee Sin now is very close to leveling up. If Cassus lets this through, lets Fiora get kicked back into hand, then it'll reset that timer, and then this really sweet win condition that's been set up is just going to get be wasted. 5 out of 8.
Pill Cascade being hovered, gonna get the +1/+1 and not the +2/+1. It was, of course, nerfed in the most recent balance patch. Does still have the card draw, though, which is one of the most, I think, important elements, the cycling element on the card as well. So still going to be played in many of the decks, just maybe not so much of the decks that we're trying to get that just the +2 attack value, like, for example, Fearsomes.
And doesn't level up Lee Sin this round. Wants to still keep some mana open for reactivity. And Fiora will be protected here from the Lee Sin. The lifesteal offsets a little bit of this overwhelm damage. And we're back to the stare down.
The most unexciting of clashes there. Both units with barrier. Some life does go back in there for Cassus with the lifesteal, though. It is at least a benefit there. And now we're back to trying to threaten the Lee Sin, and then we're gonna get 2 spells to get the barrier on Lee Sin. So we can just stay here forever. Just 2 barrier units hitting each other once and twice and 3 times as well. But at least there are some extra units here trying to go face here for Cassus, some damage being pushed through, and River Shaper drawing some cards as well.
And again, really interesting that Cassus let that Zenith Blade go through onto the Lee Sin when they had the deny mana open. What do you think Cassus is holding deny for in this matchup? Probably just the dragon kicks, isn't trying to actually have Fiora as a win condition.
Yeah. There's a level up on the Lee Sin with a Pill Cascade and the barrier there, of course. So once again, back to barrier on barrier action. But 5 damage being pushed through from the River Shaper and the Brightsteel Protector, and the extra card draw as well, trying to refuel the hand for Cassus the same way that Pill Cascade is doing it for the Lee Sin player for Foul. And the hand is completely full now. 10 cards in hand for Foul, so he will burn the next top deck on the turn end here.
And Concerted Strike being drawn off of the River Shaper, now put onto the stack. This is 9 mana, 9 damage exactly to threaten the Lee Sin. Gonna get a Bastion out here. This, again, if Sharp Sight comes down to overcome this 10 HP. Oh, wait, never mind. Even if they buff it, it just gets eaten by the spell shield. That's my mistake. But, so, Lee Sin survives. That's 1 Bastion down, however. And here it comes again. Bastion into the Dragon Kick now. And the denies, being saved, hopefully come through here.
Deny can be saved here, but will be, it'll be both the barrier coming through here and going to be the deny on the Dragon Kick. So, full protection here. And again, both, deny on deny actually. There's still 5 mana up for Cassus, so he has a chance to counteract this with yet another deny if he wants to.
And this is the key turn. If this goes through with the Overwhelm and the Dragon Kick, that's going to be perfect lethal. 16 damage here, and so the deny has to come through.
And there it is. We talked about the importance of just spell stack battles between these two decks and these two players in the the late game to see who ends up deciding who gets the win here in this game. So there was an answer there, and then we're once again back to square one. There's still the benefit of that Brightstone Protector and the River Shaper being on the board, so they can still sneak in some damage every single attack token turn for Cassus. But both players able to stop the main win conditions from occurring here.
The really unfortunate thing as well is that the Fiora got leveled up, really sort of steamrolled through the early mid game, but there just weren't any other units to actually take advantage of that opportunity, right? Just consistently threatening with the Fiora and was enough to maybe sneak some damage through around the sides, get some draws off the River Shaper, but without Screeching Dragon or some of the other like higher attack units like Cythria, Faul really just wasn't under threat across most of this game, in terms of damage, that is.
And the scarier options here now are going to be, there's no more denies, so that's a big thing that Faul has to take into account. Relentless Pursuit could be, with his board right now, currently for Cassus, could be a problem, but Nopify is there for Faul, so he has that kind of covered as well. He has Hush that can be a big answer onto this Fiora as well, especially if something like Sharp Sights are committed onto her. And with this done on Shen now, this round isn't really too threatening either for Faul.
And you can see they're stunning the Shen in order to prevent the barrier being granted to Fiora. Just forces another a spell out of Cassus, right? So many Spirit's Refuge and Ripostes have already been cast over the past few turns that now we're just moving on to Sharp Sights.
There's 5 mana here for Cassus to try and defend this Fiora from dying. 5 attack now onto this Fiora, and you have to play the Sharp Sight or the Lifesteal here. And there's going to be an answer with the Hush, for example.
Yeah, that's so devastating. This is the Spirit's Refuge. All 3 were drawn. It was very clunky, but all 3 got a little bit of value, and here it is. Now with the Hush finally coming through, Fiora will go down. Losing out on the Lifesteal means that it's even easier for Lee Sin to OTK, and now no mana for Relentless Pursuit. At the very least, you get a card off of River Shaper, but so unfortunate for Cassus here. Had that early game dominance, but missed out on the mid game to take advantage of it.
And there's a surrender from Cassus, so we'll tie the series 1-1 between both of these players. Cassus had a lot of answers with denies, and Faul just round after round continued asking the question, do you have what it takes to stop this Lee Sin? You could stop it the first time, you could stop it the second time, and the third time even, but this 4th time coming up would have been the lethal there, especially with a hand, dwindled down to basically nothing, and the fact that you can't even top deck a deny because there was only 2 being run in this Fiora Shen list. So game 2 goes to Faul, and now we have the chance to see a very exciting Fizz TF deck that we haven't seen played yet from Faul, and Cassus will be sticking onto this Fiora Shen.
And a combo deck versus an aggro deck. We're actually seeing like the full gamut here. Combo versus control, combo versus like a slower mid-range deck, and now versus perhaps a more aggressive list. And Lee Sin is, again, it's a very flexible deck. It has that early game. You have Zoe to help block against the elusives. The Dragon Links getting set up can offset a lot of the chip damage the deck is known for, where it sets you up for that Burblefish lethal. Hush is going to go a long way potentially towards keeping these units under control, and we'll see how it goes.
And one of the biggest cards here in this matchup is going to be Sharp Sight. The ability to block an elusive unit is massive because this Fizz TF deck is kind of a combo deck, plays into that Burblefish end game where you have just a bazillion Burblefishes played in one turn with iterative improvement, and they're all at 0 mana, and it becomes a big threat that can just blow out any deck really in just one turn where you don't expect it. But Sharp Sight is going to be able to help with the elusive blockers. Oh
yeah, and my mistake. I was talking like it was Lee Sin versus Fizz, but it's actually going to be Fiora Shen. My apologies. But getting into the game, Cassus now playing things very slowly. Just has the River Shaper, has Greenglade Caretaker, doesn't want to get anything set up yet. Just biding their time, building up the spell mana.
No Fiora, no Shen. I think you want to play Ballistic Bot pretty early on now if you are Foul. Could go for Twisted Fate this turn as well. But the biggest thing is just trying to get those spells online so that once you get to that, turn 7, turn 8, you have the Burble Fishes at 0 mana already, and you have a handful of them basically through all the cycling you've been doing.
So blue card, potentially into pick a card, so strong. The River Shaper is a really nice threat here against the Twisted Fate. Foul is not going to swing in on here, of course. And now, Foul has this. It has the Twisted Fate in play, ready to level up. With no Fiora, you're thinking about, can I get Concerted Strike? Can I get something to answer this before it flips? Because once Twisted Fate levels up, you're going to be putting red cards on the stack to interfere with the barriers. You're getting gold cards to stop the stuns on the units, and it's just a whole mess. This is one of the decks aside from Go Hard that really levels up Twisted Fate consistently.
And there is the Concerted Strike that has been drawn, but you have to play around cards like Mystic Shot, for example, as well. And I believe there is a Get Excited, one copy of it in the deck for Foul as well. So there are some cards you have to play around here. It's not that easy. But Twisted Fate can now level up faster than ever with things like stress testing, with things like pick a card that's being run in the main deck for this TF Fizz deck. He can level up, in 2 turns. So if you commit too much mana and it doesn't work out, you're in trouble if all of a sudden TF is looking at a level up, and that's just a ton of value.
Once again, Cassus with triple Spirits Refuge and no units to use it on. Pick a card comes through. This is, of course, main deck. And now, with the stress testing in hand, if you get something next round that you really want to keep, you have that option. Ballistic Bot also potentially a card here. You want to start getting the Ignitions online to burn your opponent down and get your Burble Fishes discounted.
And Foul's happy with his pick a card going through and TF surviving, of course, so he's just going to continue passing. Now that this Concerted Strike is the answered here, there isn't really an answer in Foul's hand right now. So he's going to have to maybe go into the Ballistic Bot game plan and try and get the double Ballistic Bot on the board and the chance for Ignitions and just a very easy 0 mana Burble Fish in a few turns. Or, yeah, the second Twisted Fate with the pick a card still active, of course, for next turn is probably an even better option. I hadn't noticed it was not a main deck pick a card in hand, but actually it's a Fate spell. So still going to benefit from the draws here in the next turn, and has played around 1 Concerted Strike already. And the Pool Shark.
So that's going to be 6 out of 8, I believe. And Twisted Fate just needs to survive for one more round. It looks like you can even Iterative Improvement on the Pool Shark and play that. Fizz, the Mystic Shot's fantastic here, to be honest, because now you have a way to interfere with the board a little bit in case of second Concerted Strike.
You want to zap into Rummage. If he finds the Rummage, then he's able to get a level up instantly. But he finds a Mystic Shot instead of the second one. There isn't really any kind of an answer here, though, from Cassus. No single combat. Concerted Strike was used, and there is going to be Twisted Fate going into Value Town, and this game will be very difficult for, any deck in the world that's facing a leveled up Twisted Fate. Things get tough, and Cassus is looking at the Surrender Hover, possibly.
My goodness. Again, this deck levels up Twisted Fate with such nightmarish consistency that this is the other win condition. You're so worried about the elusives, the Fizz, the Burblefish, but this man with the hat, he's tipping that fedora across the way over Cassus, and is just going to keep drawing cards. Here comes the AoE. Here comes the gold cards.
And he has a chance now. He can't play the Burble Fishes just yet. He could, but of course, probably not the best option to do it now before the 0 mana. He can play Fizz, of course, and he can get the value from TF this turn and probably the next turn as well. And still, there isn't, a challenge unit. There's no single combat. There's no Concerted Strike. So there's nothing that can directly threaten this TF. Even though the hand is just entirely full of spells, it's all the wrong ones for Cassus.
The triple Sharp Sight, the triple Spirits Refuge. You have the mana too. You can protect your board here, but when you cast the Riposte, it'll still get popped by the Mystic Shot, and then gold card goes through. Your best bet is, ironically, to just protect the River Shaper, right? And keep trying to draw spells. And then potentially, there's a weird world by drawing enough spells just guarantees you're going to get a unit. And Cassus has been so unlucky in that Screeching Dragon has not been able to drop here in the mid game.
Both units do survive according to the Oracle Eye, the omnipotent Oracle Eye helping out Cassus here. But it is sometimes complicated with Twisted Fate and how he targets certain units with the gold card and the red card and the spells on stack. It gets a little bit hectic, so the Oracle Eye always helps out. But like you said, you can use your spells to help your unit survive, but you're not doing much of anything to help win this game at the moment.
And the Twisted Fate, like this is card games, right? When you have your opponent getting a crazy double Twisted Fate with the pick a card, levels up basically immediately without you being able to really interact with it, and then you with all spells in hand, it's just so unfortunate to see.
Is there a reason he didn't attack with a Zap Strafen? Am I missing something? I guess he didn't want it to die because there was an elusive blocker available on the River Shaper, but I'm not entirely sure why he wouldn't just... I mean, Fizz and Zap are both, I think, pretty equal bodies at this point in the game.
Just keep the Zap Strafen alive. Maybe just wants to guarantee it lives because of the iterative improvement.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at now. I think that must be the case there, just to get the extra card draw and the chance to kind of refuel your hand, try and get a few more units, and have the Mind Meld that is currently in hand be very effective next turn. There is a deny, though, so there is a chance to stop that if Cassus stays above 4 mana.
And Mind Meld is for the round, correct? That you cast it, so it would need to be like a more open thing. And of course, with pick a card too, another Twisted Fates pick a card, you can just reload by shuffling the Mind Meld back in and just completely go all in on this Twisted Fate win condition. By using the pick a card, you're just going to be drawing more and more cards now. To get like spells for Burblefish, maybe get out another copy of Fizz. We've seen this chain happen before, where the pick a card off of Twisted Fate gives you another Twisted Fate pick a card, and then the cycling just takes off from there. But there is a surrender. Again, just horrible luck. Fiora Shen is a deck that we've seen have such powerful performances in Fight Night Legends in the past, and we've also seen it brick horrendously. And unfortunately, that is going to be what's happened to Cassus here, but they do get another shot, another few rounds, hopefully, of running this Fiora Shen and getting the true outcome and let the deck shine at what it really wants to do. We're going to get an update on the bracket to see how the other matches fared so far.
It looks like Owie has ended Rico Rex's overwhelmed dreams, or at least delayed them significantly. He drops down to the loser's bracket, playing Pink Beaver at the very bottom there. Cassus playing Pepsicola to survive in this tournament as well. Key and Dina have both been eliminated already in this tournament, in that loser's bracket. And Foul, of course, we just saw it. My Spanish representation moves on to the winner's final, same as Ranu a few tournaments ago. So Spanish players putting in the work, having some complex games that maybe could have been played better. Of course, with caster vision, it's easier to call potential misplays or potential, non-optimal lines of play. But still, a pretty hard match here, I think, and in semifinal, and able to get the win and able to move on to the winner's final.
And I think honestly, Rico Rex is probably very comfortable down in the bracket. He made the run last week, and you get that special losers bracket buff. I think that Fight Night Legends EU, it's like the bracket resets are just so real every week. So I'm really looking forward to Rico Rex running it back, and we'll see what that's going to look like when we get back from this break. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU. We have moved all the way through the upper stage of the bracket, and we are going to finish things off with the winners final between Oe and CDS Foul. Now, these two players have brought some really strong and interesting lineups to the current metagame, and it's proven successful. Even Rico Rex fell down to the losers bracket, and so now the winner of this set will see which player from the losers bracket will rise up to face them in the grand final.
And these decks, both players have one deck that I really love, which is in Owi's case, the Shroom deck. I played a lot on ladder, and in Foul's case, TF Fizz. And both players have a deck that I really hate, which is Lisa and Zoe and the Tom Soraka list. So I'm not sure who to root for here. I mean, Foul is Spanish, so maybe he has my bias. But interesting storyline as well. Both of these players played in the EU Masters, and France played Spain in the semifinals of that tournament where France was the victor. So Foul going to try and get maybe some revenge here against Owe. And both of these players are, I'm going to assume, also playing in the show match that's happening, I believe, next week between France and Spain. Just a fun little, matchup between some players from both of those countries. So a lot of storylines going into this exact winners final match as well.
The players here again have shown like really strong adaptability, and I think are really hungry for the chance to prove themselves as standalone players after being prominently known for their team play in the European Masters. So Owe again, 33, has been really popping off this bracket. Even again, taking down last week's champion Rico Rex and sending them to the losers final, I think shows that they have a really strong read on the meta, and he's ready to go. Really comfortable on the decks that he's brought today.
And Foul, if I'm not mistaken, he did actually qualify to the now non-existent Duels of Runeterra Shurima
Hmm.
tournament as well. So he, alongside Dina, were two players that qualified to made the top 6 cut. And now coming to this tournament as well. So they have the experience in the past, in this, maybe not this exact meta because it has just changed,
Hmm.
but they've been active recently in tournaments and finding success as well.
And speaking of success, we're going to get a quick refresher of the Teemo Foundry list that we saw earlier in the bracket. This deck is so, I want to say, venomous. You think that you're fine, you think that you maybe have a way to get that lethal or maybe survive for one extra turn, and then all of a sudden you just get burned out. It definitely seems to lull you into a false sense of security and then cranks up the damage out of nowhere.
The biggest difference from this list we saw, I believe it was Hell Screamer, I believe the name was, maybe 3 tournaments ago, bringing a list like this one, where obviously Teemo Sejuani was a thing once Ballistic Bot made it into the game. It found quite a bit of success, and
Hmm.
Hexcore Foundry, of course. But Hell Screamer is the one that brought Ezreal and brought all 3 champions. That's an idea I really liked. So this is, Owe building off of this. The biggest change, I think, and the biggest thing that kind of differs this deck from the last iterations I've seen is that there is no Starlight Seer. Normally you have this very defensive spell package that can help you protect Ballistic Bot, Puffcat Peddler, Teemo, and Starlight Seer, and you get the buffs onto the important units as well. So it just everything synergizes perfectly. In this case, opting for the Veteran Investigator instead, and just to try and get some more mushroom damage in the late game.
Yeah, the list, I think the Starlit Seer variants as well tend to run more iterative improvements. That way, even if your opponent has removal for Puff Cap or the Starlit Seer, you just get another copy and keep the train going. Notably, you have to make some cuts somewhere, and including the Get Excited, and the Harsh Winds towards the top, I think is really strong for a wider variety of matchups. If your opponent is very aggressive, the Harsh Winds can bail you out, and then they get excited to double down on that burn and give you some extra synergy with Ezreal as well. And it looks like the players are ready to go, so we will be able to jump into the match. I wonder if this Hexcore Foundry will be the deck they lead off with.
I would hope so. I think it's always a joy to see, especially this version with the single Ezreal. It's like a finisher. You're not playing Ezreal as kind of your entire build around, but
Mm-hmm.
if you draw him in the late game when he's already leveled up, then he suddenly becomes a very valuable 3-drop. So why not have at least one copy where you don't really need 3 Sejuanis that often because it is a very costly play, and you have the chance to draw into it as the game goes on.
With Hexcore Foundry, like running one copy of this or 2 copies of that is perfectly acceptable. With the just raw draw power of this deck, you can offset potentially not getting the cards you need. And so now We've got Fizz turn 1, but no Teemo in response, so CDS Foul going to have a little bit of an aggressive opening here. I wonder if you go for the open attack, or if you try to get even greedier, maybe with these Poro Cannons or the Ballistic Bot.
Ballistic Bot coming into hand for both players on the top deck. I think it has some kind of a hidden mechanism. It's not stated on the card where you always draw at turn 2, because it happens all the time. You have a terrible hand and suddenly turn 2 top deck Ballistic Bot perfectly hits you on the curve once again. But it's always going to be an important unit to have turn 2 and get that ignition going, especially for Sejuani, as early as possible. Poro Cannon here, the very exciting 0 mana counter, and gonna deny this Thermo Beam here onto the Fizz. Always feels bad. I think most players are aware that this interaction exists, but when it does occur, it always does feel bad, because you think, 0 mana, he's tapped out, I can do anything, but no, you can't.
Yeah, so Fizz, very slippery champion, very difficult to answer. A lot of decks right now run very dedicated removal. Only like the Freljord controls are running the the Withering Whale, the Avalanches. Maybe in Twisted Fate's also an honorable mention for dealing with Fizz very cleanly. But now we've got 1 Ballistic Bot versus 2. So even though Aoi is kind of behind in terms of units on board and damage output through elusives, the double ignition, the HP is pretty similar.
And this open attack could be pretty bad for Oe. Doesn't have a great block here on the single Ballistic Bot on Foul's side of the board. Now he has a chance to play one of these ignitions and get both of his Ballistic Bots to 3 attacks. So now the block is a bit more favorable. And Fizz still is not elusive, so there's a chance to block that as well. But no Puffcat Peddler, like you said, no Teemo. The Mushroom synergy is not going as well as it should be for Oe, I think. And I think the strategy is definitely being developed much in line with what Fall would want this game to look like at this stage of the game.
Puffcat Peddler, again, this Fizz TF has very little interaction. It wants to go very aggressive. If you're going out of your way all the time to stop the Puffcat Peddlers, you just end up burning all of your resources and dragging things out. And that's where this Mushroom deck's really going to shine. And it's risky even to take it, to try to answer those anyway, because again of Elixir of Iron and Troll Chant. So with this setup here, no Puffcat Peddler, it's going to give Fizz just this wide open window to just start beating down.
This is where Hexcore Foundry kind of helps Foul more than it hurts him, especially at this stage of the game where there's no mushrooms in the deck yet. You're just helping, the opponent try and find more Burble Fishes, find the TF to get the 2 draws per turn. So it does feel a bit bad in some matchups, which is why I'm not a huge fan of playing 3 Hexcore Foundries, even though it is a big part of the deck. I like going into more into Starlit Seers and maybe playing 2 Hexcore Foundries, because it can be a pretty bad draw. TF was found there. There is going to be an answer with Mystic Shot, but yeah, it's sometimes doesn't get the value it should get for a 3-mana landmark.
Eventually, these Ballistic Blocks are going to need to get traded in for defense, right? You're already so far behind in terms of units in play, in terms of damage output that you're capable of, and you can just go for double ignition here, make it really sweet. Even one of the Daring Poros being traded. Ooh, actually Fizz going to be traded in here.
The Brittle still here, a huge value trade in favor of Oe. There isn't really much that Foul can do here. He has a Mystic Shot, but cannot kill either of these Ballistic Bots. He can kill the second one now that it has been damaged by Fizz. Or it could just be TF coming down with a red card. Blue card, of course, is great, but loses some value now that you're getting 2 draws per turn.
Yeah, so maybe, and because of the Hexcore Foundry, exactly, it gives you incentive to forego the blue card like we saw in the previous match. And yeah, just go for red card, wipe one of these Ballistic Bots, and get this damage away. Because here's the thing, right? The ignition's coming through. That damage will add up. And despite everything with your board, if Sejuani happens to come down, that AoE Frostbite could really put a damper on these plans. So here is, again, the Mystic Shot. Ooh. Holding the Mystic Shot here. Wants to run the risk of letting this TF survive for a turn or 2, looks like.
It could be on to play both the Ignition and the Teemo this turn to have a elusive blocker next turn to stop some of the damage from coming through, and he can just kill the Twisted Fate next turn potentially. And looks like that will be the case here, playing the Teemo on instead. Doesn't have mana to make all 3 plays, and the Ignitions, of course, this isn't an aggro deck, but you are aiming to try and chip in a lot of damage early on to have the Shrooms finish it off later on, or even Overwhelm from Sejuani.
Yeah, so again, Twisted Fate did go for blue card, right, to get that draw. And then you get the extra draw from the Hexcore Foundry, Pool Shark. If Rummage comes out, this could be the level up.
Yeah, it's 2 next turn just from Hexcore Foundry. It's going to be 2 naturally from the blue card and the Pool Shark as well. So already sitting at 4, halfway there. And if you find some stress testing, you can really make things go by really, or Rummage as well. So things might get scary here for OE.
Taking the risk, again, going for a defensive line to at least get an elusive blocker in play, take less damage, but running the risk of letting this Twisted Fate level up. Oh my goodness. So here's Poro Cannon first, creating some fodder for the Rummage. And what do we see off the top of the deck here? Mystic Shot, Poro Cannon. Okay.
And back in the day, it used to be fine to just let, TF sit there for 1 or 2 turns, and then you have to be, kind of wary and start looking at what the counter's at. But nowadays, with the way this deck is built, the Fizz TF deck, things can get, we saw it against Fiorashen in the last semifinal there against Cassus. It can level up in 1 turn, basically, with Pool Shark, and just the way this deck is built has so many options, and pick a card being a main deck card as well.
And so now Faul has the attack token again. There is some elusive damage here. You're more than happy to swing in and maybe force this Teemo to trade away. And if this pick a card is another Twisted Fate, I think you're perfectly fine with that outcome as well.
You can zap and you have a tune to get 1 more card depending on what it is. It could be a TF level up.
We saw this last time.
It is
pick a card.
Not a rummage. Okay. Not a stress
Woo.
Testing.
Oh man, it's so terrifying. Oh, we let this TF get to 7 out of 8, and it's going to finally put this Mystic Shot on the stack, right? Right? Please.
Well, at this point, you can only risk it so much before 1 more draw would be it. With Hexcore Foundry, you're gonna get 2 next turn as well. So it has to be obviously a kill on Twisted Fate. A lot of elusive damage coming through though. You can block the 3 attacks Zap's Raven if you're scared about lethal coming up soon, maybe outside of combat with we see there.
Owie making the call says this Twisted Fate isn't gonna do jack. I want this thing to level up, and I want you to draw a bunch of cards and let this Puffcat Peddler just kill you.
That is sometimes a line of play, but that's also a red card and a gold card occurring every single turn. Red card does hit your Nexus for damage as well. We see get excited. It is it's not going to be their next turn at least. It is fleeting, so that's at least something to look forward to. But 2 Mystic Shots in hand, and there are burst potentials as well in this TF Fizz deck outside of combat.
This is a really strong call. Aoi is confident in the deck's win condition, sticking to his guns, saying, let this Twisted Fate level up, and just keep drawing cards and let the Puffcat Peddler do its job. Going to be burning a lot of cards here, potentially, as well.
And if you had more of a mushroom, start, if you're OE, maybe I would think this is the very clear path, but with such a late mushroom start with Teemo, I think not connecting at all with Puffcat Peddler being played so late as well. I'm not sure there's enough mushrooms to really make it that viable of a strategy. Paul is still at 14 HP, so he's still quite healthy.
So let's see here. Another Hexcore Foundry. You've got the Chump Wumps set up. Attacking here, I think, is fine. The stats really aren't there to block these effectively. And maybe you get a Spray Fin to get traded away. The 6/1 is, again, they're going to die to the gold card, red card. So best to attack with them, maybe force your opponent to put some stuff on the stack.
We're going to see the Ignition here, getting some extra chip damage and some extra mushrooms in the deck. Of course, every single turn, it's going to be 3 cards drawn no matter what for Foul, as long as Twisted Fate is on the board, because of the blue card being first on any play you make, and the 2 cards coming from Hexcore Foundry, and just the usual draw. There's another Hexcore Foundry that can be played as well from hand. I'm not sure that's taking it a bit too far if you're OE, because you need to have some kind of defense as well. You're at 9 HP right now, and there are Mystic Shots and Burble Fishes coming at you.
With, yeah, the Puffcat Peddler arriving so late, we've got the double Mushroom Cloud, and, the Flash Freeze and Harsh Winds to maybe buy one extra turn, but the red card, again, is also hitting your Nexus. So with enough draws, again, with the Mystic Shots, it's getting pretty close here.
You can double Mushroom here with the last remaining 2 mana, and I mean, I think this is a pretty tough matchup from the get-go, so maybe going into these ultra risky lines, trying to find some kind of a Hail Mary win is what OE has to be doing here, because like I mentioned, you're helping the TF level up, you don't really have elusive block because you don't have a board clear, you don't have any kind of Withering Whale or you know, Avalanche, for example, so it gets difficult. You have at least a chance to this Chump at least protects the Puffcat Peddler from a gold card, for example, from TF, which is important because Puffcat Peddler is your win condition now. You're trying to get as many mushrooms as possible. But you're at 8 HP, and there's still 7 mana up for your opponent, and he has a board full of elusive, so it's looking pretty dire.
Yeah, Fall even trading in the Twisted Fate looks like. Says, this has gotten enough value. I've got the elusives in play for an open attack with these Mystic Shots that I can just trade this away.
Well, it'll get gold carded anyway, so it's not really super relevant. But yeah, I guess Foul just being extra careful here. Once a Mystic Shot, that Nexus probably would be the ideal case here. But no real rush. I mean, he has a lot of mana to work with. Can play another Burblefish still.
Just getting more and more and more spells in hand, making some space for the top decks. Cashing in the suit up there to turn that 1/1 into a 4/4. And the open attack is going to be lethal here. 1, 2, just 2 mushrooms here. Can you prevent this?
There's no need to counter, I think, Scar. I think it's a pretty clear lethal here. A lot of damage coming through. Only 8 HP. There's no healing in either of these decks. And there's 2 Mystic Shots in hand as well. A suit up to protect against any kind of, attempt at removal. But Harsh Winds and, only one of the 2 of Flat Freeze and Harsh Winds can be played. So, it's just too much damage. And just a bad matchup, I think, overall for OE to start things off.
So went for, again, a very, very bold line of letting the Twisted Fate level up. The Puffcat Peddler not showing up super early in the game to get more mushrooms in to follow through on that line was very unfortunate. But again, sometimes in a bad matchup, you have to make those really outrageous calls and let them come through for you. If the Burblefishes didn't show up there, maybe the Harsh Winds is enough to block just a little bit of damage and survive. But overall, it really just came down to the early Ballistic Bots kind of tenderizing the Nexus there for the lethal to come through with the elusives, even without the Twisted Fate level up.
That's going to be game 1 going to Faul. He has to now switch onto a second deck, which is going to be the Zoe Lee Sin. We saw him playing earlier today as well. And Obi has a chance to continue on this Shroom deck, which he has decided to do here. Much better opening now here with the double Puffcat Peddler and the Ballistic Bot as well. And of course, it's going to be, potentially the final game of the series if Faul can take it with Lee Sin Zoe.
So now, the Frostbites are going to be really important in this matchup. You have some elusive blocking with Teemo against the Zoe potentially, but again, this Lee Sin deck, this is another deck you really don't want to give card draw to.
And a very good start for Lee Sin Zoe as well. I think the dream start with Zoe and the Mountain Goat to start generating super cool star charts, to start generating gems as well. And no clear answer here if you're OE. You have you can play Ballistic Bot into Brittle Steel, but doesn't really feel that great. You can play the Thermo Beam as well, but I think you have to start getting your ignitions online for both the Sejuani and the Puffcat Peddlers.
You can again go for the Thermo Beam here, clear the Zoe, and you're just stopping like this extra generation. The super cool star charts getting Equinoxes is going to be really detrimental to this deck. Right, you have a way to counter the Puffcat Peddlers without needing to remove them from the board. So the timing of Zoe being able to get one attack there could be really important down the road. So Puffcat Peddler on round 3 is exactly what OE wants to see, and hopefully this can put in some work.
This is the matchup that should be favored for OE because he has triple Flash Freeze, which for the Lee Sin, which is obviously a huge counter. And once you're both playing a very passive and very slow early to mid game, you're able to develop, all your engines. You're able to have protection for those engines, and you're able to get a ton of mushrooms in your opponent's deck with, 2 or even 3 Puffcat Peddlers if Iterative Improvement is played as well. So there's a chance for we're gonna see an explosive amount of shrooms coming out later in the game. I think it will go down pretty late.
And here's the open attack. Of course, you just want the Zoe to connect. You have the great stat lines with the Mountain Goats lined up against the Puffcat Peddler and the Ballistic Bot. And now, Owie has to make the call. I just want to Brittle Steel this Mountain Goat, get this block, or do I want to stop Zoe? So again, just letting Zoe discount the star chart isn't as bad. You'd rather her discount a star chart than generate a second one. Your opponent still only has one shot at the Equinox, and again, with the second Puffcat Peddler and Iterative Improvement, you're no longer fearing that silence as much.
The second could come down here, and the third could come down later on as well. Ignitions, you kind of want to play them as they come out on curve because it is quite important to get the Sejuani. She's also a crucial part of this matchup because once she comes down leveled up, it's almost GG because the mushrooms hit at the beginning of the turn and then everything gets frostbitten and you don't have to use flash freezes on Lee Sin. Or the sparkle flies and Zoe, etc. So it becomes really, really tough. But no Equinox found here is, like you mentioned, pretty important. It's a pretty important silence here on the Puffcat Peddlers.
And again, just committing to the Eye of the Dragon, looks like. The Dragonlings are going to do a lot here in terms of keeping the burn damage at bay, but the individual pings are sort of what you want for Sejuani to come out. This is, even like last round, despite the Hexcore Foundry, the list can sometimes brick. So again, now that the Puffcat Peddlers are set up, the Ballistic Bot's set up, we can finally start dedicating mana to cycling through these ignitions.
Interesting. Not the line of play I was expecting, but definitely interesting. You get the attune value as well. You have now your own little Dragonling army that you can this is a stalling game. I mentioned before. Owie, if the game continues to stall out, he's gonna win it because once the Sejuani comes down and once you're hitting ignitions almost every turn, it's very difficult, especially with two Puffcat Peddlers. There's no direct way to eliminate these units other than Equinox if you're playing Lisa and Zoe. So this is gonna be just stall it out.
The about Lisa and Zoe too is a lot of their sustain, it happens with lifesteal, right? And that means that your opening your way to sustain against the bird damage is also getting countered by the frostbite. You're only potentially able to lifesteal every other turn, and the mushrooms and all the burn damage are going to be hitting you every single round. So the cadence potentially is in Owie's favor in terms of damage output here. No Lee Sin found yet.
And the third Puffcat Peddler, the board is a bit full though, so maybe that's also a bad thing about the Eye of the Dragon and the Dragonling. You need space for the Hexcore Foundries, for the triple Puffcat Peddler if that's what you want. So it's going to be an issue here maybe with the board space. And Zoe leveling up is also a potential problem. Hasn't been any kind of answer on Zoe yet, or no attempt at answering her even, and it could get out of hand in the next few turns.
Yeah, the elusives are starting to hit through. The Harsh Winds is kind of nice, but again, with Bastion, with potentially Moonglow being chosen here, you're going to be going up against that Frostbite. So now, Owie is really looking for Sejuani, I think.
There's the Ignition coming down once again. You have a chance to overwrite something with the Hexcore Foundry. If you really value that Sejuani draw even more, you can just overwrite the Dragonling if you so wish to.
Yeah, so I'm wondering if the Dragonling is going to matter here a lot, or if you do want to overwrite it with Hexcore. The iterative improvement on the Eye of the Dragon was definitely a very cheeky decision there, to try to get a little bit of lifesteal to offset this damage. Because there's no defensive spells here, right? There's no Troll Chance or anything. So these Puffcat Peddlers have been forced to sort of just sit on the sidelines and wait while
they
all
can't
these
really
Mountain Goats and everything are just swinging in on the Nexus.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing. They can't really block, but there aren't any direct spells that are killing off your units, for example. So you don't need those defensive spells as much, just to control the board a bit. That is true. But there's a Sejuani. We've seen Ignitions pretty much hitting almost every turn. She should be about to level up. There's a Mushroom as well hitting this turn, so already getting that extra counter there. I believe she might be on 4 out of 5 right now, or 5 out of 5. We'll check out in just a second, but Ignition comes in as well now. You can get Sejuani onto the Zoe, for example, to try and get the vulnerable and kill off the Zoe this turn as well, because that is, a potential problem.
And so we'll see how this works out. Sejuani maybe overriding Eye of the Dragon now that you have the X-Core Foundry down. The Dragon Links aren't going to be giving you any value anymore. And this is probably what you want. Unfortunately, the concussive palm is there. But at the very least, Sejuani has the overwhelm, right? So you're going to get a little bit more damage through. And having her in play is so important, because the first ping from a mushroom or from an ignition will level her up, and then you can proc her thereafter, potentially with this Get Excited, or with Veteran Investigator forcing a mushroom draw, for example.
So Sejuani only 3 out of 5. The early turns for Obi were a bit awkward, where he had to use up all his mana to play out the Puffcap Peddlers on curve and couldn't use Ignition some of those early turns, which is now the reason why it's not leveled up already. When I played this deck a lot, Sejuani almost always came in leveled up on turns 6 or 7, or about to.
Mm-hmm.
At least you play on the board 4 out of 5, and then the next turn, the first mushroom hits, levels her up, and the second mushroom hits and freezes everything. So unfortunately, it's just one off right now, because he's already damaged the Nexus this turn with the mushrooms and the ignition, so it's already 3 out of 5.
And just taking the safer line here, having Sejuani challenge the Zoe, not having, again, like Sejuani attack something else, and then have one of the Puffcat Peddlers clear this off. You're opening yourself up to Concussive Palm, of course, but the Zoe level up is, it's hanging there over this game, and AoE Lifesteal or something like that could just blow this game wide open.
And now it's going to be 4 out of 5 for Sejuani with that mushroom hitting the Nexus. This is the dream board state for OE, I believe. It's, the triple Puffcap army, the Ballistic Ball to give you ignitions, and Sejuani to capitalize on everything that's happening on the board.
Yeah, so Sejuani now 4 out of 5 from the mushroom that just hit. And so, but hopefully at the start of next round, it'll be 5 out of 5. And then the AoE Frostbite countering the AoE Lifesteal from Zoe looks like to be lining up just in time for Aoi here. And once your opponent can no longer directly threaten you and can't sustain any longer due to Sejuani, it's just a matter of time before the mushrooms do their work.
Exactly. With 3 Puffcap Peddlers, we're seeing, 1 mushroom hits now, but it's gonna start turning into 3, 4, and 5 very quickly. And there's the Zoe level up now.
So AoE Elusive being granted to the board. And Harsh Winds and is available here. 3/6. I think it's going to be just barely surviving.
There's a gem possibility as well for 1 extra attack. But I don't think it matters because you just stun. Well, yeah, it'll matter a little bit if you hit the Mentor, for example. Is it going to be enough?
Let me see. You can block 6 damage here, so that is 3, 6, 9 exactly. No, not enough Frostbites.
So maybe not enough respect on the Zoe. Foul gets the very surprising win. The entire setup was ready and made for Oe, but I mentioned it. The Sejuani being 1 tick off is what changed the outcome of this match. If it was 4 out of 5 last turn going to this turn, that would be a full board stun off the double. We've seen a lot of mushrooms drawn this turn. So yeah, Foul gets the win there. Surprising. I played this matchup a lot and I've always won it, but maybe Oe was a bit too greedy with his setup, just going all in on the triple Puffcap Peddlers. The Eye of the Dragon with Iterative Improvement was to survive maybe that next turn, but maybe
it was a cool idea, but the board ended up being very full.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think that might have been a misplay. If he would have just played Iterative Improvement on the Puffcap Peddler that turn, and then he could have just used, I don't know. I have to look back at it, but yeah, surprising win there for Follow. That was a tough matchup, and he gets the win there and moves on to the grand finals. And surprising, but
it was close. It's only very rarely that Zoe gets that outcome, right, where it has that clean early game curve with the Zoe on 1 and the Mountain Goats. If they hadn't gotten that, because we've seen it before with Zoe Lee Sin, where the deck is sort of just passing a lot, can't really give you a lot of threat until Lee Sin comes down. If we had gotten one of those types of games, then it would have been definitely a different scenario.
LB Foul moving on to the grand final, waiting for his opponent that's going to come in through the loser's bracket, and Oe drops down to loser's bracket to try and maybe go for a rematch in that final. But I mentioned at the very start of this series that France beat Spain in the EU Masters, so Foul now gets his revenge a few months later, but he gets it. He laughs last, at least for now. We'll see what ends up happening in the potential grand final between these two players, but Yeah, it's a tough rivalry. France and Spain. I'm gonna, as a Spanish person, any sport, we're right next, we're neighbors on the map. So
Hmm.
basketball, any football, any kind of sport, we're always, there's a very tough rivalry there, and it seems like Runeterra has the same type of action in store for us.
And, the players are more than happy to oblige. They're here, they're going to play their opponents with their maximum effectiveness, no matter who they are or where they're from, and having that little bit of extra motivation, potentially, and a little bit of extra bragging rights when you get to take down your neighbors there is really something to behold. But we do have actually another game lined up. We're gonna jump into Cassus versus Pepsicola. Pepsicola is currently up 1-0, and we'll see how this plays out now. We're seeing of course, Pepsicola on the Aphelios Atrocity versus Fiora Shen.
And Cassus also has the Feel the Rush deck that he's not playing right now, but he can play it, of course, in the future. Pepsicola, if he's playing this deck, that means he has gotten a win already on his Fiora Shen. So both players playing Fiora Shen, but a different second deck.
And now, with the stun onto Shen, Gravitum putting in a lot of work, we also see Pepsicola with Crescendum to pull 2 drops. This is going to keep your board wide, maybe give you some threat. And double Sky's Descend in hand. This is going to be something that's going to be pretty difficult to set up in this game, especially against Deny. But, Spacey Sketcher hopefully comes through to fix that.
Yeah, these huge, powerful spells are always going to find a problem, trying to play them out against Fiora Shen, because Deny is always going to be there, and because Fiora Shen as a deck plays very reactively in the late game and has always has that spell mana available, unless, maybe when you drop a Brightsteel Formation on that turn, you have a chance, but then you're getting barriers, so, you can't really play Sky's Descent either, so, it's a tough card to play out, same as Feel the Rush when you play that deck against Fiora Shen.
Yeah, main deck Sky's Descend is very specific in its uses, but when it lines up against the decks that it's meant to, it just blows them out of the water and you can swing for that lethal. Fortunately, with the barrier coming onto Fiora, this is just to get some progress on Shen and maybe set up just for next round. Yeah, see, both players wanting to pass here, just building up towards the later stages of the game. We'll see how Pepsicola handles this Fiora now swinging in with the attack token and a barrier.
He does have a Hush, which can, of course, answer the Fiora, but there's going to be a lot of answers and response from Cassus. He has the Sharp Sight, he has the Spirit's Refuge for a barrier as well, a second barrier if needed. So Aphelios, I believe, will be dying this turn.
Yeah, unfortunately, sometimes you're able to do some tricky stuff at burst speed to phase and get that moon weapon, maybe pull a Gravitum to keep him alive, that sort of thing. But looking at this hand, it's just classic Targon. Big things that do stuff at slow speed. So, opens up the opportunity here with Screeching Dragon being played.
Now only 4 mana available for Cassus, so a little bit less counterplay with the spells.
Opts for Mountain Scryer over the Solari Priestess. Maybe trying to... Yeah, so now there's 2 challengers in play and then 2 juicy targets for those challengers.
Cassus thinking here, what is the best order? Who should get barrier? Of course, Fiora with her win condition, a unit you definitely want to keep alive. And Screeching Dragon does a pretty good job of keeping himself alive as well with the Fury keyword on this unit as well. But there's a kill on the Mountain Scryer. Aphelios now survives. We'll see if there's going to be an answer from Cassus. If there is, then Hush can come in with the 3 mana available and counteract everything that Fiora's trying to do this turn. So we'll see if there's a greedy commitment here from Cassus, or if he just takes the loss here and lets Aphelios survive.
Yeah, by letting Aphelios survive here, you're guaranteeing that your Fiora will live. Calibrum can only hit followers, and with the Fury on the Screeching Dragon, it will heal out of range of that. So overall, this is pretty much the best outcome you want for Pepsicola. You need to keep Aphelios alive. These moon weapons are going to do such a good job of just keeping things under control as you build towards your late game Celestials and your win conditions. Covering the Calibrum here. Zoe potentially coming down. Won't be able to attack or connect significantly, but just sits there and maybe just watches a bunch of cards go by.
Yeah, Zoe always difficult to get value out of her in this matchup because of the fact that Sharp Sight exists and it just completely destroys your attack. Especially with Fiora, where Fiora can just get a counter for free, basically.
And got to remember too, if you don't use Calibrum as your second card, then Aphelios, of course, won't phase you another moon weapon. He only gives it to you if you don't have one already. And so now this just sets up for Gravitum. We see there. Just going to play the Solari Priestess first, of course, to get that Invoke, get that Daybreak, see what the opponent plays. Where do I want to send this Calibrum? And going to chip away at this Screeching Dragon. And then you get Gravitum for Cytherea, because she is a follower. She'll be stunned this round, and then at the beginning of next round. Takes away your opponent's potential for an open attack. I love the Serpent here for 0 mana. That also allows you to maybe take down this Screeching Dragon.
We'll see what the answer is here with Fiora, because she might be a problem as well if you don't have a clear answer, and there's going to be enough protection in these few turns when you have Double Spirit's Refuge, etc. She could just get a win off her counters, right? Pepsicola doing a very good job of defending with this deck. With this Invoke deck, you have a ton of spells that can help you control a game, and you're still at 20 HP, but Fiora can be a bit tricky and can maybe just win the game outright with her win condition.
And Pepsicola here, I love this setup. Setting up to just get this spell mana out of the way, right? When Fiora Shen doesn't have that spell mana floated, they might be forced to take a couple turns off as they rebuild and actually are able to keep you under threat. And now you can threaten to punish like a Sharp Sight with Hush, or if they try to value trade with the Cytherea into the Goat, you set up for another Calibrum to take her down. And so now goes for the safest line of just protecting the Screeching Dragon, but does go for the block actually with the Cytherea.
So it's 2 mana still up for Cassus, means that there could be a second Sharp Sight, which is why I think maybe he's not, trying to go for the outright kill on some of these units.
Mm-hmm. And both of these moon weapons do phase back into Calibrum, so you can go for Crescendum now again to pull another 2-drop, just to get some value, and then take down the Cytherea.
And not too many fearsome blockers on the board right now for Pepsicola, so definitely a heads-up play, trying to make sure it doesn't just die next turn to a very explosive turn with maybe one of the actual blockers just being dragged away, and then just a lot of units hitting face.
Mm-hmm. And again, this is really important. You're doing Gravitum on the Cytherea, so it's stunned this round and next round. Now that Aphelios is leveled up, it will create the I see, has to, phases to get the Crescendum, but doesn't get the Calibrum just yet.
And this is yet another attempt for this Fiora to kill Aphelios. We'll see how it... Well, actually, it's a Screeching Dragon this time around, getting the attack instead, and Pepsicola opts to not do anything, just takes the hit there on all of these units. The Zoe, of course, we mentioned, very fragile in this matchup, ends up dying to the Fiora there.
Pepsicola goes for the Star Shaping. This is very risky to commit this mana to a spell to heal and draw a card, rather than trying to develop board with the Traveler, for example, to have another blocker against Relentless Pursuit. Relentless Pursuit isn't as devastating here simply because the Cytherea has been stunned, but...
I mean, it's pretty devastating. It's going to be a lot of attackers here, 4 units attacking. Shen is, I was going to say close leveling up, but he's leveling up this turn. So he's giving barriered units even more attack. He has Spirit's Refuge as well to keep him play at least one of them, or Riposte even better for the attack bonus as well. And there's a Hush for Pepsicola. That's basically it, and 1 blocker.
Full Nexus health. Doesn't opt for it.
Maybe there wasn't a guaranteed lethal, then it would be a bit of a waste, but still would have been a very, very strong play. A lot of damage coming through. Maybe opting to try and save it for the turn that Cytherea isn't stunned.
That seems to be the best bet. You just want to go through, probably. This gives you another chance to set up Bright Steel formation. And if you commit to Bright Steel formation, is there a world where Pepsicola is able to set up enough Celestials to maybe get a Sky's Descend to finally co-op? It's so unfortunate that both of these are drawn and no Spacey Sketchers to fix this.
And then I was just top deck as well for Cassus,
Yeah, this is looking really hard. You've got Crescendum to pull a 2-drop from the deck. The list only runs Mountain Goat in that slot. Not sure how many have been played. Another Aphelios, however, you can get Crescendum and start doing Gravitum things to keep your opponent at bay. You have to remember, too, is that the Moon weapons are very vulnerable to Deny and Nopify.
And that's a very scary looking board with some very high attack units on the side of Cassus. Silver lining for Pepsicola, he is 1-0 up in the series, so can just lose this game and go next. But this is looking pretty tough. I mean,
yeah, so you play a unit and then Relentless Pursuit comes down so that you just kill your opponent or essentially just force them to trade their entire board away, and then this sets you up for an even stronger open attack next round now that Cythria is no longer being threatened. This does open up Gravitum, but you still, again, with the barrier, it doesn't matter anymore. Star Chart? Oh man, Star Chart. Maybe get a Crescent Strike on the stack here to stun 2 things instead of 1.
Looks like Pepsicola does not opt for going for it now. Burst speed, see what he can get here. Does not get it. Gets the Messenger, Charger, and the Moonglow. Nothing really too impactful for the current state of the game. And it's looking tough. Gravitum come in, get a stun at least. But like you mentioned, it's not just this turn you have to survive, it's the next one as well. And these units are looking pretty beefy.
And Hush onto Cythria to take away that AoE attack and also the Fearsome so that these chump blockers can actually do some work. And this is one of the times where, like, if you catch your opponent without Deny, this is where you would want this guy's Descend, but everything is going to go down here.
And at 15 mana, kind of pretty much uncastable in the current way Runeterra works. So it would be very difficult. It would be an answer, but like we mentioned at the very start, with Deny, it's just very, very difficult to get these very strong spells to go off. And that is the 1-1 at least. Cassus comes back into this game. We're going to go to game 3. And Cassus has to switch off of this Fiora Shen into the Feel the Rush deck we saw a few series ago. And Pepsicola has to remain on this Aphelios list. He already won with Fiora Shen. So both players have a win with a very strong deck in Fiora Shen, and now have to get a win with a second deck. One of them, I guess both of them kind of late game, kind of very one player through Invoke, one player through Feel the Rush, but both decks going very late game, and the early game is just really just ramping and preparing for that late game by invoking or by just getting that extra mana early on.
And we'll see, right? Because Cassus has a very removal heavy deck, right? The Ice Quakes main decked in and just wants to keep the board under control and set up for not just Feel the Rush, but also Ledros Atrocity. Both players have Atrocity available, but Cassus does have the secret tech of the 1 Flash Freeze. Right now, Pepsicola is going to be looking to maybe level up Zoe if possible, if they catch, Cassus without the proper removals to answer in the early game, and you get Moonglow. We've all seen that happen over and over and over again. But
a bit of
you're
an
looking
awkward
for
hand.
Falling Comet, right?
A bit of an awkward hand right now for Cassus. I mean, very, very slow. Only has a Flash Freeze as a playable card in the first 3 turns. And yeah, continues to be an awkward hand. We've seen it before with Feel the Rush or Warm Loaded Cult decks being awkward early on. Pepsicola, he's thinking, I don't want to play into Avalanche too much, but he also has a pretty good opener in terms of being aggressive at the start of it. He can be even more aggressive now if he gets the right Invoke here from the Spacey Sketcher.
Yeah, exactly. If you can set up a Crescent Strike or something ahead of time so you don't have to worry about it, it's all good. So let's see. Equinox, you keep against Ledros, but just getting the Crescent Strike just gives you that safety against a ramp coming out, right? Because Pepsicola can't see that Cassus doesn't have the ramp here. And you want to be prepared for that Feel the Rush if it does come down. We see Moonlight Affliction in Pepsicola's hand. That'll come in handy for stopping a really big swing turn with the double Overwhelm. And holding on to the Sky's Descend as well. Just discards the Dusk Petal Dust, of course.
And Pepsicola, not knowing how bad the hand is for Cassus, decides to not even attack, just go for the pass there to maybe play around Catalyst being played in that turn where it's usually wanted to be played. But Cassus is not being punished for having a terrible hand because Pepsicola wants to give him the respect that most players do have Avalanche, do have Catalyst on that turn 3.
Yeah, so the whiff on the Scryer coming through, very unfortunate. So no Invoke happening there. You do still, of course, just get the discounts. And Cassus with the Catalyst top deck. So it's a little bit ahead here on the mana game. And Pepsicola now, not even open attacking, knows that, yeah, I'm just attacking into Withering Wail or what have you. I'm just going to just keep developing, working towards my slow win condition. This is a matchup where it's very passive and then explosively ends. It's not really chip damage focused. The list, while it does have a lot of early game units, doesn't have the resiliency and damage output that it would need for that to be a reliable line.
An 8 mana here for Cassus. Can play Ruination this turn. Has the option to play a Trundle, for example, this turn. But there could be a pretty big attack here from Pepsicola with the Trickster coming out. 5 mana still up as well.
And notably, Cassus does have access to Trundle. This is the mid game you want to see with this list. Just a big unit with regeneration. There's no threat here of this getting up-traded into because of the Pale Cascade nerf, for example. And yeah, now you just block some of this damage, and you're perfectly fine taking 3 or 4 damage with this list in the early game because of Withering Wail, because of Catalyst. You just get that all back.
And usually when these board states start piling up, they're not just a threat this turn, they're a threat next turn because, you're not killing these units or trading with them, but because you have things like Ruination, because you have things like, Feel the Rush suddenly giving you 2 huge units that are a threat themselves, you're not as worried like they're mentioning as well. So I think Cassus had a chance to really be punished in the early game, but of course, without caster vision, without seeing the cards he has in hand, it was very hard for Pepsicola to do this. I think he's played this matchup many times. He knows how you should normally play around certain things like Avalanche, etc., and just went into that line of play as well this game. And in the late game, I'm not sure if he can do enough to stop. I mean, he has the Crescent Strike, which is a big pull, of course, for at least 1 attack token turn, but can he generate enough of the threats of his own is what I'm asking here.
Yeah, the Moonglow is really interesting. This is sort of card you maybe want to take if you were trying to set up a Zoe, for example. Opts for the Charger, wants another body here, trying to actually maybe finding their way down into this aggressive line.
And this Ice Quake here destroys everything on the board, on Pepsicola's side of the board. And there's not really, the hand is not really there to redevelop here all of a sudden. You develop once and that's basically it until you get this huge invoke finishers, but you don't even have that. You don't have really any more cards to invoke. You don't have a Starry Priestess, etc. So this is now looking very much in favor of Cassus. Finds the Avalanche a bit late where it doesn't really matter too much. Just plays the Ice Pillar as a blocker instead. Obviously, Trundle with regeneration can trade against this Mountain Goat any day of the week, and it's looking very much in favor for Cassus now.
Yeah, the Scryer whiff and the missing on drawing these Starry Priestesses means you don't have the Falling Comet you really want in this matchup, and the classic Ice Pillar refilling that 8 mana allows you to drop Tryndamere as well. The open attack from Cassus is so threatening now. Mountain Goat just in play as a 4/2 potentially just gets pulled aside from the pillar and just let these swing through fully. That way you don't have to worry about Hush punishing your Tryndamere. Cassus got a taste of that last round, and only 2 HP on Pepsicola. I think sacrificing the pillar is perfectly acceptable here.
2 HP now. Obviously Hush has to be, well, Hush can't really even stop Atrocity, so now at this point Atrocity is going to be GG. There's not really anything that can do it here. There's no Deny, of course, in this region combo for Pepsicola, so a very quick game, a very odd game. Pepsicola not really able to do anything in terms of his game plan, just the way it played out, and I think it should be lethal here for Cassus. He could just play it slow and just, play reactively, but
a lot of times players do, even when they have the Atrocity lethal, they just wait until it's 100% guaranteed. I don't know if there's really anything that can stop Atrocity in that deck, right? Vengeance? No, actually, my mistake. Cassus's version, Pepsicola's version of Aphelios doesn't have Atrocity and Black Spear are the only Shadow Isles cards.
It's going to be a Feel the Rush instead, just trying to get, 4 massive units on the board instead to win through just sheer overwhelm attrition, taking a page from Rico Rex's book. And, there's not much of a game plan going on Pepsicola's side of the board. He has 2 Mountain Goats and a 2/1. It's very sad. 13 mana, still can't cast Skies of Descent, even if you could. You have 2 Tryndameres coming back from the dead, even bigger than before. And this, I think, is guaranteed lethal. I'm not going to do the math here. I think my EU math and my EU just observational skills can deduce that this is going to be lethal here.
Big green number. Go smash.
Going to be a record -46. So Rico Rex, usually the one getting the overwhelm records on those huge swing turns, but looks like Cassus is doing it instead. Gets the 2-1 victory, the comeback victory, winning the last 2 games of this series, and Pepsicola drops from the tournament. An interesting showing, an interesting deck as well that was brought here with the Aphelios finally, entering the shell of that invoked SI deck, but looks like there is, already the Field Rush has been the staple SI late game deck, and it continues to do so, at least in this matchup that we just saw.
The Aphelios list, we basically saw all of the early game that the deck was capable of. When you're running a deck that has that many units, I think that you're maybe anticipating more aggressive, swarmy things to be brought. Like Discard Aggro has made a guest appearance in a few of these. Zoe would have been maybe fantastic to shore up that early game as well, to take advantage of all of the different cards that were being played. But against these late game builds, playing 1 HP, 2 HP things is just tickling Feel the Rush.
Exactly, and that's going to be it for that losers bracket match. We'll check out the bracket in just a second. We've, of course, seen the winners final resolve already, with Faul now waiting in the grand finals. And Cassus will be facing Beaver, that first pink Beaver that was able, he lost early on to Faul, but able to claw back through Rico Rex. Rico Rex going down, so no chance of a back-to-back repeat. Unfortunate for him, and unfortunate for all the overwhelm and spicy list fans in this universe. But Cassus will be facing first pink Beaver in the next losers bracket match after this break.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU. We just saw the conclusion there of the winner's bracket, and now we're moving through the loser's bracket, and we need to figure out who's going to be Aui's next opponent to get up into the grand finals now.
I'm going to be checking out Cassus. Just got a win against Pepsicola, so a big win for him. Moving on, staying alive in this tournament, playing two very strong, very consistent decks in Feel the Rush and Fiora Shen, two staples in tournament scene for months and months and months, and maybe too many months even. And a very different lineup from Beaver playing Fizz TF, kind of the new wave, what kind of hit 2-3 weeks ago, and now has become very popular both on ladder and in tournaments. And Anivia, which is a deck that kind of is the answer to this new wave, which counters Fizz TF very easily and is similar to Fuel the Rush in many ways. Playing very late game, has a lot of the same spells that are so good in controlling the board and the game from Freljord and SI. But yeah, I think the biggest reasoning here is just to counter Fizz TF. I think that's Beaver's reasoning to bring this deck.
Yeah, having that constant AoE just shuts out a lot of the aggressive and mid-range lists. Anything that wants to develop big bodies against you has to worry about Ruination, for example, and it's easier than ever before to get those multiple copies of Anivia in play thanks to the new card Gluttony, which we're going to see here. This is only a one of in the deck. Despite its strength and its synergy, basically what you do is you play Gluttony on Anivia, and it summons the Rekindler, and so then that just brings your Anivia back to life, and then you get another egg that potentially resurrects. It's very devastating. We even have the triple harrowing at the top end, and this deck is just going to be all about controlling, and no matter how much sustain you have or how many bodies you have, when your Nexus is taking 6 or 8 damage every attack thanks to the Glacial Storm, that's all she wrote.
That being said, a lot of cards in this deck are great into certain metas, into certain matchups. They would definitely put a complete stop to Fizz TF, for example, if Beaver expected it to be, a big deck this tournament. But against Cassus and his current lineup, things like the Box and Withering Whale, etc., aren't going to be that great. Against Fear the West, definitely not, because there aren't that many units played, and you don't really want to punish a wide strategy. And against Fiora Shen, also maybe situationally, can be powerful against, threatening a Fiora, for example. But in most cases, these decks that Cassus are bringing are not really, aggro zoo decks that go very wide. So losing some value on Anivia and on this entire just archetype in general.
The list, we'll definitely see how it lines up. The Feel the Rush definitely favored because this deck doesn't main deck harsh winds. You've got Entreat, but you need to get the Anivia in play first. There's no like flash freezes and stuff. So against the Feel the Rush list, I think that it could just burst the Nexus down in the late game. And taking again a closer look at Cassus's Feel the Rush, we've got two main decked Ice Quakes. There's definitely a world where the Anivias get chump blocked, or if that egg gets summoned, it'll die to an Avalanche, Vile Feast, right? The Ice Quake itself. So it's very terrifying to actually set up that combo turn that you want. If the game goes on too long, like for example, we've seen games where Feel the Rush is in the bottom half of the deck and doesn't get cast, or if Ledros doesn't come through, maybe just a crazy harrowing, right? Summoning a ton of Anivias to wipe the board could be what really decides things.
And it's a matchup that I personally don't want to see because it might be just a lot of stalling, a lot of no one has any plays to make because they have avalanches and there's no units on the board, and you're just playing Ruination into Ruination. So it's an interesting matchup for sure. It'll be decided, like you mentioned, once that explosive turn 9, turn 10 turn occurs, and you have Feel the Rush coming down, or things like Trindamir, for example. It plays around Vengeance and against around Ruination, so you have a chance to get value out of it that way with Atrocity, for example. So it's an interesting matchup for sure. Not the very usual game of Runeterra. It'll be interesting to see, but we could just not see that matchup at all. We could just see Fiora Shen against the Anivia, for example. Or TF Fizz is the second deck for Beaver, and that is a deck that's going to get not a great matchup against Feel the Rush because there's just board clears for days with Withering Whale and with Avalanche, and your entire board is 2 health maximum. So once those come down, it's almost GG unless you have a suit up, for example. You can win, of course. There are ways to maybe you put out a TF and your opponent has to answer with Avalanche immediately, because TF, we've seen it before in this tournament, can level up in one turn. And once the Avalanche comes down, then you have the green light to play out your elusives if you have Burble Fishes at 0 mana, for example. But it's a difficult matchup to navigate.
Yeah, you've got the options there. You've got a lot of reload too, is the thing. Normally these swarmy decks, they get AoE'd once or twice and they're just kind of out of the game. But with pick a card, with Twisted Fate and Rummage, you're able to keep up a continuous threat. There is a weird world because Catastus only has one Ruination. If Ruination is forced maybe in the early mid game somehow, you just reestablish, especially as we've seen, where you think your opponent's tapped out, but then suddenly they just start playing multiple 0-mana Burble Fishes, and they still get to hit you.
And comparing this list to Foul's list, also bringing TF Fizz and already waiting in the grand finals, a few key differences. We don't see any Get Excited, for example. We see Gotcha instead in that role, which, I mean, similar card. They do things a bit differently, but they both fit in this deck one way or another. We see two stress testings in I think this is Foul's deck, I believe. Yeah, this is
Yeah,
Foul's deck. It
yes.
has the Pool Sharks, which we saw missing in Beaver's list, for example. It has only one stress testing instead of two. So I mentioned it before. There's a 5 or 6 card pool that you can kind of switch around, and it depends maybe on preference. I think people are still trying to see how stress testing fits in the deck and how many spots it can take without making things a bit clunky or awkward. But the rest of the deck, 35 cards are pretty much sealed in, and it's a deck that just performed very well. So I'm not surprised to see it on this tournament as well.
And first Pink Beaver not running those Pool Sharks does lower the chances of that Twisted Fate getting that crazy super fast level up. So that is one angle of the matchup that is covered potentially there by the Feel the Rush deck. And once the players get set up, you have to remember, right, not just about what did I bring to the tournament, but what order do I want to play these? Because sometimes your opponent wants, their opponent to just get that free win, right? To say, this deck has really bad matchups. We're just going to get one of your decks out of the way, and I'm going to intentionally go for the 2-0 reverse sweep, right? The 2-1. And Anivia, again, it's one of those things we've seen with Catassus where um, sometimes they just draw really bad. This is a loser's bracket match, right? So sometimes you're playing a deck, and even if it is very strong, if you just don't draw well, there is always a path to victory for your opponent, especially with explosive decks like this. Twisted Fate Fizz, we've seen pop off numerous times so far on the broadcast. And again, even Anivia, if you don't have the right tools to mess with their synergies, if they get that gluttony into double resurrect, into harrowing, suddenly what looked like a one game is suddenly getting locked down because your opponent now has Anivia's harsh wins over and over and over again, and they're just shuffling that into the deck, and you just can't swing through. Like we've seen earlier with Sejuani, right? Enough Frostbite can also protect your Nexus.
Yeah, I think the biggest matchup to look out for here that for one player would be fantastic and for one player would be a disaster would be the Fuel the Rush against TF Fizz, because it's just
Mm.
pretty lopsided. It's just, I mean, it's not necessarily that TF is like an aggro deck and it's going to lose because of the heals, for example, on Fuel the Rush. It's just the fact that your entire board has only 2 health, and Avalanche is usually a thing on turns 3,
Mm-hmm.
4, or 5 for Fuel the Rush, and that's the biggest issue really. You can,
Mm-hmm.
of course, you have things like Gold Card on TF to stun one of the Field Rush units. You have certain things that you can have some outplay potential in the late game, but it's tough to even get to the late game sometimes with TF Fizz. So that's the one matchup that I think Beaver definitely wants to avoid if possible.
All right, so we are going to jump in and we'll see what the players decided as their first decks. I think Catassus has been pretty fortunate so far with the Feel the Rush list and is going to lead off with it into Twisted Fate Fizz. So first Pink Beaver again thinks that maybe Anivia has a better matchup against the other decks. Is just going to get this bad one out of the way.
Looks like Ballistic Bot is there on turn 2. Always great to see it and to have it. And the unit that does survive Avalanche. So actually, yeah, one of the few units that does have over 2 HP. In this case, Catassus cannot. We don't have his hand right now, so just a technical problem with some delay issues. But it's time to this allows us to get into Beaver's mind and not have the caster vision we usually have and see how he's going to face this game without being able to see his opponent's hand.
Exactly. When you don't know what your opponent has, we saw it with Pepsicola, where they don't have Avalanche, they don't have Catalyst. It kind of gives you it opens the gates for you to be more aggressive. But Pink Beaver's just going to keep drawing, going to keep working on this burn plan, and maybe Catassus gets caught up in another game of that nature where they don't have the punish here with the Avalanche.
If we don't see an avalanche come down, then we could maybe expect a big card to come out as well. Would be a bit risky. We're still pretty early in the game. You would only have 5 mana next turn to play your cards out, and TF is still pretty far from leveling up. But I think we will be seeing an avalanche here, or Vile Feast actually. Preparing maybe a Withering Whale for next turn, or a second Vile Feast potentially from Cassus.
Yeah, the Vile Feast is maybe decent for Burblefish in the late game. You have to worry about iterative improvement, of course, where even though the Burblefish goes down, it just summons another one back to your hand with 2 HP that just comes back out against the Vile Feast. So yeah, double Vile Feast. Cassus, unfortunately, in a very clunky hand setup, apparently.
Heals back up the damage from the ignitions, and now has a few chump blockers for Ballistic Ball. One of the worst things about Ballistic Ball is the fact that you can get his attack as high as you want, but he doesn't have Overwhelm, he doesn't have Elusive, so if you have a chump blocker, he's kind of doomed to just stick on the board and not really do much with his attack.
So Cassus, again, no Avalanche, but has the Trundle on round 5. No ramp either, so this game's going to be pretty honest. And fortunately for Cassus, so much of your deck is built towards, keeping down these swarmy lists that you don't necessarily mind missing out on the ramp. This isn't the sort of matchup where you need to get to Feel the Rush immediately or you die.
And just 1 mana away from having a very, very explosive Burblefish attack turn here. Can't really, the math just doesn't check out to get these Burblefishes on the board. Now that Avalanche, you're tapped down under the 4 mana if you're Cassus. So it'll have to be next turn, but has the prep is already there, double Burblefish in hand, and the Mind Melt could be a potentially pretty strong play. Of course, we'll have the Withering Whale being a fast response that can deal with Burblefishes once they do come down.
So there's the catalyst, finally. And so First Pink Beaver does have the option to play this slow ignition, right? You force Cassus to be the one that's coming reactively, potentially. And so Zap Sprayfin coming down. What's this going to draw? Rummage. And the Burblefishes are here.
They're online.
They didn't have the Avalanche before, but...
So stress testing here is not going to draw a card because it hasn't been discarded. It was just thrown back into the deck with pick a card. So a bit of a different interaction than with Rummage, but you're still drawing obviously the 3 cards next turn. And the Burblefishes are on 0 mana, but this is where the bluff factor comes in. You want to try and get the Avalanche out before the Burblefish comes down on the board. You don't want to commit everything and then get blown out. Of course, there could be 2 Avalanches in hand by now. So it's a tricky situation in this matchup. I mentioned it before, and this is the turn where you start bluffing.
Now you can open attack with the 6 damage here. Your opponent goes down to 11. Again, because the Burblefishes let you reestablish after an AoE, it's not that big a deal. This is, again, a very tough decision for First Pink Beaver to make. How greedy do you want to be? I don't think my opponent has Avalanche, but do they have Withering Whale?
You can go for the Mind Meld here. You can go for, you Mind Meld now. If there's a Withering Whale in response, you still have some units surviving, double zaps, and you have the chance to play the Burblefishes still. Of course, there's 11 mana to play with if you are Cassus, so you have a lot of different possibilities for answers.
And Cassus now is recognizing the bluff here, right? Your opponent just summons a Poro Cannon. It's very obviously a waiting move. I want to see what you do. You have to play that AoE, and this is how Fizz Twisted Fate can sometimes catch you off guard, where you wipe the board and then they just reestablish with a lot of these cheap elusive units. The second daring Poro, the Burblefishes, into the Mind Meld.
That's the thing. Mind Meld requires an answer, right? And at that point, once those answers come down, then you have the chance to be reactive, to have forced your opponent's hand and then play out the Burblefishes and try and sneak in damage that way. The Pillar, of course, is a waiting move. No downside to it, really. Can't block elusives, but looks like it's going to be a greedy one here with Burblefish coming out first. Maybe 1 Burblefish is okay. Maybe that's like, okay, Avalanche now, and then, I still have a chance to play a few more cards here, but...
Ooh! Withering Whale, it's got to be.
Could be both still. I mean, at this point for Cassus, you're not really worried. If there's an open attack here and you have Withering Whale, you have the chance to stop most of the damage from coming through.
This is Swarm versus Feel the Rush. This is how every player feels when you're playing a wide deck with low units. How much can I commit into this? And because first pink Beaver, of course, is eyeballing this Mind Meld, gonna give up a Twisted Fate, which really, again, isn't gonna do a lot. So I think you got to commit it. Like, the Withering Wail is going to happen, or the Avalanche is going to happen eventually. So I think you just go for the percent, that low percent of your opponent not having it, right? And we do have the reveal now from Cassus' hand. Has an Ice Quake.
The magic trick. He doesn't have the Avalanche actually, so he only has the Withering Wail now to answer, of course, before the Mind Meld resolves. Still some pretty threatening units going to be on the board here, and you still have the surprise, no one expected a Burblefish to come out as well. And that's it. There's no more answers now. You have the Harsh Wind. That's basically it, though.
And now, yeah, with the 7/7s, you, even if they have the Avalanche to wipe the other Burblefish, I'm not sure you care. And now you've got 17 damage here.
Well, Harsh Winds will stop most of it, and the Ballistic Bot can just get chump block. So it'll be in the end. At the end of the day, 3 damage goes through. We thought, it was like calculations, 77 damage, 33 damage. No, it's just 3 damage coming through. So a lot of hype, 70s. A lot of build up, but in the end of the day, what I expected. You have Withering Wail, you have a lot of ways to answer your Cassus, and you had 11 mana, so you had a lot of different plays you could make.
Yeah, that was a very key turn. Now everything's been committed to this Tryndamere. And with the Atrocity in hand, this does force Cassus to block just a little bit. Maybe rummaging for a Twisted Fate here, looks like. And there it is. Get that gold card down to stop the Tryndamere.
That being said, the last play, that last turn, requiring the Withering Wail and the Harsh Winds to be played, it did stop Feel the Rush from coming out this turn, which is pretty important. This is a big attack token turn for Cassus. We have the stun here, like I mentioned, the gold card, Twisted Fate, is pretty important in this matchup. Prevents a lot of damage from coming through. But no Ice Quake means there's no... Withering Wail is still there. It was just top deck this turn, actually. So you do still have an answer for the Burblefishes at the very least.
Trading up into Trundle here, I do really like. You can't take all that damage again. The threat of Atrocity, coupled with Overwhelm, is just so devastating. And even though you want this big unit in play to give you ignitions, with no keywords, like you said before, Ballistic Bot doesn't have any keywords, so the high attack only matters in this scenario where you get to trade up into something.
And I think it's a fine trade here. I think the play here would be pick a card. You have a high chance of finding suit-ups for next turn to help out your Burblefishes, and you play out Burblefish this turn, and then just, depending on what you draw next turn, obviously you can get a lot of different lines of play, but you have a much higher chance at protecting these Burblefishes, maybe even both of them with double suit-up. And outside of Withering Wail, there aren't really any fast responses that are going to be very effective against this full elusive board for Beaver. So there could be a win this next turn if the right cards are drawn. I believe one suit-up was played already.
I don't think one. I think one. Yeah, I think did one suit-up get
on the zap, and but none draw. Okay, that was pretty anticlimactic.
That's unfortunate. Yeah, it takes Cassus all the way down to 5 HP, but again, Withering Wail going to kill 2 Burblefishes, heal for 3, offset a lot of this damage, Catalyst for even more healing. You could just float potentially and set up a Feel the Rush next round for an open attack.
But if Withering Wail is played, you can't kill TF this turn unless you Atrocity, which is pretty important because TF might be leveling up depending on what cards are drawn. And, we've seen it before. Already got to pick a card draws this turn as well. So I don't think you ever Atrocity this fighter, but TF could be an issue. I mean, Pool Shark comes down all of a sudden.
Ironically, the Atrocity like a spider, or the Atrocity the Tryndamere.
That's what I was thinking, but I think that's
then you got the Mystic Shot to answer. So I like cashing in the fleeting Mystic Shot here, of course, just sending everything face. Cassus really wants to float this mana to set up for Feel the Rush, and lets it go through. We get one more draw.
No draw cards here, no rummage, so Feel the Rush comes down. TF is already on the board, so you don't have a second TF to stun. And it's looking pretty grim. You had your chance, but didn't find the right draws, I think, with the fleeting cards, with pick a card, or this turn now with Pool Shark. And it's a pretty scary board to look at if you are Beaver now.
Yeah, so Trundle comes through. Again, you get the Behold off of the Ice Pillar and the other Tryndamirs that are in play to buff up this Trundle even further. The HP is just so low. You're forced to block with Zap, Spray Fin, or something. So that's
I mean, I don't think there's anything you can do to stop 15 HP from coming through. Yeah, it's a problem with both Avalanche, with your units having so low health, and also in terms of blocking, because your units have very low health. So it's a double-edged sword where you're just losing to both things in this matchup. And there was a chance, of course, with the suit-up potential draws last turn with pick a card, but the right cards were not drawn. No cards to level up TF, even to try and go for a Hail Mary, a gold card with burst speed spells as well.
That key, yeah, the key turn with the harsh winds there to stop all that damage coming through off of the Mind Meld.
There's a highlight from Beaver. I mean, he knows he's 6 out of 8 on TF. Could have found so many cards that could have gotten him the draws this turn, but didn't find any of them. So unfortunate for him. Yeah, that's going to be a -11. So the math does check out. You don't have anything you can do here. Mystic Shock can kill Tryndamere, but it just levels him up. So no point either. And there's even, things like Grasp, for example, to get extra damage through with the overall units anyway. So it's pretty doomed. This matchup overall, we talked about it was going to be doomed anyway. Now it's out of the way. So now maybe, like you mentioned, it's kind of the setup for the reverse sweep. We'll find out. But that's Pula Rush gets the win for Cassus, so that he cannot play that deck anymore. He has to play the Fiora Shen. It's his last remaining deck. And now Beaver has a chance to both either play this TF Fizz deck again or switch to his Anivia list that we have not seen yet.
And both of these decks are pretty weak to Fiora Shen if they get the right opening, right? Like they have ways to snipe the eggs with challenger units. You can deny or notify the Gluttony to stop that really powerful thing from happening. A lot of shrimpy units being summoned by Fizz Twisted Fate. For example, like just get eaten by Fiora. So we'll see what Cassus does. More well-rounded hand this time. Has some units, has the Shen. I think that you're happy just kind of floating in the early mid-game here to build up your mana pool. And now, there's the curve. Fiora, Shen, Screeching Dragon.
A perfect curve. You find River Hipper to find you some spells as well when you have a lot of units. So everything looking pretty good for Cassus. There is, of course, Blizzard Ball turn 2 for Beaver and the Rummage coming in early to try and start setting things up. Get a big hand and have a lot of different options on return. But yeah, Fiora coming down here wouldn't have any protection. That's the only thing. And Cassus is thinking about this now, thinking how much respect he wants to put on the 3 mana that Beaver does have. There are things. There actually aren't any Get Excited in this list. So maybe because of that, the Fiora does come down. Gotcha could, of course, do it, but very conditional to have drawn it this turn, even though you did Rummage.
And then you're throwing the gotcha in against a sharp sight, which might be worth it, right? You kind of want to bait out those sharp sights for defensive play rather than using it offensively to trade into your big Burblefish swings later on in the match.
And the pick card comes out. There's the gotcha and the Mystic Shot there as well. But the Brightsteel Protector might slow down that game plan a little bit, and the Shen as well. Once Shen does come down, you can answer with a spell, and then the Spirit Refuge cannot be played actually. So again, same thought process here for Cassus. Does he risk it? Does he want to put the Fiora, develop on curve and put the Fiora at risk, or just go for the safer play? Ends up going for the risky play here. 2 mana, could have Sharp Sight, but yeah, there's enough answers from Beaver, I think, to go for this gotcha. And
with gotcha being fleeting, it's even more important to play that, even against the sharp sight, against a Nopify. And so now Shen is just going to be the one that swings in here. Even though Fiora goes down, you still have a fantastic hand, a great curve. You need more units than spells in this matchup, because you need to keep forcing your opponent to trade.
Taking some damage here, but of course wants to get at least some damage onto the Shen that does not have a barrier, and taking the same damage from both units to the attack. So this is the block, of course. Wants to keep the Ballistic Bard alive to get the ignitions, to get all these very cheap spells every single turn to get his Burblefishes down to 0 as quickly as possible. And there really isn't a board clear for Cassus. So compared to the last game, should be a lot easier for Beaver to get a lethal turn if he's able to survive that long. And with Fiora dead now, the tempo and the pressure that Cassus was going to put down on the board in the mid game has now gone down considerably.
And as you mentioned, without that interactivity, Twisted Fate becomes a much bigger threat. Now, it's a wonder if. Oh, I was gonna say, I was like, if they have the stress testing here to remove fleeting from these cards. Pink Beaver wants to save this Mystic Shot and this Iterative Improvement for down the road. Iterative Improvement, maybe hitting a Screeching Dragon or something could be very fantastic for this list. I don't imagine it going super late, but Bright Steel formation. So we're finally seeing the other side of the coin for Cassus, where it's all units and no spells this time.
And Beaver has all spells and no units. No Zap Spray Fin. Has a Twisted Fate, of course, but a lot of protection spells or interaction spells like Interactive Improvement, for example, and Suit Up, but not really the best targets. Ballistic Bot isn't the target you want to hit with Suit Up because attack he's going to get it anyway, and just the +1 to HP isn't really that important at this stage in the game. Would have been much better on something like a Zap Spray Fin or even Twisted Fate, I guess, could be a good option.
Yeah, so it goes for the ignition. Just a nice waiting move, as we've seen in the previous game. And so this is so awkward for Cassus. You need to develop the board here, but by not having this extra mana up to threaten or to protect your units, you're just giving First Pink Beaver all of the leeway they need to freely develop against you.
And Twisted Fate not doing much in this situation either. In terms of red and gold card, not super impactful on this attack token turn for Beaver. And blue card, okay, but Twisted Fate is going to die next turn because of the challenger now from Screeching Dragon.
So what's the setup? You can just play Twisted Fate, maybe try to go for pick a card next round. You have Mystic Shot, you have Suit Up to maybe protect Twisted Fate. Does that work? No. It's a mess. The hand looks so good, but it's just there's nothing to really glue it together. Gonna go for pick a card here. Just try to fix things, which I can appreciate. Mystic Shot being held most likely for Nexus damage down the road. You don't necessarily care about taking down the Green Glade Caretaker. Maybe it pops a barrier.
No discard synergy on the Jury Rig either to have an extra burst speed blocker there. We could see Twisted Fate into gold card at this point, but yeah, there's a little bit too much for a stun to matter too much. I mean, you have two Screeching Dragons and the Shen coming in.
And again, because the Twisted Fate Fizz deck, the stat lines are so low on average, you don't need to have the backup spells for like Screeching Dragon and whatnot. They're going to get these kills either way, and then with the Fury, they're just going to get even more attack and keep on threatening. So now we're in a position where Mystic Shot is just trying to stop the bleeding.
And Relentless Pursuit here is very threatening. This kill onto this unit is going to be important because it could be 2 attack token turns for Cassus this turn. The only thing is that maybe Beaver's thinking, okay, I'm going to play Mystic Shot now, attack happens, I take some damage, whatever. Now I play TF and he survives, and I still have, 2 mana to play with this turn, and maybe next turn I can get draws, etc. But with Pursuit available, if Twisted Fate comes down, I think Pursuit will come down and we'll try and kill TF this turn. And potentially maybe even go for lethal. I mean, he's already 9 HP and there's going to be some pretty big units attacking.
So Zap Spray Fin going to come down. I believe it was fleeting from the pick a card, so you want to make use of that powerful ability before it goes away. And with Relentless Pursuit, Shen can just maybe swing in alongside the... I suppose it's not going to go for it. It would be one off, yeah?
If TF came down, I think you might go for it. But with Zap going down instead, I think you're fine playing a bit more passively, a bit more reactively. Trying to find some more spells like Sharp Sight, for example, next turn.
Yeah, I think Shen's only 2 out of 4. You don't get the attack boost, so it's not lethal. And then you just let this go through.
You have to be careful, though. I mean, because Fizz TF is a deck that when it has a very full hand and you're going into a bit into the late game, it gets scary because all of a sudden there's like 17 Burble Fishes you don't have Sharp Sight to block, and you can go 20-0 very quickly. Or maybe take 15, and the next turn they finish you off with Mystic Shots and get excited.
So another pick a card coming through the deck, cycling through so heavily, just looking for the tools it needs to get this big swing turn. No Sharp Sight in Cassus's hand, so
Pink Beaver... But no Burble Fish either.
Mm.
Burble Fish would have been the detonator because you have 2 iterative improvements already in hand as well. You can try and find one with TF still.
Yeah, TF gold card. Maybe pulls a rummage.
I mean, both times it's Beaver not finding the right cards when he needs them. Last game trying to find the draws to level up TF before the final turn, and this turn trying to find Burblefish to try and get some attempt at a maybe not lethal turn, but a very aggressive turn here with a lot of damage being pushed through. In this case, no Burble just puts a stop to basically everything he was trying to do.
Yeah, so I still think that Twisted Fate blue card might be the way to get some damage through. At the very least, you need to draw more units out in order to go wide on the board. And if you whiff, you still have Poro Cannon to play 2 1/1s and get some blockers through.
There will be Fist TF blue card. No gold card means that now Pursuit is obviously a threat here, and it's something that contestants can go for. If obviously you have to develop these Burblefish one by one, even if there's 0 mana. So it's a big board and a lot of challengers, so it could be deleted very quickly.
And now again, First Pink Beaver just trying to find the right combination of cards here. Twisted Fates pick a card now, setting up another shuffle for next round. Isn't fearing the Relentless Pursuit.
Yeah, it's going to be the green light for Cassus to go all in. Last turn, it wasn't going to be that effective. This turn, it definitely is. He can clear the entire board safely with the barrier on the River Shaper and double Challenger, and he can go again next turn as well. He might just do it this turn with the damage going to come through. And Shen should be leveling up, I believe, on this attack as well.
So Twisted Fate, Fizz goes down. Zap Spray Fin's only 2 damage you need to worry about. And because you're forcing the block, the Twisted Fate just dies anyway.
Yeah, either way, it doesn't really matter here.
Into the open attack.
You can just lose the game as well. It's an option, and keep your TF alive, your Zap alive, if that's the moral ground you want to stand on. But it is going to be GG either this turn or the next. But it's looking pretty grim for Beaver. And again, the draws I think weren't ideal, but the fact that Pursuit is so powerful when you have the board already set up with double Screeching Dragons and Shen that is stuck through. Even if Fiora has died, it becomes pretty difficult. Well, actually, yeah, you can jury rig. There you go. The zap stays alive.
Surprise burst blocker there. There's Sharp Sight finally. But yeah, again, you just get the open attack token here and just do it all again. There is no lethal. Look, even with that pick a card from last round, no Burblefishes in the hand. Unreal. Bottom 3 cards.
It's definitely not my play experience when I play TF Fizz. I normally draw, Burblefish. I get counterfeit copies from one of them, and I get even more Burblefishes, and I'm just going crazy. But in this case, unfortunate draws for Beaver. I think not really able to get the results he would have wanted with a very strong deck in TF Fizz. And Cassus ends up getting 2 pretty easy and pretty quick wins there against TF Fizz with one deck that was very favored and one deck that was maybe 50-50, but the draws and the how the game played out very much favored Cassus. And now he moves forward in the loser's bracket, able to now face OE, has been waiting very patiently in the loser's bracket final.
Yes, we have an update again on that bracket. CDS Foul has been waiting patiently in the winner's slot there, and now their opponent will finally be decided here soon. Cassus did a really good job of just getting rid of all of the bad RNG for Fiora Shen leading up to this point, and we'll see if the curse has finally been broken and they can take down OE, and we'll figure that out after this break. Hello everyone and welcome back to Fight Night EU. We're jumping right into game this time. Cassus versus Owie in the losers finals. Both of these players and the first Pink Beaver were all sent to the losers bracket by CDS Faul, so they have to face off now to see who earns the right to get their rematch. Fiora now on round 3 against Starspring. Pretty decent openings for both players.
And the players so excited they jumped the gun. They just wanted to play some more Runeterra, and we're in the action. We missed, the first 2 turns, but I think it's pretty clear what happened. The Starspring was played, which is the win condition for Owie, and we mentioned it before in a similar matchup with Fiora Shen. There is no real counter in Fiora Shen to remove this Starspring, so as long as you're able to stall out the game if you're Owie and just get some units that can get healed up, especially in the late game, once an attack comes in, doesn't kill a unit, and then you have all that health to heal up with Soraka's Wish, for example, or Astral Protection, you can get this Starspring to go off very, very quickly.
The key I'm seeing here are going to be the Screeching Dragons. That's like your highest attack challenger base to snipe some of these smaller units. And Cythria, with the AoE Fearsome, would potentially give a Starspring deck a lot of trouble.
Yeah, Fearsome has always been a keyword that has caused problems, and was initially, when Tom Soraka was a big thing on ladder, the Fearsome's deck with Callista and Pill Cascade, etc., was one of the reasons it did so well, was because they had a very good matchup against this deck.
And so it's going to come down to having a wide enough board, right? You have the chump blocker for Cythria, but not being able to block the rest of the setup here is really important. Cassus, because Fiora Shen doesn't want to swing in on Soraka Tahm Kench, it's not as important, of course, to have that 4 mana floated all the time, like you normally see with Fiora Shen. So you can just develop, curve out. Cassus, as we mentioned, has finally broken the curse and now has the units coming out of the deck and not just Triple Spirit's Refuge. So we've got double Screeching Dragon into Cythria, and that open attack is going to be absolutely devastating. Owie doesn't really have anything they want to play. Tahm Kench could come down, but then will die to, something like Concerted Strike. It's really rough.
A pass there from Owie, and Cassus accepts it, potentially just setting up for a really big Cythria turn. Single combat also going to be a great curveball to have in your arsenal, just in case, you try and do some fishy things and trying to, certain plays to with Tahm Kench, for example, and then it just gets killed outright once you have units with high enough attack.
Yeah, the single combat is in hand. You're still really worried about Concerted Strike, even with Astral Protection. Usually at this point, it's just so much coming through. There is no way to really stop that. Again, on the open attack, Chevalier, Soraka, and then the Screeching Dragon. We don't have, you can see here in the hand, we don't have the Broadback Protector, which the deck really needs to stabilize against these more aggressive openings. Even against a mid-range deck, if they can somehow get the big stats in play that they need, it just becomes so hard to swing in. And these units have not been damaged. There is no progress on this Starspring.
So Box Tipus can be played this turn. If a Silent Combat is played to try and kill off Soraka or Tahm Kench, there is a Pill Cascade to get that one little piece of health that will help both of these units survive if they are targeted, and it would be baiting out a single combat from Cassus and getting some heals actually for Starspring, but not going to be the case here. No risky plays from Cassus. Goes for the pass instead. And now this is where, I've talked about it many times. Both of these decks do the same thing. They set up this board, and now they have 10 mana to see who can protect their units the best.
And there's the open attack. Again, you just pull the Box Tipus, that's your only Fearsome blocker, and then Cythria with the AoE Fearsome. Doesn't even want to challenge these units, just wants to go over top of them. This is 16 damage, 15 damage being threatened.
Owie trying to drag there, not going to work out, but he could get a Pale Cascade, for example, without the draw onto the Tahm Kench to get some blockers at least. It's going to be a pretty big hit here, though.
Yeah, I think maybe blocking the Soraka might be correct. And then that way you keep Tahm Kench healthy to maybe use an Acquired Taste on something. Oh! Very nice, very nice. I forgot, the Soraka was actually right off of leveling up, so you just heal your Octopus, Soraka gets 7 HP, so you get to block the Cythria free. Nicely done.
And now if you want, you can get, I mean, it's not too much damage coming through. I think you're not too scared of getting hit for 9. I think you'd rather threaten the Fiora first and make Cassus now react to this, because maybe he doesn't want his Fiora to die. That's kind of the board state you give your opponent, and now he has to answer, has to see what he plays, and then you can, I think, react in a more safe way.
Right, the single combat looks like to be pulled out of the hand. Needs to figure out which unit wants to attack where. Cytherea goes on to the octopus, then dies to Soraka, so you might just need to use the Screeching Dragon to hit the octopus, right?
There's still going to be Astral Protection in hand, though. You don't get the heals, of course, but you do get some extra HP. We're going to see what the answer is here. It's going to be pretty complicated here for... Yeah, you can't use Astral Protection now because, of course, you can't heal before it's happened, basically. So I think you just have to accept if you are OE.
Yeah, the attack goes through, so Soraka goes down. This means that you're going to lose out on that massive burst healing that you would normally get with the Boxtopus. Really important to note, Cytherea is still alive. These challengers are still alive, so you have to worry also about Relentless Pursuit. Cassus runs just one copy, and it's been showing up at the perfect times in all of the matches that he's won with this deck so far.
Yeah, the hand not as scary as it could be right now for Cassus. It does have 2 River Shivers to draw into the scary cards, but right now only has an Opify and the Spirit's Refuge, so really not too much here to really threaten, you know, like you mentioned, make this, you know, a very dangerous game, already being at 11 HP if you're OE.
Ooh, I like this too. Lets the Acquired Taste go through. Doesn't want to... No, it can't. I was going to say you can't Nopify that. It's... No, wait, you can. It is a 2-mana spell. For some reason, my brain thought it was a Tahm Kench skill. But no, it is a 2-mana spell. Holds the Nopify instead. I believe that's also just a 1-of in this deck. So it's going to be really, really specific about when you want to cast that. Cassus is confident, I suppose, that they'll be able to bust open this Tahm Kench.
And this will be a massive heal and a massive health gain for the Tahm Kench, so keeps it very safe and still gets a heal from Starspring as well. And the counter was at 0, but now going to get up to 11, so not too bad. And we still have Tahm Kench doing Tahm Kench things, trying to, you know, whittle down the board for Cassus and keep it. I mean, Brightsteel Formation coming down next turn will be very important, but this turn, it can't come down yet. And again, this is getting threatening.
Yeah, the Tahm Kench, again, without single combat, without concerted strike, you cannot remove this boy. And if Tahm Kench levels up, yeah, see, again, forcing the Nopify finally to to keep Cytherea up. But if Tahm Kench levels up, you lose the units that he swallowed. Brightsteel Protector.
Harrigan would have been great here, but now the Sister does have a barrier, so just, again, trying to get this board as big as possible so that when Brightsteel Formation does come down, you're going to get a whole lot of units attacking with barriers.
Cassus is all in against that board. The problem, too, is that developing the Brightsteel just opens it up, essentially get eaten by Tahm Kench, so you're going to have to spend some time attacking the Tahm Kench next round to keep that health total down. Playing the Brightsteel Protector there, if I was in OE shoes, I would be very scared of that, probably trying to set up a Relentless Pursuit. But just gonna pull and kill this unit. Again, trying to get units damaged is the big challenge in this matchup. Damage the units, make sure they stay alive so the Starspring can do work. Without Soraka, not getting the burst healing that you really want is going to be pretty detrimental for sure.
We could see a double Starspring here to try and, you know, it's clear what the win condition is, and it's clear that there's nothing that Pure Shen can do to stop this. So we'll see if you can just survive the next turn, even if Brightsteel Formation comes down without Relentless Pursuit. It's not that important. Things like Lifesteal don't matter at all in this matchup. It's a non-existent card basically, and you just have to survive enough for your Starspring to get enough procs on it. And there's just nothing that you can do if you're Pure Shen.
With the open attack, potentially keeping the Hired Gun and the Fortune Croaker and Tahm Kench from blocking, there's really no point in developing the other. Doesn't play the other Starspring either. Wants to float that mana and keep some flexibility up, looks like.
And that Astral Protection could be game-winning if he finds the right target for it. There are no spells right now in the hand that can really do anything to interact on the stack. So This is going to be pretty important. You have both Bastion and Pale Cascade to get some attack on some of these units to provide some blockers. You can block Cythria with anything that you want, basically.
Cythria is blockable. You're being threatened with 11 damage exactly, so the buff onto one of these two units does need to happen.
The first Bastion this Fortune Cooker has ever gotten in his life. He's finally feeling special, but instead it goes onto the Tahm Kench. You can now block the Screeching Dragon. The Fortune Croaker, he thought he was going to get the big buff, but he gets thrown out the window instead and chump block the Cythria. And now, not really damage coming through, so I think you're fine. I mean, you have to be careful with Pursuit, for example, especially after the draws from these River Shapers. The Hush could even come through, but no, I guess you need Astral Protection to win this turn, actually. So that's going to be it. I mean, depending on the draws here from the
River Shapers, yeah.
You could Hush now, maybe. But I think you just want to try and get the win with Tahm Kench.
So drawing 2 cards, Relentless Pursuit is amazing. Maybe even Concerted Strike is fantastic. Riposte, and the second one, Concerted Strike.
Can be answered by Astral Protection, though.
Yeah. Astral Protection survives. It just gets absorbed by the Spell Shield on the Bastion. Tahm Kench now getting to eat this boy.
I mean, you have Hush to back it up. Or you could just Astral Protection. I'm not sure what the counter is right now and if it would be enough. There's a few lines of play here.
Yeah, it's difficult. Because, like, with for example, the Laurent Chevalier created a Protege. So if you have, like, the Protege, because it's still going to take damage, you see, from this swing. So now you have to Hush here to get rid of that. Riposte. So Tahm Kench survives. You have to remember that acquired taste. The units does strike Tahm Kench.
A Sharp Side there would have killed the Tahm Kench though.
Very risky.
So maybe a bit of a risky play. Again, I think maybe it was just off for the Star Spring to do Astral Protection. So
into Soraka. This will fully heal the Tahm Kench. And with Astral Protection, the HP pool on this thing is actually massive, right? It's going to go up to like 14. That would complete the Star Spring, and you only lose to Relentless or some sort of combat trick to kill Soraka when you play her.
Yeah, I think you can just go for Astral Protection. Unless something is done here, you just win because of the 2 heals now. So you can go for the pass, I guess, and then just play reactively to what your opponent wants to do.
That's true. It heals first and then checks to see if it's completed. So there's the Concerted Strike.
This stops the lethal at the very least. But then you can play a second Star Spring. I guess it depends on the ordering and how it counts exactly. I always forget what exactly the different clauses are for how to get lethal with Star Springs.
The second Star Spring would complete the other, but then because it doesn't check, I think the second Star Spring would check to see, so it won't work.
Yeah, it would be the wrong order basically. I think Soraka just coming down here, just attacking and healing Tahm Kench is also the way to win here. Tahm Kench at this point I don't think can get removed. I mean, he's at 11 plus whatever else he gets healed here, so he'll be pretty massive, and you're 2 off, so yeah, it's just lethal here. I mean, there's nothing you can do with 7 mana, I think, if you are Cassus. So again, Tahm Kench Soraka getting the win against Fiora Shen, and it's just a hard deck to deal with. I'm happy it's not so much in the meta now because I hate playing against it. It's one of my least favorite decks to play against. So we hopefully won't popularize it too much, but he does get the win here in this first best of 3 against.
Even another Hush to just say no, to just seal the deal. I love this mental game, right? The players are just asserting dominance here, going for the win here. And if losing to Star Spring feels double bad because you have to hit that end turn button and bring the loss down on yourself.
You can just not hit it. Just leave it AFK. If you want to be toxic,
just leave
and just go to the bathroom. Think about your life decisions. What ended up happening for you to have to play against Tahm Kench Soraka on the ladder, or even worse, in a loser's final of a tournament where money's at the line. But game 1 goes to OE, and now he has to play. He's forced to play a deck that I like a lot, that I like to watch a lot, the Mushroom deck. So this is a great scenario for me. And Cassus has to try and find a way to claw back into the best of 3 and win the next 2 games and get the reverse sweep.
The Fiora Shen versus the Hexcore Foundry, pretty volatile. I don't think we've seen this specific matchup yet. But again, the frost bites, the burn damage. Cassus is running triple Spirit's Refuge, so isn't going to die outright to the burn. It's more about the Sejuani frostbite keeping the challenger units at bay. It's going to come down to, you know, again, just Sejuani locking out for as long as she can versus Bright Steel formation. Potentially with a leveled up Shen, the barrier being granted by Bright Steel formation would just re-grant some attack power to those units.
And the big winner here usually is Troll Chant. It's so obviously important at helping a unit survive and keeping Fiora out of, you know, any kind of kills. But Ballistic Bot, or Double Ballistic Bot rather, is also pretty nice. Fiora will be able to deal with one of these on the next turn. And it might just be Puffcat Peddler played instead, but I believe it's usually best to just play Double Ballistic Bot. You can't do anything now. This hand doesn't give you the right tools to save this Ballistic Bot, so there's really not much you can do here.
If you pass and you let Fiora kill the Ballistic Bot to give you a window to play the Puffcat Peddler instead, you know, I think that Cassus would be more than happy to just pass back at you, float the mana, and rob you of Puffcat Peddler development for a round.
Mystic Shot comes in here, no answer from Cassus in hand, no Sharp Sight. I think it's been a pretty recurring theme in these games. He doesn't really have the Sharp Sight early on to help protect the Fiora. It's died many times on turn 2 or turn 3. And of course, it's a check that you sometimes have to make if you're OE. If he has a Sharp Sight, it is what it is. If he doesn't, you get a free kill on Fiora, and you still have a Ballistic Bot on the board with a Puffcat Peddler and an Ignition coming up. And I mentioned it before, getting these ignitions every single turn to start is so important, so that when you draw Sejuani, she's already leveled up or about to level up, and you can get the Frostbite effect immediately.
And you know that Cassus is just going to take that risk of the Fiora to clear the Ballistic Bot to prevent that line. Now that Aoi has kind of learned their lesson from the previous round of not being too greedy with the development here, getting the Puffcat Peddler down on curve, getting some spells cycled, getting these Puff Caps in. This is the setup you want to see now that Fiora's down. No threat, no Screeching Dragon either.
And a Shroom missing there is massive. Obviously, there's a very low chance, but if it were to hit there, it would keep the curve of getting every hit on turn basically. And now at this point, you're able to, you know, maybe play a Chump Bump into a Mushroom and probably guarantee mushrooms are drawn from now on. But this is a turn you're missing now, so maybe it could be important for Sejuani later on. And that's why getting Teemo turn 1 is so important as well, because it really helps out in getting the turn 1 plunder as well, and the mushrooms in the deck already.
Yeah, that when you play against this deck, they play Teemo on turn 1 with the attack token, and you draw that mushroom on turn 2, you just know that it was already preordained you're going to lose that match. Hexcore Foundry dropping now, looking for more card draw, needs to get these Troll Chants out of the deck once Cassus gets set up. Again, we've talked about this before. Fiora Shen is the type of deck that if you play passively and let them set up the board, they're more than happy to do so. Float that mana, and then they're just constantly keeping you under threat of single combat and relentless pursuit.
But you're now going to be in a pretty comfortable setup if you're OE. This is a setup that you like very much. Hexcore Foundry, Puffcat Peddler has survived. There's no removal this turn. You have double Mushroom now into Veteran Investigator, and next turn you have the Harsh Winds to back you up and keep your Puffcat Peddler alive to continue doing damage. And you're not really going to be at any kind of any kind of threat with the Veteran Investigator having a... Actually, yeah, I'll play this turn, actually. So just trying to keep mana.
I like floating the mana, for sure.
Could have been maybe important to keep... to have another fearsome blocker for Sithria, but I guess the board isn't too developed yet for Cassus.
Yeah, I think maybe OE, we haven't seen the Veteran Investigator really shine. Maybe just has them in the deck, as you mentioned, running them instead of Starlit Seer to give the deck a bit more like combo finisher potential, right? Where there's a ton of Puff Caps, and then you can just play Veteran Investigator to force another couple draws to get that last bit of damage you need. But here comes the Bright Steel Protector onto Shen. Shen will also grant barrier to another unit, right? And then Sithria can swing in.
And of course, the longer you wait with the Veteran Investigators, the better it is, because they're going to have more mushrooms in the deck, so it's a higher chance at getting more damage on every draw.
Ooh, commits the Chump Wump here. Taps under the Harsh Winds. You do have Flash Freeze, however, to protect your Puffcat Peddler. Let everything else go down. Probably seems to be the way to do it.
You could just Troll Chant as well. Should be enough to keep it alive.
You do get to fix 2 trades that way.
And you're fine taking a pretty big hit here. No relentless pursuit possibilities, of course, so no real threat onto your Nexus this turn with the blockers you have right now.
Flash freeze there. Saves the troll chant again. You want it to get max value of manipulating 2 combats, I think. And you just trade up, get these out of the way. It's really easy, again, with harsh winds to only have to worry about 1 or 2 units in play.
And there is the double troll chant saving. So flash freeze and troll chant coming in to get 3 trades in favor of Owe. He takes a big hit, goes down to 4 HP, but because there isn't, obviously any kind of burn coming out from Furo Shen, I think you're fine taking this hit. Relentless pursuit is a problem, but because you still have a board, it's not going to be a blowout. If it is played, you still have counterplay available, especially with harsh winds as well.
And now there is Teemo coming down to potentially double up these mushrooms. Sharp Sight is available to counter. If Cassus is looking for, again, that Relentless Pursuit to get over the finish line with this deck, you can play River Shaper here and then set up for the Sharp Sight as well to block this Teemo.
Yeah, Teemo now attacking is dangerous. I mean, you could just use him as a 1-mana blocker, of course, for the next turn. Cithria is very much a thing, though. It wouldn't actually serve as a fearsome blocker, but you could just block Cithria with it. We'll see what Owe goes for, if he thinks it's important to keep this Teemo alive as a blocker, or just wants to take the risk and say, okay, there's no Sharp Sight. I can go for almost a win here if it doubles all the mushrooms. I think you have to attack here. I mean, it's worth the risk.
With Mystic Shot, maybe you can still manipulate a trade in your favor, and the Veteran Investigators can still come down as fearsome blockers against the Cithria.
And if Teemo does die here, it does at least open up the board space to play both Investigators this turn. You can play Investigators and the Mushrooms, and then next turn have the Harsh Wind and the double Mystic. It looks like there's going to be a pass there.
Pass back. Ends the round. And here comes Brightsteel. This is going to level up Shen.
I would have at least tried to get more mushrooms in the deck with... I mean, you could just not waste mana, right? Playing the mushroom from hand.
Yeah, very odd. We saw this previously with Owe, where they're playing this list very conservatively. Even at 4 HP, is still very confident in the ability to survive this next round. The only caveat is you probably have to trade in a your Puffcat Peddler finally this round. There is mana open for single combat, so one of these blockers can be removed, and it's going to force Owe to probably go for the double Veteran Investigator to keep up with the blockers here.
You could have iterative improvement on the Brightsteel formation. For just the barriers, at least, to keep everything alive.
Oh, that would have been really spicy.
I mean, there's no pursuit, so you're pretty happy here if you're... I mean, Sejuani is dying and she was about to level up for next turn. But you are surviving, and your Puffcat Peddler survives as well. You have Hexcore Foundry still. You still have Harsh Winds if you want to play it. And it could be pretty huge here. It's going to be only a Sharp Sight in response, so you can keep both the Sejuani and, I suppose, the Teemo alive.
Teemo, again, with the Sharp Sights doing what they're doing, it's kind of rough. I potentially would want to just keep a Chump Wump alive because you need the fearsome blockers, right?
Well, past this attack token turn, not really. I mean, unless pursuit is threatened here, and it could be obviously massive if there was a pursuit, but it's going to be only
we've got single combat to take down the Sejuani.
Yeah, so this is a crucial kill here, and nothing you can do here if you're Cassus, but you have now 2 more turns to try and get a Shroom kill, basically.
Yeah, how many shrooms in the deck? 32. It's not a lot. Again, wow, misses on both the Hexcore Foundry draws, so that's going to be one less ping off of Sejuani. Copy Brightsteel is not an option any longer.
Yeah,
you can't really make use of the barrier now.
It was the only option last turn where there wasn't an open attack because you had to develop the Brightsteel formation first. At this point, yeah, you copy the Puffcat Peddler to try and get as many shrooms as possible into the deck. Concerted Strike, yeah, you're going to kill it. I think there's nothing you can do to save this. There's no more Harsh Winds to Frostbite, basically.
Yeah, the damage is here. You have to go for Veteran Investigator to get another blocker in play. And looking at the list here, the board state, you can't let anything through now. You need to try to maintain unit parity against Fiora Shen, but there's just so many answers now.
Well, now is when you finally play Veteran Investigator. I think it's the latest you can wait before playing them. You have 2 more fearsome blockers. There's going to be double Spirit's Refuge though in hand, which means that you can get as much chip damage as you want, but unless you get 13 mushrooms all of a sudden in 1 turn, it's going to be pretty hard to, I think you have to go for the Teemo attack here. I mean, you're kind of against the wall if you're OE.
Yeah, this is another turn where another game where OE has been 1 tick off of Sejuani, and it was just not timed to come down and frostbite the board to save these lethals.
And there's a sharp sight in response, of course, blocks the Teemo, gets the block as well with Spirit's Refuge, which means that heals back up to 20, and this should pretty much seal the deal here if you are OE. There's the Poro emote in response, I think, understanding that he's kind of screwed in this current situation.
Yeah, again, not playing the Veteran Investigator. Oh, there it is, finally coming down. You have to draw. You have to find something there. So many mushrooms in the deck, but there's just not enough bodies here to protect.
The biggest thing is even just the draw is trying to find another Harsh Winds or a Flash Freeze on this next turn as well, because, well, yeah, that's a few more mushrooms. That's one way to do it, but needs to find a way to prevent lethal next turn. I guess he can still with Troll Chant onto the Shen to stop some of the damage from coming through. And that could be a second Bright Steel formation. A lot of mushrooms do come in. Brittle Steel comes in, but nothing under 3 health. And finally, the Puffcat Peddler will be dying, guaranteed.
Yeah, we have some blockers here. No way to stop the Shen. You've got Troll Chant to take it down, but he's still pretty healthy. So the the Brittle Steel isn't going to do anything. Just really unfortunate, not able to make things come together right towards the end. There was a weird play where you could Mystic Shot your own Teemo to prevent the lifesteal from last turn. Would have been very close.
The biggest thing might have been just the Ballistic Bot dying so early on to that concerted strike, because it stopped the Ignition Train from happening and stopped the Sejuani kind of not getting that mushroom I mentioned. If there was a mushroom that 1 turn I mentioned at the very start, then Sejuani would have been leveled up when she came down, basically. So yeah, overall very tough, but Cassus gets the win there, ties the series 1-1. Always has to stay on this mushroom deck, has to try and get the win and win this series and go into the grand finals with this mushroom deck in hand. And Cassus can now switch over to his Field of Rush deck, which has quite a bit of heals actually, and has quite a bit of ways to survive the mushroom onslaught early on.
Yeah, the list has the Ice Quakes, the Grasps in order to deal with these Puffcat Peddlers. Hopefully the defensive spells can come through to back this up. Keeping the Vile Feast for Teemo, you love to see that. And unfortunately, I think what really sealed that last game was that turn where potentially iterative improvement on Bright Steel formation would have been really fantastic on defense to keep that board alive. But now we've got Ballistic Bot on turn 2. This is the opening again you really want to see. Start getting these pings going right off the bat. You've even got Puffcat Peddler into the Ignition to get the mushrooms going too.
And hopefully going to draw some protection spells here for Obi. You want to keep both of these units alive with Avalanche coming down, and also just Teemo as well, with a Vile potentially threatening. But double Avalanche in hand means that not going to get too much value from either of these units, unfortunately. The good thing is you do have a Harsh Winds in hand, which is going to be pretty crucial at delaying the win condition with Field of Rush and with Trundle and Tryndamere later on in the game.
And goes for the open attack. You know, if you have the Vile Feast, I'm going to force you to cash it in here. You miss out on putting the Ignition on the stack, but because it doesn't resolve, you don't get the mushrooms anyway. So really good to just attack there and see if they have it.
There's Ignition coming down now, which is going to be very important, of course, for the just the Sejuani level up is crucial, even in this matchup as well. Of course, Vengeance is a thing, and there are ways to remove Sejuani, but if she levels up and she's on the board, she can just deny the Field of Rush and the overwhelm damage altogether.
And with the first Vile Feast being played, this might give Aoi a false sense of security to develop his Teemo. Gonna go for the Ignition first. Again, just a waiting play. You need the Freljord deck to use some mana first to be forced into a play, and then it gives you the green light to develop afterwards.
After the first Vile Feast, maybe not, but after the second Vile Feast, I think it's time to go in, especially because Avalanche cannot be played now on fast speed if you just open attack, like always going to do here. There could be a Withering Wail, of course, and there is one in hand. It would be, of course, an expensive Withering Wail to stop a single Teemo, but it might have been worth it for Cassus. He doesn't really have, I guess the kind of Tavern Keeper is the only really thing he can play out this turn.
And the Elixir of Iron finally showing up. It's only one copy in the deck, but protecting Teemo is going to be very important. Now, with the Tavern Keeper shoring things up, we do see the Ice Quake. That hits everything in this deck.
Investigator being played out before the mushrooms are played out is interesting. Maybe losing out on some damage there, but you can play Hexcore Foundry now, which I think you're pretty happy with. There are quite a few units attacking now. You have to be careful, but this does make Avalanche not really a possibility for Cassus, at least, because you're developing so far into it.
Yeah, you can get the trade. You need to protect your health total in this matchup simply because the Overwhelm is so devastating. Even like playing a Trundle, like we're getting into Tryndamere territory, just that unit on its own forces you to have Frostbite after Frostbite after Frostbite.
Of course, with double Mushroom, Teemo would level up, so Withering Wail would no longer stop that attack from happening next turn. You can go for that actually as an open attack next turn before Avalanche is able to be played. Now, Avalanche after these trades is obviously a much better option. I think you're fine losing out on the Spiders and the Everson Sentry if you're able to kill the entirety of the board here for Owie.
Avalanche to wipe, you draw a card, essentially kill Teemo. The Elixir of Iron is going to be so important here. You give Teemo plus 2 HP, and then as you mentioned with the open attack, with the mushrooms, you get to level them up to survive the Withering Wail, and doubling those mushrooms is fantastic. Cassus might even be forced to sacrifice that Flash Freeze.
And there's the Elixir coming in, killing off everything on the board except for the Teemo, and that's only 1 mana now left for Cassus, so that's going to be at the end of his plays this turn. We could still see the mushrooms being played here from Owie just to get the next 2 draws from Hexcore Foundry now being on the board, just to pre-level up Teemo.
So passes. And what's nice about this too is that if Cassus has to go into Withering Wail, that's a lot of mana being spent. Options here. Vile Feast lets it go through. Yeah, because they didn't react to the stack, the Teemo's not leveled up. And just a little bit of mushrooms go in instead.
And with double Harsh Winds in hand, I think Owie's pretty happy with just stalling this game out and seeing where it goes. Just continuing to get... Tryndamere can come down. You have Harsh Winds, though. You have 11 mana to work with, so you have a lot of mana to work with here as well. And you even have the Flash Freeze just to not really waste too much mana as well.
Puffcat Peddler and Ballistic Bot noticeably missing from the equation, but enough mushrooms in the deck, potentially just from Teemo and the Chumpwump, that it makes up for it. Nice Flash Freeze coming down. You can Chump Block here. Get 1 damage onto Tryndamere, that way he'll become vulnerable to Brittle Steel if you top deck that later. I love this block.
And yeah, still not using the mushrooms. Can just wait, of course, for Puffcat Peddler maybe to come in. Starlet Seer not in this deck, so not really the case to wait for that, basically. But at this point, maybe you just want to get them, maybe just commit to not finding the Puffcat Peddler, just try and level up Teemo now, at the very least, and go for an open attack next turn with Ezreal. Or waiting for the Ezreal level up as well could be the case with the burst speed spells for 1 damage each.
Oh, very helpful mouse over from Aoi. We see 2 out of 6. So the double Harsh Winds would do it. We've got Thermo Beam as well. But even if you can float mana and you can just play everything, just empty all of your mana to Thermo the Feel the Rush Trundle, for example.
Troll Chan here going to help the survivability of both Teemo and the Ezreal. A card burned there by Cassus, so the hand a little bit too full there. And you have the Hexcore Foundry to try and find even more draws and try and get the Shroom win going. Maybe not the Shroom win, but at least chip down enough so that Ezreal can get the win later on.
Yeah, so Cassus in an awkward spot. You want to do something crazy like Withering Whale, Vile Feast to clear the Teemo. But yeah, just going to go for the Flash Freeze. We mentioned this before. It was sort of earmarked in the hand already. There's only one copy in the deck, and stopping the mushrooms from being doubled is hopefully going to buy Cassus enough time they need to feel the rush and get this lethal through with the Atrocity in hand.
Now the Hexcore Foundry comes down for sure. Maybe still hoping to get it. I mean, the Puffcat Peddler would have been fantastic to get, you know, all these spells to have the extra Shroom synergy as well, because we're looking at huge hands and a lot of mana to work with, and you're losing out on that value by having a Puffcat Peddler, especially with 2 Hexcore Foundries on the board already.
Cassus may be eyeballing this Icequake. It does level up the Tryndamere, but nope, just goes for the healing. Wants to keep 3 mana open, of course, for Feel the Rush next round. Or at least 2 mana open.
And Oe slowly working on the level up for Ezreal. Harsh Winds, I guess you can double Harsh Winds next turn because there's going to be probably Feel the Rush played and the Tryndamere already on the board, so going to be a lot of Harsh Winds coming out, going to deny the entirety of the turn, and then we'll see if in kind of those next 2-3 turns, always able to get the win before the second attack comes in after the fact. There's only a single Atrocity in hand as well. Double Atrocity could also be a way to get lethal.
Ooh, yeah, the Flash Freeze top deck is fantastic because it allows you to do Harsh Winds to take care of 2, and then Flash Freeze to take care of the 3rd unit rather than having to commit double Harsh Winds. And this opens up a little bit of mana to get this Puffcat Peddler down.
Yeah, it's actually the perfect top decks here for Oe. He has a chance now to really get a lot of mushrooms in the deck. He has already double Hexcore Foundries, and there's going to be no mana to respond here if you're Cassus. So the only thing that can really do outside of the next attack cycle in turn would be double Atrocity. But even then, you'd have the second Harsh Winds as a reaction. So I think it's just looking pretty good for Oe.
Yeah, so you can Harsh Winds and then Flash Freeze, and you can even trade up into this Tryndamere as well. You level up the Tryndamere and make it so that the Atrocity is a clean kill, or if your opponent wants to Ruination or wipe the board in some other fashion, then the Tryndameres would actually go down. I wonder if that's the line Oe wants to take, or just wants to keep as much attack power off of the board as possible. And this will also level up Ezreal.
Yep. The last 3 remaining targets. So yeah, it's going to be an explosive next turn with all the mana available for Oe to work with. Double Hexcore Foundry and the Puffcat Peddler there as well. We could see, yeah, I think it's pretty. I mean, there's quite a bit of healing actually also in the hand for Cassus. He has double Withering Whale and the Catalyst.
Goes for the Troll Chant there instead.
This gives him another turn where he has a very clean denial of anything that Cassus wants to do with these 3 units on the board, at least as threats. So it is interesting. You do go down to 9 HP, so it's obviously an issue if Atrocity is played at any point now, but you have the Harsh Winds. You have to always keep the mana available for at least Flash Freeze, though.
So there's Mystic Shot. You get to open attack here with Ezreal and Teemo.
These are some great draws, though. If you're Oe, you have another Hexcore Foundry if you're trying to seal the deal with just the draws from the mushrooms.
We could see a Vengeance be forced here. Atrocity is going to come down, maybe to even end the game. Try to, at the very least. Cassus has done this before. You put the Atrocity out. If your opponent is caught with their pants down, they can't stop it, but here it is, the Flash Freeze.
And that's Ezreal still doing its thing as well. Burst speed from the Flash Freeze there is going to be...
And so now, because the Atrocity was used all the mana, no Vengeance to stop the Ezreal coming through, no Ruination.
And that should be GG. I mean, obviously, I think you have to try and go for your ult if you're Cassus. He went for the Hail Mary atrocity. If he connects, he wins the game, and that's all she wrote. But in this case, there is the answer. Owie was very careful with having, keeping most of his options available. There's only 5 mana now, so it eliminates a lot of the more scarier plays, like you mentioned, Vengeance, Ruination, a second atrocity, for example. And at this point, yeah, I mean, you have Ezreal, you have Get Excited as well, and you could still Withering Whale, but I have a feeling the mushrooms will kill you next turn.
Yeah, and here it is, a little bit of healing to make things go through. They've been doubled by Teemo. I didn't even get to see how much was in the hand, but here it is, the Get Excited to finish things off. Owie coming so close with this Mushroom Foundry deck, just a little bit off of leveling up Sejuani, just a little bit off of getting the Mushroom Lethal, not getting the correct combination of cards to make the synergies come through, but finally here, when the chips are down and it matters, is able to get the win with a leveled up Ezreal, the cheeky one of inclusion, to give the deck some combo finishing potential.
Yeah, I love the idea of running a one-off finisher. I've also played Deep, for example, with only one Maokai and double Twisted Fate instead of in those slots as well. It's a very similar concept. Having 3 Maokai sometimes isn't necessary, but you have one copy at least to really, when you go deep and you have, it's the same concept here with Ezreal. Once he does level up and you draw him, it's a 3 mana, very, very powerful card for what it does. And your deck already synergizes perfectly with the concept of, Troll Chant, Flash Freeze, Harsh Winds, etc. all target the units as well. So a very well built deck, and I think it's a deck that people I've mentioned are underrating quite a bit. I think it's a very strong deck, and it's not just a Teemo memed kind of deck. It's pretty competitive as well. And Owie showcased it here, wins the series 2-1, knocks out his opponent Cassus, and moves on for the revenge match in the grand finals against Foul. So Spain versus France. We're back at it again, and hopefully for Spain, Foul can win it, but we'll find out in a little while. We'll be going to a break, and we'll catch you guys on the return.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU. We've been working our way through today's 8-player invitational bracket, and we're just about to start the grand finals.
It's going to be a Spain versus France rematch from both the winners final, and if you want to go back 4 months, from the EU Masters semifinal between France and Spain as well. Both Owi and Fowl were both representing Spain and France respectively. So these players have been playing in tournaments, for a ton of months, finding success as well. Fowl just actually qualified to the now non-existent Duels of Runeterra tournament, so he proved that he has what it takes right now as well. He's really hot as a player, and he's made it to the grand final tier as well. And Owi, I mean, I think everyone knows him. He's one of the most veteran players in the scene at 33 years, but that does not stop him from putting in great performances at every tournament he signs up for. And in this case, it's no different.
And meanwhile, Fall has been waiting patiently after cleaning up the winners bracket. This is, again, a rematch between Owi. They faced off earlier in the bracket, and again, Owi's been able to adapt his play and work up through. You see here, after being sent down to the losers bracket, has been slowly fighting their way back up and got the rematch against Cassus to jump right back up, you see. And now, with potentially the opportunity to analyze their play, learn from their mistakes, getting the rematch against Faul, the Hex Core Foundry list could, put in that work. The earlier set was a 2-0 in Owi's favor, but it was very close.
And at one point, I want, a Spanish player to want to have some bias there, but I also love when certain decks that people don't rate that highly, like last week's Rico Rex playing Overwhelmed decks, able to win the
Mm-hmm.
tournament. This week, potentially Owi trying to win it with a Mushroom deck that people obviously think is maybe competitive, maybe, tier 2 or so. And it is
Mm-hmm.
played sometimes on ladder, but it's not necessarily considered a tier 1 deck or a very strong deck. It's always great to see those different decks perform. And it really highlights how diverse and how, viable so many different strategies are in Runeterra.
Especially again in a tournament setting, which is 8 players, you can get that strong read on the metagame and maybe bring something that you normally wouldn't consider to be tier 1. But there are decks that get by just because they have good matchups against the more popular top tier decks.
Mushroom, just with the frostbite effects, for example, you have against Lee Sin Zoe, you have a very, a great matchup. You're
Mm-hmm.
able to stall and get, the mushroom win against Feel the Rush with harsh wins, like we just saw, able to block a lot of the attacks there as well. Just a lot of really against Fiora Shen even as well with the frostbite effects. It's a very strong effect, and the mushroom shell or the mushroom deck is also quite strong as well. But let's look at
Mm-hmm.
Foul's deck. He's not running mushrooms, he's running, well, we just mentioned it, Lisa and Zoe. This could be a matchup that I would think is in Owi's favor. He did lose it in the winners final, though. He was able to not really have a way to deal with Zoe, and Zoe leveled up and won the game because of it.
It was exact lethal with the AoE elusive grant, and it was again very close. I think that was the match as well where Sejuani was like one tick off of leveling up, and hopefully OE can learn from that and adapt the game plan a little bit, because typically when you're playing against Zoe Lee Sin, you may think you have a little bit more time and play a little bit slower, but again, against Mountain Goat, Zoe, Mentor of the Stone, Sparklefly, they have a pretty sizable early mid game pressure potentially, while also sustaining against your chip damage.
Biggest thing will be trying to draw a Mystic Shot early on. That kind of completely stops Zoe from being a real viable threat. And for Lee Sin, you're going to have, by the time you get to Lee Sin actually trying to threaten lethal, you're going to have things like Flash Freeze and Harsh Spins ready to go to stop that damage entirely at burst speed.
And what's also great too is being able to potentially pop the spell shield at burst speed. We've seen Bastion on Lee Sin be a vexing board setup for a lot of players. Your deck just doesn't have the options to efficiently pop the spell shield or get through the barrier to even think about clearing Lee Sin. And if you do, you have to worry about deny and nopify. But we'll see. Also, not just the Lee Sin deck being played today. We're going to be looking also at Fizz Twisted Fate. This deck has been finally getting the recognition it deserves after being slightly optimized and sort of being a little bit more popular on the ladder. Now, with this version being brought by Faul, we've got the one of Get Excited for a little bit of extra burn, taking advantage of the new card Stress Testing, which was just added with the Aphelios set expansion. This is just a nice little extra cycle and utility card that can let you keep the fleeting cards that you get off of Pool Shark or pick a card. So just a nice little extra bonus to take up one of the flex slots in the list.
and also makes the Burble Fish getting the 1 mana spells from your region could hit stress testing, and that's a pretty good card to hit. Makes the pool that's available a bit better when compared to things like Shakedown and some of the least
Mm-hmm.
viable cards that you can get. So minor bonuses, but it makes a very strong deck. Makes the win.
He
Over,
comes
he
up with
gets
the
the
hidden
championship
buff
title.
of the underdog.
Eternally, I'm
Once we
not
get everything
entirely sure.
sorted
It might be
out.
back. Down. Hopefully, it's not
It
a big
happened. It happened a
issue.
few weeks ago
Could
where Sparkling
be,
Iced Tea, the internet cut out. They were able to tether to mobile data in order to finish things
and they
off.
should
But
have things
um,
much more streamlined if that is the case here as well. I believe Ice T is still online, or Production is still online on Discord, so I think we might be fine. I think we're just gonna head straight to the game. We're seeing it here already on turn 2. Hired Gun and Starspring has been played, so Owie is deciding to play this Tom Kench Soraka deck instead, and we're gonna be seeing the Fist TF deck from Foul to start things off.
Hired Gun taking chipping away at this ballistic bot is fantastic. You get that damage set up and then just heal it back with the Star Spring. The slow burn isn't really that big of an issue when you're up against Twisted Fate Fizz. It's more about that explosive lethal turn they set up with the Burble Fishes and etc. It's going to be difficult for this deck, I think, to not get bursted down. Broadback Protector is going to be a little bit slow based on the speed that this deck can actually threaten you at.
I believe we are back. I believe we are live and everything is working quite well. Ballistic Bot is on the board and Starspring are both on the board. So those are both the 2 mana kind of setup plays for both of these decks that really help, I guess, are kind of the pivotal in the win condition for both decks. Obviously, with Ignition, you want to play it every turn, get your Burble Fishes discounted down to 0 as quickly as possible. And with Starspring, well, it's kind of your win condition. You almost never win by just straight attacking your opponent's Nexus.
Leveling up the Twisted Fate potentially, it's a double-edged sword for sure. You get the you get the extra value, the extra card draw from the Twisted Fate, but then you're just throwing a ton of red cards at your opponent, and then it's just they're just healing it back with Star Spring. So I'm wondering if Owie even wants to bother with answering this Twisted Fate. We did see, again, the punish before, where you want Twisted Fate to level and maybe get the mushrooms to punish your opponent for drawing, but this is a situation where I'd be a little bit more inclined to accept a really bold line like that.
Of course, there is a box they put to try and challenge the TF. There's a Mystic Shot to answer in return, but we're gonna have, I mean, you can potentially level up Twisted Fate this turn with Double Rummage. I believe Pick a Card was played last turn, and there was it actually? I believe it was. I believe there were quite a few draws.
Yep, so it looks like it's gonna go through.
And that's, looks like a level up to me. I think Foul is a bit delayed with his hand in terms of, I think we're a bit behind there, but there's a level up TF. It's turn 5, so I mentioned it. Now, back in the day, you used to have this 2-3 turn window where you saw TF, you're like, all right, I'll take care of him later. It's
back in my day, Twisted Fate would never level up. You played your red card and you were glad. You were happy to get that red card. You took what you could get. You kids these days with your double rummaging.
But nowadays, it happens in 1 turn, and this is the second time this tournament we've seen it happen in just 1 turn, especially with Pick a Card being a main deck card now in a deck like Twisted Fate Fizz. And this gets dangerous. Like you mentioned, the red card hitting every turn is maybe okay because of the Star Spring, but the draws and the fact that maybe just you're going to get a Burble Fish lethal very quickly with 0 mana Beaver Fishes early on, and maybe things like Iterative Improvement being drawn as well.
Yeah, so even though Faul is going to be helping out the Starspring win condition, I think that drawing through the deck as much as you can is going to be the secret here. The Burble Fishes have been hidden, but not for Faul. There's one in the hand already, Iterative Improvement waiting. With one more spell being cast, you can play the 2 mana Burble Fish to maybe take advantage of that fleeting Iterative Improvement.
This Pale Cascade is going to be pretty important for OE. Only one attack needed to really threaten the TF if something like a Suit Up is played, for example. We'll see exactly what he attacks with. He has to attack with the 3-2. Otherwise, Mystic Shot can do it as well. So,
And I mean the Boxtopuses are so important for this matchup too, because it's the only way you can really interact with elusive outside of like Tom Kench, which is very slow. Hush, which we don't see in hand. It's all going to come down to the red card.
Yeah, but now with red card hitting every unit means that, yeah, Mystic Shot can kill any of these Boxtopuses. Pale Cascade won't do it any longer, and Gold Card even would do it. So Twisted Fate pretty safe here. I think you do want to continue committing here, at least getting rid of these fleeting cards. You can even just Poro Cannon just to get the gold card out, or just, yeah, play one of the Poros. And you still have 2 mana left over to try and, yeah, this is heads up play. You're trying to get the gold card onto the hired gun instead of the Boxtopus here.
Hired gun potentially, hired gun potentially would survive here. There is still 2 mana open for the Mystic Shot. And OE just gonna pass, looks like. Yeah, just wants the board to stay the way it is and get the Starspring healing.
Looks like it will be a Mystic Shot onto the Boxtopus. 1 less unit to deal with, 1 less unit getting the heals for the Starspring, and 1 less unit that can challenge TF and actually kill it going forward.
So that's 9 out of 22. We do have the Tom Kench. Having the massive health pool is going to be very good for the deck. But now the Burble Fishes are starting to come out. There's number 1 and a Suit Up as well.
And there's nothing that OE can do in response here. Tom Kench, of course, next turn can do something, but in this current turn, it's going to be an onslaught of just all of these, all these elusive units that you can't really do much against.
So that's 3, 6, another Burble Fish in hand. Again, the Suit Ups are so strong.
I believe the hand is very, very delayed. We're looking at a very delayed hand state for Paul.
We're peering into the past, into the future.
Into the past, I think. That was like a 30-second delay there. So I'm just going to stick to the board here. We see double Burble Fish already. We can make some guesses from what we see in hand there, of course. Suit Up no longer really an option. It's now going to be at 4. But there's double Burble Fish, and there is an iterative improvement for a third Burble Fish at 4 attack here. And we have a second Poro still that can be played if you want to overwrite to try get max damage from elusive units.
Yeah, if you can overwrite with the Poro and then go into Suit Up, and I think that's perfect lethal. And then you're just hoping that the 2 mana isn't a guiding touch.
Even if it is, you have a chance of drawing burn next turn, right? With things like Mystic Shot and Get Excited in your deck. We'll see what the answer is here. If I think he will be going for the Suit Up here on the 1/1. Makes it a 4/4, so a big upgrade for that Poro. You have the Quick Attack, of course, on Twisted Fate. With only 2 mana, I think not much that OE can do to get any benefit here.
So you have to sacrifice a unit. I think you have to block the Twisted Fate as well. Yes. So you have to sacrifice 2 units here in order to prevent the lethal.
And you prevent it for now, but like we mentioned, there's still a lot of damage that can come through, and these units dying means that you're even further away from the Starspring win con as well. There's a Parley in hand even that can potentially do something, getting some Nexus damage from that as well.
And now we've just got the sad Tom Kench, 11 out of 22. I mean, is there a world where Soraka comes down and things happen? But yeah, not enough to stop these elusive units, unfortunately. This is one thing that Soraka Tom Kench just cannot do. And that is, you know, without Boxtopus, they can't stop your board from just getting set up like this. When you go fast and wide, uh, and we see this again in the fearsome decks, and elusives is also an understated weakness of Soraka Tahm Kench, simply because of the fact that this is probably the only time elusives have been viable in a very popular and strong sense, right? After the Ionia nerf, players have been very hungry for a new elusive style beatdown deck to show up, and having this combo variant with a learning curve to it fills that niche perfectly. Soraka Tahm Kench not really going to be able to do a lot here.
Yeah, only 3 HP on the Nexus 4 OE right now. No guiding touch or any kind of heal either in hand. So I think you can kind of slow play your foe, not make any rash decisions here. Trying to get maybe all the value from TF this turn as well. You don't have Rummage here to at least not in the past hand, maybe in the future hand you do, but I don't think he has any way to draw cards right now to try and find something like a Get Excited or a Mystic Shot. But there continues to not be any answer to elusives next turn. So the next attack token turn, it could just be GG for Foul.
Yeah, you've got Shakedown to maybe answer a couple of these burble fishes, but then, you know, it's still lethal either way with the others. So what do? Here you Shakedown, kill the 2 burble fishes, then you can hush the Daring Poro.
How far is the Star Spring actually now with the heal onto Tahm Kench? I think should still.
I think it was 15.
Yeah, so I think there's no real chance at any kind of lethal here, especially with the current hand for Owi. Yeah, he will be dying next turn regardless. There's the red card and the mushroom, trying to get maybe another point of lethal there for next turn. On the Nexus, there's the gold card as well to stop both of these kills onto the burble fishes. And I mean, at the end of the day, you still had enough elusives to get the kill next turn, or the card draw from pick a card even.
And yep, there's Parley to deal 1 damage, and then you can count on mushrooms. You've got the pick a card.
There's pick a card coming down, and a lot of options here, a lot of draws, and even a mushroom would do it here. So we'll see what it's going to be. The draws come in. We're not going to see them in hand just yet because there is a bit of a delay there for Foul. No mushroom though. Dodges the first of many bullets that are going to come his way now, and this is the big bullet, and that's going to be lethal. Nothing to do here if you are OE. So game 1 goes to Foul, showing the strengths of TF Fizz and showing the strengths of how quickly TF can level up. And most matchups, you play a 2-2, and there's going to be an answer. There's going to be a Mystic Shot. There's going to be an answer. But when there isn't an answer, you're in big trouble because the upside of TF is, you know, maybe as powerful as Karma back in the day, where she sticks on the board and suddenly nothing can compete with the value she generates. TF in this case, also the case in some matchups, and this is one of them. No answer for TF, and just the game snowballed completely out of control for OE, and that's a win for Foul in game 1 at least.
Yeah, so Soraka Tahm Kench, we just get that knocked out. It was one of the decks that has probably more volatile matchups. Now that Fizz Twisted Fate is off the table, maybe we get a reverse sweep with the other deck, the Lee Sin Zoe, which has a more even matchup spread against some other stuff, right? And because of the Frostbites, this Hexcore Foundry deck, you know, is a little bit more favored.
It did lose before in the winners final, but I do think it has, I mean, at least in my experience, I've played this deck quite a bit on ladder, and I played against Zoe Lee Sin, of course. It has a pretty good matchup. You end up just throwing the game out. You have the Mystic Shot that was missing last turn to now not have to deal with Zoe at all. If Zoe comes down, you have the, you know, the answer. You could potentially play a Mystic Shot here on the Mountain Goat, but I think you want to develop the Ballistic Bot first. Like I mentioned, the getting the curve on the ignitions quickly is ideal, or maybe just playing the Puffcat Peddler first.
This was one thing that we missed out on, right? Developing the slower curve, not using the ignitions to get the ping of damage.
I think Ignition here, and then Troll Chan if you need to just save the trade between Ballistic Bot and Mountain Goat is the way to go. And then next turn you play out your Puffcat Peddler, and then from then on you play it slow.
Yeah, I don't really like that pass. I don't think that Foul is going to do anything from this position. And then you just lose out on the ignition. You get to float the 3 spell mana, I guess, but again, getting that ping turn after turn to make sure your Sejuani is leveled up is just so important.
Considering he did get the ping turn 1 with Teemo, I believe, yeah, with 19 HP, that is kind of maybe saving a little bit, and now you can play reactively here with the Troll Chant, for example, onto just to save the Teemo, for example.
Give the Teemo some HP. You can even drain some attack from the Mountain Goat and punch up into it with the Ballistic Bot. But if Ignition was cast, it would have been a 2-3 to trade up in here. But at the very least, you're going to just keep this Teemo safe. Doesn't mind taking this damage here.
Yeah, needed the Troll Chant, the just double save the Teemo because of the fact that you could play +2 after that. Gets hit for 5. Usually not a big problem. We saw last game he did actually die to just lethal damage from the Zoe leveling up, but no Zoe here, so I think it's not going to be that big of an issue. Now he has the chance to play both the Puffcat Peddler and now the Ignition as well. And he has a Flash Freeze, which is kind of the card you need to draw to counteract Lee Sin later on. So he already has that out of the way. And now he can just stall out, and he should be pretty fine in this game.
You can go, now that your opponent's tapped down to 1 mana, you don't have to worry about Hush or anything. It's only 5 out of 15 for the level, so there's no cheeky level up Teemo this turn with the Ignition. And you can see here, since Oe is getting the individual ticks of damage from just attacks and mushrooms, the Ignition isn't as important.
Exactly, and you might want to keep the spell mana available because things like Troll Chant and yeah, maybe Mystic Shot can help that much more as well. Denying some of the damage here from the Mantra of the Stones, granting might be pretty clutch here in trying to deal with maybe the Eye of the Dragon very quickly. You don't want to give your opponent a ton of lifesteal because your game plan is kind of chipping down your opponent with mushrooms and eventually getting the win.
Yeah, just keep the board under control. You give your opponent some gems, which they can use with Lee Sin, but it's like you have to just count on the Lee Sin deck having the tools to level up Lee and give him barrier burst speed. The gems are neither here nor there, especially again with no Zoe to cover this early game. It's just going to be all about just chump blocking as best you can, especially with Ballistic Bot.
There's a lot of damage being threatened here. The Ignition is not being played means the Ballistic Bot can't even trade into anything either. You can, of course, Troll Chant here. Pale Cascade going down to +1/+1 after the nerf is pretty big in feeling a bit more safe if you are Oe. Blocking here with the Puffcat Peddler.
Yeah, tricky indeed, because you can go for Troll Chant. You force your opponent to have Hush. You might just need to give up the Ballistic Bot here rather than go for the Puffcat Peddler, risking it. Now with Teemo in play, having this Mushroom Engine early with Chump Wump, I think it might be too risky to put up the Puffcat Peddler like this.
I mean, you do have Get Excited as well if you really need to do something to stop and Flash Freeze. I guess you do have a backup plan. You wouldn't want to play, I think, either of those cards at the moment, but I think there isn't really anything now with Pale Cascade being +1/+1 that can really swing that trade in favor of Foul. Ignition comes down, still 2 mana left, backed up for next turn, and this board state and this current state of the game is looking very, very favorable for Oe, and it's just kind of what you would want to expect in this matchup if you're playing the Mushroom deck.
After getting rid of all the bad RNG and cleaning up the play a little bit to have a better throughput of getting these consistent pings, Oe is definitely in the mindset they need to be to pilot this deck to maximum effectiveness. And the deck is coming through. I love, of course, the Troll Chance being used for double defense, not trying to manipulate multiple trades, just going all in on just the one trade. So important for keeping these units alive. We've even got Sejuani now to maybe snipe through onto this Eye of the Dragon.
Yeah, the Ignition was a priority pass there just to try and see what Foul would do this turn with his mana, and then play Sejuani after the fact to see what the best target was, according to what's on the board and what mana is available for Foul. Obviously going for Lee Sin here, not really a possibility because he's just going to get barrier. So I think, like you mentioned, the best way to do this would just be attacking with the Sejuani onto the Eye of the Dragon. Get rid of that, and you have the Flash Freeze to deal with Lee Sin next turn, so it's not really something that should worry you.
And Sejuani's 4 out of 5. I was going to say, it's like committing the Sejuani early like this means that, if they level up the Lee Sin with the gems and yada yada, potentially they just kick the Sejuani to kill her, or she gets sent back to your hand, which sets you back. But getting rid of the Eye of the Dragon, again, cutting away that lifesteal, means that the numerous mushrooms you have in the deck already are just going to come through for you.
The Season's Blade comes down here. That means that there is no Hush for the Teemo, so Teemo has the green light to go all in on the attack there. Nothing that can stop it here, really. And yeah, the Lee Sin, again, with Flash Freeze in hand, it just defuses the situation. There's really nothing that Foul can do to make that a threat next turn, I believe. Zoe, unlike the last game, has not been a threat at all this entire game, and you have the Mystic Shot anyway to stop it. And with this board state, you have all, the usual suspects here. The entire gang is here, and yeah, if you get hit with two mushrooms here and now get excited, can just frostbite everything as well, or the ignition.
Fantastic. The deck, the sequence is finally there. This deck is, it's kind of similar to Fiora Shen in that aspect, where you need to get really specific cards, but once it all comes together, it is, just so huge. So now Lee Sin is leveled up. The 2 spells are cast last turn in order to set up this Spell Shield and Gem, which is the perfect sequence to level up Lee Sin, if I'm not mistaken. One more gem. There it is.
The Spell Shield on the Lee Sin is actually pretty dangerous now, though. You would have to get excited and Flash Freeze. I think you're still fine, though. So, yeah, it's not going to be an issue here. I believe Sejuani's... Does Sejuani's effect hit regardless of Spell Shield, actually?
It levels up. Yeah, it should go through the Spell Shield.
Because it is not actually on the stack. It's just...
Mm-hmm.
I guess the Oracle Eye will help out Owie just to make sure.
Yeah, so you can hit the Nexus, and that should trigger Sejuani's ability. And then she'll still get kicked back to the hand by the Dragon Kick, but you don't take the damage now.
And yeah, there's the Frostbite effect going through the Spell Shield because it's not on the stack at all, so it doesn't interact with the Spell Shield keyword at all. And it could have been scary if you didn't have that get excited, a way to go straight to face fast speed because Ignition couldn't be played, and Flash Freeze would hit the Spell Shield. But in this case, saved, you have the that get excited there to hit face and get the effect on Sejuani. And that's why I mentioned it's so important to have Sejuani level up on curve and early enough to have this kind of sequence be a possibility. And there's going to be Hextor Foundry, Mushrooms, Mystic Shot. You have a lot of different answers here.
Mm-hmm. You can go for Ignition, into Mystic Shot on the Nexus, into Veteran Investigator. I don't have an exact read on the number of mushrooms, but they were doubled by Teemo, so there is a ton in there, and you can just set up Sejuani ahead of time as well. But this could just be lethal this turn. It depends on what do they have? Just Guiding Touch.
Probably just going to go for double Mushroom and the Veteran Investigator, trying to get lethal, I think, just for Mushrooms. And you have the Flash Freeze to back it up next turn.
Oh, yeah. Draws off of the Guiding Touch and draws 5 Mushrooms.
That's one way to do it as well. Not the line that I had in mind, but that's foul. Thank you for quickening that end of the game for us. But that's going to be 1-1. Owie now finally wins the matchup that he was, I think, he should be winning, because it is, I think, a favorite matchup for this Mushrooms deck against Lee Sin Zoe. And now Foul is stuck on Lee Sin Zoe, whereas Owie has to switch to his... he has to stay on this deck, on the Mushrooms deck. No, sorry. Foul has to stay on his deck.
Yeah, so Owie's going to be switching back to Soraka Tahm Kench.
Exactly.
Versus Zoe Lee Sin. And again, the Zoe deck does have a little bit of that still aggressive, elusive tilt to it that Soraka Tahm Kench could kind of lose to. Unfortunately, no good ways to disrupt the Dragon Kick once the Lee Sin comes down. It's definitely going to be a race to the combo finisher, right? The Star Spring can't be really disrupted by Lee Sin Zoe, and then Zoe just punches through Soraka. You need to have a really well-timed Hush to at least stop the overwhelm damage, but you still take the Dragon Kick, for example.
Yeah, Hush is, I think, the biggest thing to defend against Lee Sin. Not as great, obviously, as having just straight-up freezes, but Hush is usually going to be a pretty important card here, and finding that Star Spring early, and being able to set up the board state, like I mentioned with Fiora Shen, it's the same. Set up that board state early and then protect it with your spells, and especially when there's no answer to Star Spring, you just have a very clear path and how you want to play the game and how you want to win the game as well.
The list also doesn't really have high attack units outside of Mountain Goat and then Mentor of the Stones. So if Foul does whiff on the early game and then Tahm Kench gets set up, a lot of these shrimpy units, especially Eye of the Dragon, are just going to get gobbled up. If Dragon Kick does come down without Hush, maybe Bastion tanks the Dragon Kick effect. Double Tahm Kench looks like on the opening hand for Owie, and there's the Star Spring. This curve looks magnificent.
And of course, quick reminder, this is the very first match, the best of 3 of this Grand Finals. If Foul wins, he's the tournament winner. If Owie wins, it resets the bracket because he comes from the loser's bracket, and then we go to a second best of 3 to see who's the actual winner of the tournament.
So we've got a good curve here. Again, with the opening Codger into Starspring, we've got Tahm Kench, but now Zoe is online turn 1. And if Boxtopus can't stick, if Tahm Kench can't connect, you know, maybe if she pulls a Moonglow, for example, maybe Zoe sticks around and levels up and we see another AoE elusive lethal.
The Starspring does come down. That is, we mentioned the crucial piece here. The Hush is found as well, which is also a very crucial piece in this matchup. So I think if you're OE, you definitely cannot complain with your current hand. It's looking pretty powerful. And you have, I mean, a lot of the answers you want to have with Tahm Kench being able to just very easily kill Zoe, of course, and Hush for Lee Sin.
So there it is, Zoe fishing. And gets Crescent Strike. Wants to. This is purely just to protect Zoe, prevent the damage. Foul needs to extend this game. In this particular matchup, when you don't get your early game of Eye of the Dragon, etc., Tahm Kench Soraka does kind of become the beatdown. So do you Hush here to kill the Zoe?
I don't think you need to, because you want to have Hush, of course, for Lee Sin. You have the hired gun here as well to give the Zoe vulnerable, to have just even another way to make that a threat. Or you can play Tahm Kench on curve and just have the Tahm Kench signature spell as well started to be generated next turn. As with Ballistic Bot, you want to play it as fast as possible and then have that generation early on.
Now that Foul sees the Tahm Kench, going to cast this Starspring, looking for a Moonglow, I imagine, to protect Zoe from getting eaten. We don't have eyes on what's being offered here, but it has to be some good stuff. You know, Moon Silver has been taken a lot of times in Zoe Lee Sin to fit in like really cheeky plays. Even something like the Serpent could work. I'm looking at potentially Equinox to keep the challenger off of the Boxtopus. Another Crescent Strike even. There's a lot of great options to get off of Star Chart for this matchup in specific.
And the Starspring very slowly getting counters on it, but it comes down early on, and you have to be very careful, especially once you have units like Broadback Protector or Tahm Kench or Soraka, where you're able to get this very crazy, with Astral Protection, these huge heals for something like 7, 8, 9, 10. All of a sudden, you can lose in a few turns. So you have to be very careful. And we'll see if O has an answer now. Boxtopus isn't stunned this time around, can attack the Zoe, can challenge it and go for the kill on it. And I'm not entirely sure what Fall can do to stop that.
So you can open attack here, and if you don't, right, you can like you were talking about, you have hired gun to give Zoe vulnerable, so you can swing on her with a different unit. However, if you just open attack, you get the damage on the Boxtopus, and then maybe you just set up Broadback Protector. It'll damage itself a little bit on your Nexus to heal your Nexus, and then Starspring will have another target to heal, because now we're hitting that bottleneck where most of the units in play are at full health.
That's one benefit of not playing any units. You're not even tempted to block and and damage some of these units on the Tahm Kench Soraka side of the board.
And at this point, again, with Tahm Kench constantly now threatening your development, you don't want to play like Lee Sin unless you have tons of mana to back him up.
2 mana isn't tons, but we'll see if it works out here for Foul, if it's able to stick on the board.
So it's got to be Nopify, right?
Nopify can, of course, answer, and that's the only thing it can be. There's a Nopify, so I think Foul wouldn't just throw away his Lee Sin like that. Lee Sin sticks on the board. Not too many spells have been played already, so I think Lee Sin's still a little ways from leveling up. Even if he does, the Hush is there, like we mentioned, so Hush is one of the answers you want to have to try and stop a very early lethal, and there's a check mark there on that box for OE as well.
So here it is, round start. Broadback Protector damages itself to heal the Nexus. And so now there's 2 damage units in play, and Lee Sin has his work cut out for him. You can do burst spells to get Challenger, start kicking these units away or damaging them, just to get these units off the board. Moonglow going to be put on the stack here. And now we've got Lee Sin with Spell Shield, one of the more difficult things to deal with in the game. You can pop the Spell Shield with the Acquired Taste, since you don't really care about it going through this round anyway, since you're going to get it over and over and over again. I think this is fantastic. You have just like a free way to pop Spell Shield.
Yeah, it's going to be every single turn that this Lee Sin survives, it's going to be constantly attacked by this Tahm Kench, and you have to have answers every single turn. We saw before as well with other decks that you can have an answer for 1, 2, 3 turns, but eventually you run out of answers, you run out of cards, and you eventually lose. So that might be the case here for this Lee Sin as well. But Mentor of the Stones comes down, no barrier on this Lee Sin just yet.
And what the 1 mana spell is not really a thing. I think that pulling, you still have lethal with on the Boxtopus, just to get that off of the board. And you're attacking with the Mentor of the Stones just in order to get more gems as well, which fuels your Lee Sin. I think this is perfectly acceptable. You're giving your opponent 1 more tick on the Star Spring, but it's more about the Lee Sin versus the Tahm Kench, not so much about the Star Spring currently. And I'm just now noticing is that a copy of Bayou Brunch? Oh yeah, from Tahm Kench. Yeah. So I wonder if something cheeky is going to happen like that, where that would allow you to give a unit a really big HP pool, like you were talking about.
Gonna be the block onto the Mentor. Gonna get a little bit of synergy with the Star Spring, of course, getting an extra counter on it. But like you mentioned, having the gems not just to buff the attack for Lee Sin, but also have those spells played so you can level up the next attack token turn for sure, will be pretty crucial. That being said, Owi's still at 20 HP. He has an entirely full board. He has a Broadback Protector as well. I can just heal him if he ever does take damage, and he has the Hush ready to go for the next attack token turn 2 turns away. So I mean, I have to imagine that there can't really be a way that this Lee Sin can win this game at this point. And this is a big swing. I mean, you have only 1 blocker, and usually you don't win by just swinging in for damage, but
yeah, but Lee Sin being granted vulnerable by the hired gun is phenomenal. You just attack with everything, and you even have Guiding Touch for the Broadback Protector to get some more, another boost for the Star Shepherd. There is a world now with the Astral Protection that you can just boost up the HP of whatever it is that's blocking Lee Sin. But again, you're committing into Hush, which might be fine.
And you could have some answers if you follow. Of course, you do have still Hush of your own. Maybe you have Concussive Palm to stop the Star Shepherd if she gets pretty buffed up in her attack. So it might not be lethal this turn, but it's usually unusual to even be threatened in terms of actual getting lethal on the board. But in this case, it is the case actually, because there are just your opponent hasn't developed any units other than Zoe and Lee Sin.
Ooh. Owi going for a big, greedy HP trade here. You love to see it. Buffing up the Broadback Protector to 7 forces the Lee Sin to have maybe Sonic Wave in hand in order to boost this attack, or some sort of Pale Cascade to make this trade go through.
And if it doesn't, that's a huge Astral Protection burst speed to heal up this Broadback Protector to just a really high health total and get all those procs on the Star Spring as well.
Yeah, so it looks like it's going to come through here. Sonic Wave, Resonating Strike.
These are spells being played as well to try and level up Lee Sin as quickly as possible. I think he's about to level up this turn right now. So already online. Hush is going to be waiting for him next turn though, so it's not going to be a very clear win here for Lee Sin at all. And there is still quite a bit of damage coming through. Not lethal, but it's getting scary.
Yeah, still mana left open for Hush. Owi hesitant to use the Astral Protection here. With the Hush on the Lee Sin, swinging onto something, even if you Hush the Lee Sin, the Dragon Kick would still be on the stack to hit your unit and kick it back to your hand. So maybe it's best to just go for it here. Try to get the Hush out of him, or maybe some other attack boost onto the Lee Sin here at burst speed. Because if you get the Broadback Protector to survive that trade, a top deck Soraka would just heal it right back up to full for a ton.
That being said, if you know you're going to win, or you're not going to lose the next turn because you have the Hush, and your opponent's at 2 HP, I mean, you'd feel pretty safe regardless. I think it's not maybe not so worth to just not take any risks. Just keep doing your thing. You have an entire board here. You still have Star Spring on the board as well. and you have just a chance to take it safe and not take any huge risks.
That's fair. That's very fair. You're going to win through just damage on board rather than the Star Spring. And now we've got the 2 gems, of course, for Lee Sin to give him barrier or just challenger, right? Just with a dragon kick on the stack. And even if you kick one of these units away, you have to commit all of the mana to get Lee Sin up to 10 attack for this to be an OTK. So there it is. You put the Zenith Blade on the stack, and unfortunately, there's just nothing to be done for it. With the Hush waiting to go to counter this combo, it looks like this is always game.
11 mana to use here if you're OE, but you really only need those 3. I'm not sure what the procs are on the Star String right now. I think definitely not enough, especially with the current board. I mean,
Yeah, it's at like
not playing any
10 or so.
That you don't have any blockers, your opponent's going to have fully healed units at all times, so Star String isn't really viable. But at the same time, this is the downside of it. You're at 2 HP because you just have no blockers the entire game, and you're just taking damage. So there's a fine line to be played.
So just gonna attempt to eat this Lee Sin. There is a world, of course, again, where it forces Fall to commit a ton of mana to boost up the attack, so it trades into the Lee Sin, and then you can just Hush to cleanse all those buffs so that the Acquired Taste does go through.
If he has Bastion, that's one way to do it. You can Hush the Tahm Kench now. Bastion for 4 mana, but even then you don't have enough attack to go up to get lethal this turn, basically. Well, with Bastion and 1 gem, you actually do, right? Because you get the 10 from the +1/+1 from Bastion. But yeah, Hush is there, so
Hush is the Lee Sin down to a 4/6.
Bastion would have had to be played before the Hush came in, and then you have I mean, I think there wasn't really any line that could have given the win there to Foul at that point.
Has the Sonic Wave Resonating Strike again. Was that Lee Sin's? I believe they had multiple copies of Lee Sin, so that's going to potentially clear Tahm Kench. And now, with the Pale Cascade, Tahm Kench has 1 more HP to survive.
As usual, it's just the spell stack showdown with these type of decks. There's still more to this. There's the plot twist is still there. The triple plot twist. The last Pale Cascade comes in. Both players down to 0 mana. Lee Sin wins the battle, but loses the war because there's still a lot of units on the board, and he's at 2 HP. So it was a good try from Foul, of course, but obviously the Hush has taken away all of the abilities that Lee Sin usually has. No Overwhelm, no more damage coming through, and with only 2 HP on the Nexus, I'm not sure if he can survive an attack here from these 3 units.
Lee Sin is still vulnerable. You can open attack here pretty easily. Hush on the Star Shepherd would cleanse that. So maybe you pull with Star Shepherd. Yeah, so you have the guaranteed attack here. It forces Foul to have double Guiding Touch or something in order to survive this lethal.
And of course, if OE wins this game, he wins this best of 3, but he does get the bracket reset. He has to win the second best of 3 to win the tournament itself. So Follow has that second chance to try and make it, and that's going to be the case here. There was some lines that could have made things a bit more complicated, but it looked like it was pretty much in favor of OE the entire game, especially with the hand he had a really good
So many cards in hand and no answer there at the end to heal out of that range. Concussive Palm, no Guiding Touch either. Maybe they had the 1 Guiding Touch, but not 2. Really unfortunate there. No Deep Meditation to even fish for it, which is something you normally see out of Lee Sin decks. When you have the lethal ready to go, they just, they draw a few cards just to get that final Hail Mary as well. So the bracket reset does happen. The players are going to go right back at it once again for another best of 3. And we'll see how the dice fall, right? When you have these decks that have, some polarized matchups and some very even matchups, when you force the players to play 1 more set to try it 1 more time, you shuffle the cards and they'll come up different.
And that being said, both players have all their decks once again completely available. They can play in any order they want. It's like as if we were just playing the same best of 3 all over again. They have liberty to make whatever decisions they want to make in terms of how to queue their deck, etc. And as long as when they get a win with one of the decks, then at that point they cannot play it again. Of course, they have to switch to their second deck. But this best of 3 decides the entire tournament, and I think it's never occurred where we go to a bracket reset and someone wins 2-0. It's always a third game. So I'm hoping and I'm expecting there to be 3 more games here, and it's going to be a very close series to the very last match. Hopefully it's the case here, because we obviously want to see these players duking it out and bringing their best Runeterra action for us. Looks like it's going to be TF Fizz against the Tom Kent Soraka list from OE.
So we saw this matchup prior. The Twisted Fate leveled up, and it didn't even matter. It just allowed Foul to draw massively through the deck to get all the purple fishes and just win with a really explosive, elusive attack. And so now, maybe that's a repeat, right? You just take your L with this matchup that really isn't good for you, and then you just run it back against the Lee Sin Zoe, which, is both of these decks do pretty well into.
Ballistic Bot is found turn 2, so pretty early and pretty clutch. Ballistic Bot to come in almost, I think every single game there's been a Ballistic Bot turn 2. Have we missed a game where Ballistic Bot didn't come down in the decks that have him? I think we haven't. It's some uncanny, unnatural ability to always be in hand by turn 2.
Shows up on curve, gives the ignition here, so now Fizz is elusive, and you don't mind attacking with the Ballistic Bot here. Maybe you're worried a little bit about Guiding Touch or
Pale Cascade,
maybe Pale Cascade, so just going to take it safe here. Keep the Ballistic Bot open. It's not just about the burn damage, it's also about the spells discounting the Burble Fish.
Pool Shark coming down as well to try and maybe find TF. This turn 4 would be pretty clutch because you're able to find it. You actually wouldn't be able to play pick a card and TF next turn. You're going to be 1 mana off, even if you do blue card and get the attune.
So Pool Shark, again, is just there to just keep drawing through the deck. Normally, with the fleeting cards, you feel really bad if they get discarded, but the cycling is fine. Because the deck has so much draw, you don't care about discarding the fleeting. You have to remember about stress testing as well. If it gets discarded, you just draw a card off of it anyway. When fleeting card leaves your hand, it does count as being discarded. And Tom Kench now down, one of the few ways to answer Twisted Fate in this list.
Yeah, I think if you want to do this, you're going to have to play Tom Kench or Twisted Fate next turn after Tom Kench's signature spells played, and then just go for an all-in, pick a card, and try and go for the 1-turn level up, basically.
The pieces are there, right? You've got the Iterative Improvement onto the Pool Shark, you've got the pick a card in hand, and Aoi is still looking for Star Spring. Broadback Protector is a nice pickup here.
So TF will come down this turn instead. Going to be obviously a target next turn once Tom Kench has the spell in hand. But maybe just hoping to cycle through your deck, get the attune value as well. And there's a shakedown coming out right away onto the Tom Kench. One silver lining for Foul is the fact that, there's no Star Spring yet, at least.
Yeah, because these are the trades you really want to see, right? Where you're able to chip away at your own board like this. And now, because they're taking damage with the Tom Kench, they have Guiding Touch to heal it, but just makes it vulnerable to Mystic Shot or something next round.
Now we'll see a Poro Cannon here on the fleeting message type, which you cannot play actually this turn, and just maybe the Poros coming down as well. You have a second Twisted Fate though in hand, but with Tom Kench on the board, unless you can kill it, it's going to be very hard because it's just a constant engine like Ballistic Bot of creating this 2-mana card that can just deal with Twisted Fate any moment in time.
Oh, if only Star Spring was on the board, Aoi could maybe pretend to have a chance here. With the Astral Protection, the Tom Kench is going to get huge. Is this the win con where you just never die and Tom Kench eats everything and you somehow survive the Burplefish combo turn? With Mind Meld, though, it's like not possible, right? Eventually they're going to set up and Mind Meld you.
Yeah, I mean, this is something that Twisted Fate levels up. That would be great, but if he doesn't, you're still fine. Because once you get to the late game, as long as you draw okay and not like Beaver did earlier, you're able to find, the pieces you need. And there isn't really a clear answer for elusives, for Mind Meld in this deck from OE. And there's no threat from OE either to try and maybe go under and try and pressure enough with Star Spring because it hasn't been found yet. So it's maybe a bit too late.
So Astral Protection being played on the Tom Kench. You're losing out on that big burst heal for the Star Spring, of course. But Aoi just wants the Tom Kench big in order to keep eating these units. I was thinking, I wonder if Acquired Taste on the 1-attack unit would have been something as well. but now that opens the doors for Twisted Fate to come down and not get eaten. And another blue card coming through here.
Get Excited here does not do much, but it's a good card to have for later on for the burn. You can, of course, pick a card here, and now maybe try and go for that YOLO Twisted Fate level up before the Tahm Kench can attack it with a spell.
Yep, shuffles in the Ignition. Wants to keep the hand. Again, the Poro Cannons and the Daring Poros, so important for getting that wide board set up. And we're a couple rounds off of a lethal.
Fish. He drew too much, and he burns one of the Burble Fishes. Maybe the most important card in this deck. So, and especially with double iterative improvement would have been fantastic, but that is a bad burn.
Yeah, it's the main win condition. You have the elusives, but if they're just Daring Poros like these 1/1s, it's not going to give you the burst you need. Again, with Hush, it gives it... Basically, when you have really weak elusives and really strong elusives, it makes it way easier for your opponent to just focus on, using all their removal and all their answers on the Burble Fishes, and then they're only taking like 2 or 3 chip damage, and there's Star Spring finally coming. Not going to play it, though.
Suddenly turning in favor of Owie, not necessarily, giving him the clear advantage here, but definitely things going in his favor. That Burble Fish being burned is pretty huge. Star Spring as well coming down. No mana to protect anything now, only 1 mana left, but that's a piece of the puzzle you needed to find at some point earlier rather than later if possible.
These ballistic bots, however, are starting to get pretty big. A lot of created cards thanks to the Ignitions, thanks to the Daring Poros, and it's going to make it very awkward for Owie to block here or to make trades. And you might think that, okay, I have Broadback Protector in hand, I can take a little bit of damage, but, that's how this deck lulls you into a false sense of security and then just jumps out with a crazy Twisted Fate. Tahm Kench currently has 2 Twisted Fates eaten, so with a third unit being swallowed, Tahm Kench will level up and then he can obliterate those units.
Could be a big swing here with these elusives and a double ballistic bot. A second Star Spring is found, maybe just too much, not really necessary. Mind Meld is being played here. You have 3 elusives, and it's going to be a lot of spells that have been played with Ignitions being played. There's no Hush. There's no... I'm not sure what the counter is here, but this could be pretty threatening. Yeah, that's going to be lethal with just the elusives. You can, of course, eat one of them.
Tahm Kench has to eat one.
But then you still have quite a bit of burn in hand with I guess the Ignitions will be disappearing from hand this turn, but you'll have 2 more next turn. Mystic Shot and Get Excited as well next turn, so
you have to Pale Cascade into Guiding Touch to survive this swing?
Yeah.
Oh, we going for it. We knew the Mind Meld was going to be the wild card in this matchup. And what's the top deck? Oh, doesn't get the healing.
That's going to be 18 to face. The math checks out with the Oracle Eye. Nothing you can do here for Owie. So it's what I talked about. TF dies. You're able to kill 2 TFs, but you don't really have an answer to Mind Meld, 2 elusive. So sooner or later, you're going to be dying unless you can put the pressure with your Star Spring early on and get a very quick Star Spring victory. You're not going to do it, by going face like you did last game against Lee Sin, because it's a very different deck and there are chump blockers in this case. And yeah, it shows the power of TF is. So many cheap spells, so many ways to on curve, turn 7 Mind Meld, it becomes an instant lethal threat.
The Daring Poros came through clutch there. I thought that the Burble Fishes would maybe be a bit too delayed. The Star Spring came down super late, really unfortunate. It looked like if there was a Star Spring on turn 2, it would have had very significant, I think, completion. Not almost complete. It probably would have been like low teens, maybe like 14 or 16 out of 22. But
back, the same storyline here. The switch of the deck to try and counter Lee Sin, Zoe. And this is, again, Faul won the first game in the last best of 3, and Owie was able to get the reverse sweep with the Shrooms deck first, and then his Tahm Kench Soraka on the second game against the TF, or the Lee Sin, Zoe, rather.
Even though it looked a little better for Soraka Tahm Kench in that matchup, it, of course, was not a favored matchup in general. You can pretend like maybe you're drawing well, but just the elusive damage is so high. But now we've got a little bit of a repeat of what we saw last time these decks went against each other. We've got the Teemo on round 1 and no Zoe to stop it. And again, the Panda prophecy of Ballistic Bot guaranteed 100% on turn 2.
Yeah, and this is a huge turn right now with the hand you're looking at for Owe. He has Ballistic Bot, he has Puffcat Peddler, he has Troll Chance. I mean, he has all the protection he needs to really help this early game, and there's no Zoe to really threaten like we saw in that one game that he did lose in the winner's final.
Yep, just take the damage from the Eye of the Dragon, get the Ballistic Bot set up, and now, because you have Teemo to give you the ping of damage you want, you don't need to cast Ignition. The turn 1 Teemo does such a good job of enabling Oe to curve out properly and not need to worry about casting that spell. So now Puffcat Peddler on round 3, and then on round 4, you've got Mystic Shot, double Troll Chant to defend your board and carry yourself into the mid game now with your Mushroom Engine online.
There's no real threat as well by playing these units. There's no spell removal. There's no Mystic Shot. Get excited from this Lee Sin Zoe deck. So you're pretty safe when you're outside of an attack token turn to just play out your units and then have the protection next turn with a spell mana. So I expect we will see a second Ballistic Bot coming down here. And then you have a chance to, well, 2 mushrooms very early on. You have a chance to play Ignitions and play Puffcat Peddler next turn, even with just a Troll Chant as well to back it up.
And again, because the Nexus has already been pinged, you can just float a mana and not cast this Ignition. That way you're heading into next round with 5. Again, you have that perfect lineup of Troll Chant plus Puffcat Peddler. Unfortunately now, with the Sparkle Fly, you now have an elusive blocker for Teemo. So if Fall taps down here, opens up Sparkle Fly to maybe die to Mystic Shot.
And 2 mana still has double Pale Cascade in hand, so has a chance to protect his Sparkle Fly if it does come in. Yeah, Get Excited can be played this turn actually, so you might just let it go through.
Yeah, it's really tough. You want basically you need to commit to your Mushroom win condition and let the Frostbites counter Lee Sin. So you don't really want to waste a lot of your defensive spells like just trying to kill other things on board. Your HP total matters very little because you're playing against an OTK deck, right? So just let this through. Your opponent gets the gems. They have the Sparkle Fly, but you've got the double Ballistic Bot. You've got the engine now. Just commit and stick to your guns. Always been very good about this. And again, by adjusting the early play just enough, you get the consistent track of pings to level up Sejuani.
And of course, Ballistic Bot now at 3 attack. If you attack next turn, you need to have blockers if you are foul, and then you have a chance to play Troll Chant and really kind of disable, get all the trades in your favor, basically.
With the Ballistic Bots now getting beefed up, you can start to maybe threaten open attacks with them. You only potentially need 1 Ignition per turn.
Well, the Shrooms just hit, actually, so you don't even need the Ignition this turn to get the Plunder effect for Sejuani eventually. You could have there's still, with 6 mana up, it's hard to really think, okay, I'm going to play Mystic Shot and Get Excited on the Sparkle Fly and kill it that way so Teemo can hit for double the mushrooms. But with 4 mana and double Mystic Shot, depending on what's committed here, you can suddenly now go in with double Mystic Shot and kill the Sparkle Fly, deny a Zenith Blade, and have an attack with Teemo as well.
If your opponent protects the Sparkle Fly, then they don't have mana up for Hush in order to threaten the Teemo that way. So I love the Get Excited here. Saving the Mystic Shot to have a little bit more flexibility to hit the Nexus or to maybe pop a Lee Sin barrier, things like that. You can also clear the Mountain Goat to open up a lot more pathways into just a really strong Nexus hit. And these mushrooms just keep on ticking.
And that was a risk that I think Foul maybe had to take, playing the Zenith Blade there to try and get as much lifesteal as possible with the Sparkle Fly. But once that fails to go through, and once you don't have a Sparkle Fly, once it dies and you lose out on that 3 mana you played from the Zenith Blade, now you're in big trouble. I mean, there's still 2 Ignitions every turn. You're still getting hit for more and more mushrooms.
Only 1 mushroom
as well.
And there it is. Sejuani's leveled up, but no Lee Sin to be seen. We've got Concussive Palm to stop Teemo from doubling the mushrooms again, but once he connects, you double the mushrooms once, and now it's just Puffcat Peddler doing the work. 4 HP now. Lethal is presented here in the hand of Oe.
Yeah, you have well 6 damage straight and lethal. So even with a guiding touch, that's not enough. You can trade out your ballistic bots at this point. They've done their job. You can just troll Chen as well, and just I mean the mushrooms will probably get the kill next turn
Mm-hmm.
anyway, so it's not a big deal. You get the double trade here, and I mean you're very comfortable. It's a deck that sets up these engines with ballistic bots and Puffcat Peddler, and then you have all these protection spells with Troll Chan, Mystic Shot to take control of the game.
And potentially Oe just holds the Mystic Shots, right? You just let the mushrooms do their work, and you save the Mystic Shot for an absolute emergency. The same way you have players, of course, holding onto Atrocity when it seems like, oh, my opponent's tapped out. But
Well,
anyway, there you go.
at this point, I think you can go for it. No mana to respond from foe, so a very clear-cut game here. Once again, we're following the footsteps of the last best of 3. Owie wins the game 2, so we tied the series 1-1, and now we're moving into a final game 3. Like I mentioned, it's always game 3. When you get the bracket reset, things are so close that it can only ever be a game 3 to end things.
And so, Zoe Lee Sin versus Soraka Tom Kench. We saw it last time. Tom Kench comes down, and then it's just a war between how long can you protect the Lee Sin. And again, there is a window where Lee Sin comes down with Overwhelm, and somehow Oe does not have Hush.
That's a pretty good curve for both players. I mean, no Star Spring in hand for Oe, but you do have the Hush that was just drawn actually. So very similar hand actually to the last game that we saw between these two decks.
Yeah, again, the Star Spring wasn't really even the win condition last time. It was just a pure beatdown with a wide board. And the Hush is there in hand. Maybe if Zoe sticks around, if you're able to protect her from Boxtopus or something. Hired Gun lining up against Zoe is so strong here. That way you don't have to rely on Boxtopus being alive. You just go and attack with her, and there's no uptrade potential with Pale Cascade any longer. You love to see it here. You can even open attack to play around Crescent Strike, yada yada, and always going to go for it.
Yeah, there's not really anything you can do here, I think, to save this with 3 mana. So very clear attack there from Oe. You take down one of the big threats from Faul. Now Lee Sin is a second threat, but you do already have double Hush in hand. So it's, again, looking pretty good for Oe with the current hand state he has, much of what he would want to have in this start of the game.
And so, with double Boxtopus now, you're just getting that same wide board setup. We can see the Invokes here now, Equinox being presented. We also have Trickster if you wanted to try to go for a more aggressive line. CDS Foal knows that the Lee Sin line is pretty risky. It requires not just you to have really strong draws, but your opponent to have some pretty weak draws as well. So Trickster could result in a lot of damage, potentially. Maybe even baits out a Hush.
I'm not sure what Equinox wants to hit exactly.
Yeah, it would only hit like a unit that gets Astral Protection put on it, maybe. Yeah. Very close. Opts for Moonsilver. 0 mana, just a cheap burst spell. Discounts some units. You can discount your Lee Sin or Deep Meditation so it gets even cheaper.
Yeah, Lee Sin going down to 4 mana now, so able to play it a bit earlier next turn as well, of course. And double gems being generated here from the Mountain Goats, also pretty important if the attack comes through, but could just be a pass because there's the unfavorable Tom Kench tree, which you really can't do anything about with the current hand for Foul.
I was wondering if Zenith Blade would be committed there, but you need it. You need to hold on to it for Lee Sin. Now that Moonsilver's been committed to and cast, you know that Foal is going to rededicate himself to the Lee Sin win condition. It's just a matter of how do I play around Hush? The longer it takes Lee Sin to come online, the higher the chances that my opponent has it. This deck, again, with Guiding Touch, Pale Cascade, potentially just Soraka leveling up and getting tons of card draw, means that your opponent has access to these cards more often than you'd like them to. Again, the favorable trades are still there. So Tom Kench could swing here.
Compared to last game, there are at least a few more chump blockers in double Mountain Goat. So you're not going to be, I think you're not going to be dying as early as you did last game at least. But Tahm Kench is still just going to be an engine that's just going to constantly eat up one of the units every single turn, and there's going to be enough spells here like Astral Protection to really play around anything that Foul is trying to do to stop this.
Yeah, this matchup really changes the way that this Tahm Kench Soraka operates, because Lee Sin Zoe doesn't necessarily want to participate in combat either. Harder to damage your units, and even without a Star Spring, it doesn't really change things much.
Deep Med can be played here with the discount. Another spell, obviously helping out Lee Sin to level up.
And this too, since they committed the Acquired Taste to a Mountain Goat, Tahm Kench going to be a 2/3, potentially gets opened up to get killed by Lee Sin next round. Astral Protection is going to be so important.
And the Notify is really crucial here to stop next turn's attack on Lee Sin from Tahm Kench. And at least to survive one more turn, but yeah, I mean, there's all the answers that you need, I think, for Owie in hand. You have double Hush, you have Tahm Kench sticking on the board, you have ways to protect it as well, so you have, like I mentioned, it's just being able to support this unit as an engine, and just with Tahm Kench just clearing the board turn after turn.
So just floats the mana. There was options there, of course, with like Shakedown just to get that set up preemptively, but just better to keep that floated, keep the options open. You can always Shakedown at any point to maybe even use it to pop a Spell Shield on Lee Sin, for example. So now, again, Fall is under a lot of pressure here. You have to be very specific about where you commit your mana. You have to, because you have to worry so much about an Acquired Taste. If there is Astral Protection here to heal the Tahm Kench up and then eat, once you commit the Zenith Blade, you don't have mana for the Bastion as well. You need Notify specifically.
There's a Zenith Blade coming down now. Gonna get the long-term buff on Lee Sin, but of course, at any point in time, Hush will deal with this and make it, just irrelevant point here. So,
and now, with Overwhelm on Lee Sin, that is going to grant Challenger. And so, does Lee Sin just swing in here? Probably just tries to see if they have the Notify. Just force your opponent to have it, as has been the theme, I believe, of today's matches, especially earlier in the bracket. Players were going for, these heavy questioning lines. Do you have the answer? Do you have the answer? That's one Notify finally down, and if Lee Sin survives for a round, then so be it. He's still not leveled up.
And there is, of course, still mana for Hush now, so this is not a clear attack where you can get a lot of damage in if you are Lee Sin. You might just be happy, saving the Hushes, because this is not really a relevant attack. Your Tahm Kench is getting some damage onto it, and the Overwhelm, of course, that's basically it, really.
Damaging the Tahm Kench is important because it makes it harder for him to use the Acquired Taste down the road. And yeah, you just get a nice block on the Mountain Goat. The issue with this is you're just giving your opponent another gem, but again, when you're facing Lee Sin, the deck is full of such cheap burst spells. Giving him another gem, I don't think really matters here.
And still no Star Spring, so it's gonna make the kind of the win condition here for Owie. I mean, maybe Lee Sin won't be winning because there's so many answers, but Owie has to also, win the game eventually. He has to find either Star Spring or find lethal damage. And Foul, compared to last game, he's now at 20 HP instead of 2 HP, so it's a pretty big difference.
And even if Lee Sin gets eaten or can't clear, there's 3 Hushes, right? So that's 3 turns where Lee Sin gets doesn't get the double damage with the Overwhelm and the Dragon Kick, but potentially Dragon Kick is still going to be sending units back to your hand. There's always the threat of another Zoe coming out of the deck, or Mentor of the Stones on top of a Sparkle Fly to just get like a big win condition through. Star Spring finally showing itself here with a fully damaged board, so now Owie can just sit back.
Yeah, plays the Star Spring and now forces Foul. Now suddenly the clock starts ticking. There was no clock before. It was just everyone just passing and nothing really happening. But now the clock has been turned on, and the pressure is on because there's like you said, a full board with damage units, and this star string will start ticking. So Foe cannot play passive. He cannot go just for straight passes now. He has to start doing something. And triple hush is like the pre-nerf hush when it would just you would get it back in hand somehow that existed at some point in Runeterra's universe. But this is the best attempt from Owie to cosplay that pre-nerf with just having a billion hushes every turn.
And Owie again thinking about maybe pulling Lee Sin, trying to get some damage around the sides, but decides to, again, because they missed that window of opportunity in the early game to really get out ahead in the unit combat, just going to sit back, let the Star Spring carry. You've got 6 rounds potentially with Hush to flip the Star Spring.
And there is the Lee Sin level up, so becomes a threat now, of course. He now has the chance to start pushing for lethal damage, but like we mentioned, there's going to be 3 different Hushes in hand. If you play Bastion here, you still have the Shakedown to take off the Spell Shield, so even at this point with this mana, I mean, it would still be irrelevant. And of course, the attack token is still for Owie, so not really relevant either, but that's something to keep in mind for the next few turns. Even if Owie goes down under X amount of mana, he has a Shakedown for 1 mana to pop the Spell Shield.
Also important to note, Lee Sin dragon kicking Tahm Kench would allow him to get his captured units back, so Foe would get 2 Mountain Goats if I'm not mistaken. And so there's the Spell Shield coming down. Another burst speeds combo here. Gonna try to set up this lethal, of course. Every turn, you gotta force it. Do you have the answer?
He has many answers. He has all the answers. He has triple hush. He has a shakedown.
Shakedown in order to pop the Spell Shield, and then hush to cleanse that overwhelm. Again, Tahm Kench is gonna die. Mountain Goat comes back. And after double checking the math with the Oracle Eye, let it go through. Now, there's a really interesting interaction with Tahm Kench in that if you have a copy of Acquired Taste generated and you play a new Tahm Kench, it can't use the Acquired Taste that's in hand. It has to be generated by that copy. But since this is technically the same copy that generated it, can you play the Tahm Kench now on the far right and still use this Acquired Taste?
I would imagine you can. I guess if you would have, for some reason, played the one on the left, maybe you couldn't, but that would just also give information to follow, so maybe not the best option. You just replay the one that you just got back in hand, and I assume you would be able to.
It really depends on the flavor of spaghetti, right?
There's a lot of flavors of spaghetti in many different games.
Because this was an interaction that I didn't know about until somebody explained it to me a few days ago. So yeah, you play the Tahm Kench that generated the copy of Acquired Taste, and you eat this Lee Sin.
And Pale Cascade an option, but only buffing for 1 after the nerf, so not going to do much here.
No. Yeah, so this forces the deny. This Lee Sin has already been stacked up with Zenith Blade. You have to protect it, and so we're back to the same sort of showdown of the last time these decks faced one another. That I now have a wide board. I have challengers. I'm going to be constantly trying to eat the Lee Sin or get it out of the way, and yeah, you pull Lee Sin, you attack with the rest.
The key here would be to find more spell shields, but I mean, you have double hush still, and Tahm Kench is still there doing its thing and continuing to try and just to be a nuisance the entire game through. So it's just a stalemate here, but the fact that Star Spring's on the board means that as the stalemate continues, you're still getting a bit of an advantage if you are OE.
I think what you could do here is just attack. You get one of your units cleared, and with the Mountain Goat, you just play Soraka, and then she'll start drawing you cards off the Star Spring, right? The Star Spring right now is only at it's barely halfway there.
10, 11, I think. 9, 10, 11, something around there.
And so actually going to override a unit with Soraka here. So you get the full heal on the Boxtopus, and this will allow you to trade into the Mountain Goat potentially. pretty safely. There is a world where you also just use an acquired taste on the mountain goat, and then you can just re-heal the Tahm Kench using the Soraka. I think that gives you a bigger burst of healing.
Tahm Kench gonna try and go for the mountain goat here. We're back to square one. This mountain goat has been on the board, in someone's mouth, back on the board, back in someone's mouth. He is tired of this shit. He just wants to sleep, eat some grass, but no, just constantly going into Tahm Kench's mouth.
I know these pointy horns you think would deter Tahm Kench, but he does not care. It's sopping wet and covered in just goop, and it's just going right back down into the gullet. So now we've got 2, 4, yeah, we got like 7 damage coming through. Well, again, it's not really about that. The Star Spring is the win condition for this particular round. But now, do you attack? I thought it would be a good idea to just swing in, get the heal from Soraka onto the Tahm Kench, because you can just pull the Lee Sin to the side. You sacrifice one of your unit. You're giving up 1 point of healing on the Star Spring in order to get 3 points of healing on the Tahm Kench.
Yeah, and I mean, you maybe have too much units on the board. You'd rather maybe for the next turn have a slot open to develop the unit because you have the mana to, and then still have mana available for all your spells as well. So I think it does make sense just to have an alternate win condition. I mean, there's no reason not to, I think, at this point.
Fantastic. Yeah, you get the Crusty Codger now. Lee Sin again is super stacked up. You don't necessarily need to heal your Nexus with the Broadback Protector because it's an OTK. But it is a big HP unit that just continuously heals itself as you're taking this damage. 14 out of 22, very close.
That being said, every unit is now healed, so it's going to be a bit harder to get these heals going off now, unless you get like a big combat trade with Tahm Kench's spell or the Broadback Protector as well, of course. And
once again, Lee Sin coming for that Nexus with this Dragon Kick. Another Hush is still waiting for him, though. The Crusty Codger and the Boxtopus are fantastic draws. You can overwrite your units that are full health to just get them healed with the Star Spring, and then open attack with Soraka to heal again.
Yeah, it's a big attack here, but like you mentioned, another Hush is waiting. I think Foul, his kind of prayer would have to be that there are no more Hushes being played, but Owie, like we mentioned at the very start of the game, he found a very good hand for this matchup, and he has the answers he needs to have to just stop everything that Foul wants to do here. He gets some Nexus, but again, the Nexus health isn't really it's like an alternate win condition, but the main thing is the Star Spring still. So Soraka's going to kick back to hand here, and then you can just replay her. And again, if you overwrite the healed units with Codger and Boxtopus, you get 3 ticks of healing onto the Star Spring, and then potentially a little bit more, right? You would, if you open attack, so that's going to be 6 coming through. Yeah, first thing was just trying to eat this Lee Sin now, because I mean, you got the Hush already. It's 4 out of 3. You're gonna force at least some answers out of Foul to see what he does have here. You can Hush again, but that's wasting your last Hush. Ooh. So if you're doing this, you're guaranteeing you're gonna be winning in the next few turns. And with 4 mana, there could still be. I'm not sure how many Cascades were played. You could still play 2 Pill Cascades potentially, but that is the third Hush out of the way. So
commits third Hush to eat this Lee Sin. Because these Sonic Waves are coming down, Lee Sin's getting shuffled into the deck, and now you have enough mana still for Soraka and this heavily damaged Tahm Kench.
You could do, Octopus and Crusty Codger to fill up both these slots with and I'm not sure how much procs it's on right now, but I think it won't be lethal with just this turn. Yeah, I think you just go for
the issue is always going for like a greedier line here of setting up this board, but if you play Soraka next round, you just get stunned, and then you lose out on that healing. What's the math? 18? Oh, I see. I see. It's 18 out of 22. I see. That's why you just commit to this line.
He can just do it without forcing combat at all, which is he
Mm-hmm.
wants to evade the Sparkle Flies altogether. So I think
Mm-hmm.
this is the best
Yeah,
way to
if
do
you,
it.
you just pass and then that's it. And if they don't have Palm here to stop Soraka, you just open attack.
Yeah, I mean, if you pass, you still win. It's just 4 heals needed, and there's 4 damage units. So
And then, yeah, and you've got Shakedown to damage your Soraka as well. So that's it. The Star Spring. Triple Hush. Fighting through the Lee Sin. No attack token available for Faul to try once more. This is going to end the game. Is there a way? No. No.
I don't believe so. That's the end of the round, accepted by Faul, which means that, you know, I mean, always looking at his board right now, he's making sure that 5 is more than 4. He's confirmed this fact in his mind, and now he knows that Star Spring will get the final proc there. We see the animation, and that will be Owi making it all the way through, back to the grand finals, gets the bracket reset on Faul, and able to win this France versus Spain match in the grand finals. And again, France ends up on top over Spain, like the EU Masters, and able to win this Fight Night tournament.
The matchups there were phenomenal, right? Fighting your way up through the losers bracket, getting back to the grand final, and just showing that your lineup does have a really nice counter edge against the grand finalist lineup. The bracket reset, losers run Cinderella story continues. That's what, 2-3 weeks in a row now for Fight Night EU. Really huge congratulations to Owi for bringing it all the way back. And Soraka Tom Kench, I guess, you know, there's a lot of people hoping that this outcome does not make that deck any more popular. If it comes to that, you know, just go back to running Ezreal with Scorched Earth or Fearsomes or something, right?
I think both players did play really well. Just at the end of the day, there was some kind of polarized matchups there in the final stage where we saw, I mean, it was a repeat of the first best of 3, the second best of 3. So
Yeah.
I think it shows that the matchups were a bit polarized, but that does happen sometimes in card games where it's not always, you know, 55, it's more 65, 70 or higher even difference between some matchups. So that's the case, but I think both players played really well and they can both be very proud of their performance. We're going to go to a short break. We'll be back after that with a recap of the tournament and a winner's interview with Owi as well, so stay tuned.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU. We just got done witnessing a fantastic losers run bracket reset, and we are now here with our newly crowned champion, Owie. Hello, Owie. How are you doing today?
Hello all, very good. Sorry for my little English. I try to speak good. I am very happy to win in final
Hmm.
versus CD4 because he's a good player and this lineup is very good.
So, can you explain to us a little bit your ideas behind your lineup, the decks that you brought, and kind of
Yes,
what your thoughts were?
uh, I have no time to test new cards, to test Aphelios, so I don't try it for finite. And I build my lineup versus control decks. So Feel the Rush, Anivia, and Listen. If a deck have a one control deck, it's good for me.
Hmm. I mean, you won the tournament, so I think your theory played out, and yeah, it was true. You did end up winning I mean, you had a very easy match there against Lisa and Zoe in both best of threes as well.
Yeah, good job getting a good read on the metagame and knowing to bring the right decks. Now, regarding this tournament, are you going to be competing more in tournaments in the future?
Yes, I do so much tournament when I have when there is a tournament. I do if I have time. So I am a competitor. Yes, I play so much because I am streamer. So I play so much in ladder, and the weekend I play tournaments. Yes.
And of course, the seasonal's coming up very soon, and you're a player that has had success in a lot of Riot tournaments before, like the EU Masters. I wanted to quickly ask you, me being from Spain and you being from France, of course, it's a very big rivalry between both countries in sports and esports, anytime at all. And you already beat Faul in the EU Masters tournament in the semifinals, and now you beat him again in Fight Night. So is this a player that you have his number, you have, you're always going to win against him, or is it that you think you got pretty favored with the matchups?
It's very hard to win versus CD4 because he have a very good lineup. Fizz was a free win for him,
Hmm.
Mm.
and you see the match versus Lee. It's very hard to win. I have the luck to have a 3 hush in the
Hmm.
last
Hmm.
game.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So when you win a tournament, it's not because you are good. It's because you are good and you have a luck.
I agree with that. I
I
think
yeah, I
that's
definitely agree with that. And I also wanted to know, are there any other players that you would like to give a shout out to, maybe that helped you practice a little bit or that you normally practice with?
No, I practice
Mm.
with nothing. I just
Ooh.
play. I don't have practice this deck. I just play in ladder on stream and and
Very, very impressive.
just this. I don't have team and I don't have a sparring partner.
so Owie, the lone wolf. Normally, most players, have a team they practice with, they can test stuff with, but good to see someone that can, go solo and still find success and win the
Mm.
tournament. So big congrats to you, Owie. You played, I think, really great today, and we hope to see you again. I mean, next week in the next fight night, and also
Hmm.
in the Riot tournaments coming up as well.
Thank you guys and
Take care.
good week. Good week to you.
Good night. So again, that was our tournament winner, Owie. He is very French and took the time here to explain a little bit about the lineups that he brought today and wanted to let us all know that the ladder grind does result in victory for tournaments as well. So if you are a player who has been afraid to jump into the tournament scene, but you've been doing really well on the ladder, don't be afraid to take that plunge because you could be Runeterra's next up and coming star and champion. Owie is going to be invited back along with CS Fall, of course, to next week's Fight Night Legends EU. But that is not the only fight night that we have available for you beautiful people today. There's going to be Fight Night Legends NA happening here in a few hours. That's going to be 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And
6 p.m.
yeah,
I think. No,
6 p.m. Did I do it again?
We did it again. 6 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Pacific, and midnight EU. So in 2 hours, it's been a pretty long tournament. So usually it's 3 hours, but this time it's 10 p.m. now. So in 2 hours, you will be seeing some NA action on this same account. So thanks for tuning in for this tournament. It was a long one, but definitely a fun one with some great decks as well. And we'll catch you guys. Well, we won't catch you guys, but Casanova and Blevins will catch you guys in 2 hours for some more Fight Night action.